Nice little goof up at the top there. Be right back, guys. Still in pre-stream mode.
I'm glad I give you guys so much content.
When did you become 6 feet tall, Steve?
I'm glad I give you so much content.
When did you become 6 feet tall, Steve? I'm curious.
Talk about, I call you small. I'm calling you weak, dude. I'm not short.
I would like to thank you, Destiny. You have given us content.
I'm glad I can energize you guys.
Appreciate it.
You give people lots of content. People like to make stuff about funny little motherfuckers like you.
Yeah,
so when did you become 6 feet tall?
2 days ago, actually. I went to Russia and I got the surgery just so I could be taller than you, Tonka Man.
Oh, well, good. I'm 6'2", so I'm still taller than you.
Oh, well, I'm actually 6'5" now, so.
No,
And I got a better Benz than you, too. I got the upgraded model of whatever you have. So you better watch out if you see me drive.
Wait, Steve.
He has a Mercedes.
You give people lots of content. People like to make stuff about funny little motherfuckers like you. So when did you become 6 feet tall?
2 days ago, actually. Should we just go on and fuck with them?
Send him the link, and he should.
I have abandoned all hope of serious conversation with these people.
He was supposed to have a wrench, but it fucked up.
Oh,
if he can post again, I'll give him
we have a $5 super chat from American Phoenix. What's up, cunts? Sorry I'm late. It's been a dangerous drive tonight. Well, I'm glad you're safe.
I better resubscribe before the memes start.
Yeah, American Phoenix. I'm glad you survived.
You know what, dude? Listen up. If you're a left-leaning fan, if I got a liberal fan in here tonight, go to sleep, alright? Close your eyes. Drift off into the great beyond, okay?
Barely any fucking view.
There he is.
There we go.
Damn, you guys have been talking about me for like 12 hours non-stop. What's up?
We were talking about fucking women, but since you're here,
every time somebody links me one of the streams, every time somebody links one of the streams, you guys are talking about me. I'm glad I give you guys so much content.
When did you become 6 feet tall, Steve?
I'm glad I give you so much content.
When did you become 6 feet tall, Steve? I'm curious.
Talk about, I call you small. I'm calling you weak, dude. I'm not short.
I would like to thank you, Destiny. You have given us content.
I'm glad I can energize you guys.
Appreciate it.
You give people lots of content. People like to make stuff about funny little motherfuckers like you.
Yeah,
So when
that's
did you
cool, I'm
become
glad.
6 feet tall?
2 days ago, actually. I went to Russia and I got the surgery. So I could be taller than you, Tonka Man.
Oh, well, good. I'm 6'2", so I'm still taller than you.
Oh, well, I'm actually 6'5" now, so.
No, you're not.
And I got a better Benz than you, too. I got the upgraded model of whatever you have. So you
don't
better
have a
watch
Benz.
out if you see me drive.
Wait, Steve.
He doesn't have a
what's up?
Benz, he has a Mercedes.
You make a hell of a lot more money than I do.
Mercedes.
So you probably own a camera, right?
Yeah?
Sorry, I actually lost my headphone there. What did you say?
Are you okay? Yeah, I've
He
got
said
cameras,
yes,
yeah.
he has a camera.
Okay,
That's
is
gonna be
there
us.
Any chance that you could turn that on? I know Tonka won't. I'd just like to do a little experiment with you and me.
Wait, I'm sorry. What, did somebody say earlier he didn't have a Benz? What?
He has a Mercedes.
Why are you
Did
acting
they,
so...
make, did, they make,
Wait.
did they make more than one kind of car? Is that the only thing that they make?
Wait, you know that a Mercedes-Benz is like...
Do you no, Destiny. Do you know that Mercedes makes more than a Benz?
Wait, what other Mercedes are you talking about?
Dude.
Yes or no? Does Mercedes make more than a Benz, Steve?
I've always heard them called Mercedes-Benz. What else do they make? Tonka trucks?
Do Mercedes make more than a Benz? Steve?
Tonka
Are
trucks.
you
What
wrong?
else do they make?
I asked you a question, Steve.
I'm asking you, Tonka trucks. Tell me. You ask a lot of
Answer.
questions. Tonka.
You have never answered a question.
The brand is called Mercedes-Benz Tonka trucks. What do you want me to say? All right, what else you got in here? I don't want to shit on Tonka. I already did that like a ton today. What else do you guys
I'm
want
gonna
to talk
screen
about?
share something real quick, just so fucking retarded you are.
You know that like a Benz isn't, that's not like a model of car. Like the make,
Nobody said it was.
the make is Mercedes-Benz. That's the name of the company. Oh shit, he's googling you. Oh shit. Okay.
No, Tonka, he's got you here.
Yo, what's up?
He's got me on what?
Mercedes-Benz
Not all, I
is
just
the
got
name
here.
of the company.
Well, no, but I want to know why the
Yo,
why the
we're in
country-
live
which-
right now, by the way.
Mercedes,
Hold on, I gotta do the
Yeah,
mixing, because
no,
holy
wait,
crap.
But the other chick in here was the one that
Video's
tried to call me
blowing
out.
everything
Why would
out.
you do that?
Vamper and all.
Because she's not into cars and shit. We were talking about other shit, you know.
Oh, you're into cars and shit? Tell me what other kind
Oh,
of
you
Mercedes
still...
besides Mercedes.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Alright, welcome back. We're back to this content again. And, Nippu isn't here. Frick. She's the one who...
What sort of torture do we got for today?
Yeah, we got some torture in store. Yeah, welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Let me go into the facecam placeholder. I'm still technically in pre-stream, but it's alright, we can chill for a moment. I thought to do this stream, to finish this thing off, I thought, what better way after a weird day with a lot of work drama than to watch a capitalist and a socialist go at it. Over some Mike's Hard Lemonade. Sounds like a good time. So, and Metroid Other M on hard. So that's what we're doing.
It's like fun times for all.
Second part. I'm tweeting right now. Trying to tweet this.
I gotta tweet this.
Ah.
You don't have to tweet shit.
Yeah.
Twitter's just alive, man.
Destiny out of context just showed up on Twitter. That's great. Destiny. Wait, no, it's omni-liberal is yeah. That's his at. Oh wait, that's not Destiny. That's a Destiny fan, because he was banned off of Twitter. So it's hilarious that Twitter banned a left-leaning person, though. Usually, people meme about it being the opposite.
Well, normally the right side, but I was like, oh shit. Elon's actually buying this thing. This is not a drill. Quick, we need to get rid of some lefties.
Oh god. Doe. hold on 1 second. Just gotta do this. Live. Now. Live. I guess I can turn on my little speaker here. There we go. So you can hear what I'm doing eventually. Support small streamer.
To be fair, I hope you're not listening to what I'm doing. I'm trying to get some leftovers stored.
I can't hear that.
That's good, because I had chicken and roasted garlic ravioli with pesto.
Oh, that's good. Pesto is good. It's been a while since I had some pesto. Okay, just got to look at the stream again. Make sure that we're all good. Here we go. Yeah, okay, you're audible and so am I. And I tested for the other audio. Right now I had a meme Destiny video up in the background. When he was just like screwing with Tonka Saw back in 2017. Those are the iconic things. I don't know if you're familiar with his content.
I am not. I'm still getting inundated with all the new drama llama bullshit with the Amber Turd.
Amber Turd. So you're still getting into that one. Let me see.
It's not that I didn't get into that one. It's like that one's like, no, you truly aren't. That's what you are.
I can't understand what you're doing.
Goddamn hell.
Oh yeah,
Lost.
I couldn't understand what you were doing when your mic was peaking when you were doing that. I literally couldn't understand it.
Just random garble.
All right. Yeah, I'll turn that down just so it doesn't peak. Create a watch together so that we can do these videos. Until Nippu gets here, which I hope is soon. Let me just create a room. Join the room. Copy paste.
Steward.
Copy paste this video. I'm always late to my own streams. I hate it. But like
Beer acquired.
I just came back from some work-related drama, and drives me up the wall, and I can't do anything about that. I have to prioritize that.
Fork goes in the sink, Danny.
Yeah, I have to prioritize that stuff. But yeah, we are live right now, so let me just paste this link. This is a funny video to start us. So that anyone jumping in can have a laugh before we get into the serious part. Because this video is just a meme. This is just like totally trash talking. That's the whole video. So here's the watch together. I will @ Nippu in this so that she hopefully pops in here. Here's the room. Now we can go, I think, to the main stream and start watching from the watch together link. Can you see that, Paladin?
Just now got in.
All right. Oh yeah, I see you. Let me just get the game started here. There we go. Mom is what we're playing. Metroid Other M. Not the best Metroid game, but it's a good start for hard mode playthroughs of Metroid games, because there's a forced hard mode. In that, wait, let me see. Am I still? Yeah, okay, that's coming through. Desktop audio is coming through. Let me turn on all of these, so that we can be sure that we are getting everything. Yeah.
Checks out of the way.
What?
Get all the mic checks out of the way.
Yeah, all those mic checks, dude. We're all about that production value. Also, Metroid Other M's really generic and boring menu theme. This piano stuff that's well played.
It is the other M.
You're familiar with Metroid?
I am. I've seen, like, the first one. I've seen it when they did the GameCube version. That's pretty much when
These
I...
guys are talking to me like all day, guys. What?
Oh
Yeah.
shit, was that me?
This is the video.
Schmeckle, shut the fuck up.
This isn't the video we're reacting to, it's just the Stardust.
All day, what the fuck?
We were talking
And what
about
I'm
fucking
saying-
bitches, you fucking little shit.
Leave him out
What I'm
Already.
saying is one of you send him the fucking link. Same rules.
I do
as
miss
fucking
these
Kumite.
guys,
If
the
you're talking
Kumite
about it,
people.
You're invited. Send him a link.
It's very
I agree with
entertaining.
these guys.
Non, I guess you do it.
Stupid.
Placed in timeout by the owner.
Wait, actually, can anyone do it, or is DM's open? I'm not sure if anyone actually can send him a link.
Alright,
least I'm a
let's get
woman.
in here.
I'm supposed to be shorter than you.
Destiny, I'm
Yo,
6
what's
foot
up?
2.5, motherfucker.
I'm
mean,
5'11", but I'm female, so.
Destiny,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
a little bigger than you, Destiny.
Well,
Everybody
as
on
usual, it's always the
camera right
chaotic
now. Look,
start.
Look at the tiny fucking.
Hold on, this... That's an old video. That's an old video. I don't know, that was one of my favorite Destiny eras, was when he debated, like, all the skeptic people. Personally.
Oh, okay.
Because, I don't know if you're familiar with all those people. That was a whole era, yeah.
I mean, I know. Wait, which era? Because there's like the current era and then like the first era. Are you talking about the Bosch Destiny era or?
Well, this is when Destiny. This is before Destiny kicked Vaush out of his community, which was around. I'm trying to think like when that would be. God, that must have been like late 2018. So this was like right before that. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so this is like the second wave of social commentators.
Yeah, this is like Andy Warski era. I don't know if you're familiar with that guy.
Oh my goodness, I have not heard that name in a long time.
Andy Warski, yeah.
Of course he is. He is me.
Destiny debated Andy Warski as well, so that was
perfect Obi-Wan Kenobi quote right there.
yeah. There's, I mean, his interactions with Tonka Saw were always priceless because of this.
We have $5 super chat. Phoenix.
This whole thing.
I'm sorry I'm late. It's been a dangerous drive tonight.
This is already off the rails.
It's been 4 years. It feels like it's been 8. It's been way more years than that. It feels like it's been 10 years. My God.
Yeah, it's been a long time. So just to kind of like set up the stage here, what are your opinions on these two content creators, both of you, if you have any? I'm just curious to set the groundwork.
Or what are we talking about? Wait, are we still talking about Destiny and Vaush or Destiny and Tonka?
No, Destiny and Vaush.
Oh, they're both dipshits. Sometimes Destiny can be less of a dipshit than Vaush.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, yeah, because at the very least, Destiny understands, like, hey, that some hero was getting the shit kicked out of him. That's clearly self-defense. While Vaughn was like, he should have let them beat him.
Yeah, which was really bewildering. Yeah, I don't know. My personal opinion of both of them is I think they're both skilled debaters. But I think that Vaush's system like has some pitfalls that I'm interested in kind of talking about and also just like laughing about because the debate in question is it's kind of a roller coaster in that they start actually shouting at each other and it's kind of weird.
Of course it.
In a way, but
I don't know that much about Destiny. I am aware of Vaush, and I am like 99% certain that he is freaking evil.
oh, did you see the unironically evil video?
I have seen the unironically videos. Like I had a good feeling, but feeling that Bosch doesn't exactly adhere to like basic human decency. That's before my watching that video. And then I saw that video, and I'm like, holy fucking shit.
Yeah, I think that he and Destiny have like a relationship that exposes like the bad sides in at least I think it exposes a little bit more of Vaush's bad side because he gets really like weird. But I guess Destiny's really weird too, like to Vaush. Like they're he is. I mean, he is, but I feel like he openly states that though. Like it doesn't make it good. It doesn't make it good.
Yeah. I just didn't watch the box evil thing because I already knew he's messed up in the head. But I'm guessing, does he think where he was saying like child porn is okay or pedophilia was okay? I don't remember. He said something weird about Hitler's being okay.
Who said that?
Voss said something about that, or like
yeah.
Lower the age of consent.
He said something weird. I know people tried to pin Destiny on a similar statement, but like that statement was way different in that I don't think it was like endorsement of anything remotely like that. It was like a hypothetical situation in which if getting pedophiles to consume child porn made them commit less child rape, he would be in favor of it, but that was an if and only if statement, you know? That wasn't
Oh, that's stupid. I'm tired of well, we're talking porn, or it's like, oh, we gotta ban Lolicon and Shorticon because, you know, they're pretty slow bullshit.
I don't think it would work personally, but like that was his statement. It was in a debate with Amos where he was arguing in favor of the age of consent. So
So he was talking about IRL child porn, not the.
No, he wasn't talking about Lolicon.
Oh, okay. So he was talking about, oh my god, you like looking at Japanese porn, you evil bigot. Like, no, he's talking about okay, yeah, I can see how that gets taken out of context.
Yeah,
no,
but it also. But he wasn't. But he literally said that he would only agree with that if like, and that was it was a statement that came up in the debate somehow. Because Almosi is like in favor of lowering the age of consent or some weird stuff like that. So like,
no.
But anyway, I think with this pre-analysis out of the way, let's get the actual video up. This.
So is this about communism versus capitalism?
Yes.
I'll let the easy upcoming pain.
Yes.
Okay, but I need a summary because I was not here for the first.
No, it's okay. I can summarize it. Essentially, what happens is it's all centered around the philosophy, like a philosophy tube tweet drama thing, which is kind of stupid. But what's interesting to me is where the conversation kind of goes, because it starts out as like specific to that, and then they get into broad like. We'll see how this plays out. It's an hour 10 in.
It's on Twitter.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Okay. Wait, now it's only 1 minute 50 in? Okay, it's resetting it. Hold on. You gotta get us to our point. Okay. Here we go. Here it is. It's... Wait, I had the exact time code for a reason. It's 1:10:11. Here we go. Are we cool to begin? Begin the suffering.
Is bad, but just
as long as it leads people in a good
Are you
direction, I
live
think it's
streaming?
generally
Yes, I am.
defensible.
I think there
Okay,
needs
let
to be
me
some
mute myself
adherence
because I'm
or
about to
conformity to the
do
truth. I don't
actual
think you can
cartoons
just
while you're
I don't
doing
think
that.
you can
Okay.
move people in the right direction, and that makes it okay.
What about simplistic?
So now they're arguing about philosophy tubes content and if it's like reductive. Which I don't know if either of you watch philosophy tube, but
If Jackie wants to come and talk later,
Like,
100%
I don't. I'm aware of it.
I
That's only
guarantee that all my
because
translations are better than yours.
I get like
Okay,
on
what do you
weird
think?
occasions ContraPoints pops up in my feed.
Oh shit, I just got killed.
Here's a recommendation.
Repeat your last
yeah. ContraPoints is way better than. I don't like philosophy tube either, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
They call me
that
She's
could
very
be
reductive,
one
yeah.
of,
Wait, to be fair, lots of people. Okay, anyway.
I
Yeah,
agree with
but,
Destiny
like,
on that.
like with me, me describing consequence as like somebody, who's
The
a
message is good.
who
it
knows
pushes people
science
in the
talking
right
to the
direction, and at the
creationists.
end they have links to resources.
Oh yeah, I
that
mean
you
that's a
can
good
read up on
video,
to be
maybe.
more educated on it.
It's
Do you
been a
think that's
while
acceptable?
since I've seen that. That's an oldie, isn't it?
So, I just don't know what you mean in terms of reductive. Everything that you said doesn't sound bad. My issue right now is that.
So right now that's what
I
they're
think that going
debating,
forward, something that
is
I'm trying to be
if
very
her
strict on
content's
I think that
reductive.
it's very, very, very important to report factual stuff correctly. Because I think right now the biggest issue
I mean,
that
I agree with that.
really across the world, but at the very least in the United States, is we are widening this chasm of what both sides see as reality, and that widening of the chasm.
Okay.
Oh, that ContraPoints.
Yeah, ContraPoints, yeah.
Lying a little bit to sell a good message is
My
actually
opinion on
hurting these good messages
ContraPoints,
so much,
if
and it makes it so
correctly
difficult for
on the
anybody to
Wii Spa
Do
thing.
you think that if
I
they got
had-
rid of...
I'm trying to
So let's
remember
take the
whether
right out of
did
this
they
because
do
the right doesn't
well
care
did
about
she
this
do one on
information.
did she do a video on the Wii Spa
Either, unfortunately, right now.
situation?
On the what?
I think that, like, principally...
There
Sorry, I'll
was
pause
this
it.
situation. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you guys were watching it. I guess my iPhone's really messing up.
No, we can
There
pause.
was
We
this-
can pause.
On the lower end on the volume.
What is
Me?
Cause I heard like wah 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 law.
What was
Like
your opinion on the video on that though? On ContraPoints?
I'm
Shit.
trying. ContraPoints said did a video on the Wii Spa incident.
Oh yeah.
Because I think
that
they
one.
did, and I definitely didn't like how they went about it, especially when they didn't like make an update video about new information that came up about it.
Yeah. I mean that tended to be a problem with BreadTube. I mean in general, was the lack of follow-up on things. That's why I was never really into them. The closest I got was again Vaush. I used to like Vaush, and it was actually like a year ago. Now I
know about that incident. I also know about her and Leslie Ellis's fake feud. Or a video that Lizzie Ellis did, which I can tell you this straight up. If you watch it, I left a comment on there. It's like Buffalo Bill. If they remake Sounds of the Lambs today's Buffalo Bill would play you all for fools, and you will eat up every single word. It'll be laughing his ass off.
I mean, for me, I guess, like, oh god, it's gonna kill me. It's gonna kill me. Frick, it killed me. I'm playing a video game at the same time. Anyway, yeah, for me, my issue with Destiny is that he feuds with people a lot on Twitter, and I think it's to get people into debates with him, which works for his business model, but I don't know how genuine he is sometimes. That's my biggest problem with him. My problem with Vaush is that Vaush is similar, but he is like, he has behavior patterns that seem to indicate like a direction of opinion that goes beyond just like him, you know, not being like, he has an opinion, obviously, that's just stated.
We are talking about the guy who thinks 1984 is a beautiful book because of what Big Brother does, not because that it's a warning about if we go too far.
No, I mean, Vaush is a socialist, but he's like Orwell, I guess. But I know Orwell was. Which, say whatever you will about that, but...
Well, he thinks that like newspeak is a great thing, which I'm like, fuck no.
Well, no,
that they were talking about. He was like, "The fuck are you talking about, Willis?"
Yeah, that's a little weird. So basically, that's the context of this, is that PhilosophyTube, Destiny tweeted about PhilosophyTube, basically saying that she was like a piece of shit for like not disclosing her income and also like taking Patreon donations under the guise of socialist action, but not doing anything with the money. And then Vaush argues that he is uncharitable to her, is essentially like the core of this. And through this, they get into the ethics of like capitalism and socialism, which is what's going to happen. Just to kind of like frame up this debate a little bit. because it's kind of complicated. But yeah, are there any other kind of thoughts before I continue?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Play.
Doesn't care about misinformation. Leftists, I think, just
Here.
are very good at misleading themselves.
I don't know if that's
I-
true. I think the right is the same. I think a lot of them are very good at misleading themselves. But go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, well, we can.
I mean,
decide,
that
but
I agree with
that
too.
aside,
I think right-leaning people
if
mislead
we were to
themselves.
get rid of all
Can
the
Samus face the
content which has
direction?
any
Why does she
misleading
keep facing
components
away from
or
the thing I'm trying to
advocacy
hit?
of liberal or left
I was about to say, it's like technically both sides are basically bullshitting each other just to be in the just to
NPR style,
be in the right.
incredibly empirical,
I mean, yeah.
fact-based and dry commentary. High-level academia, accessible only.
Why can't I
content,
shoot
and
this?
maybe a couple
I like the way he
left
said no there.
spreading
No!
that. Wait, hold on. There are people in chat saying good. We lose if that happens.
See, like Vaush is clearly, he's so like
think that this is
aggressively
a fact.
actioned,
You can have content
you know,
that's
which is
engaging,
Destiny is too,
aesthetic,
but
it doesn't mislead people or lie.
The expectation that even reductive content must be excised from people on our
Okay.
side of the
No, I
political
think
aisle.
reductive content is okay.
Well,
but
what's
I'm
the
just-
line then?
The line is when you're misreporting the facts, or if you're like completely misreductive that you're being incorrect.
Okay, but
yeah.
in this case, I think.
I mean, I
Very
follow
much
him.
Destiny there because the greatest weapon
I'm not, whatever
democracy
the
has
gradient
is the
we're way
information.
far away from where I would be.
You can about
debating
get
gradient. Right now, we're just like
all the
people just report
points
things
from
that are
all
factually
sides and make up your own
That's my
decision.
issue. Like,
Sure, they do that, but
Okay.
okay. I don't remember enough of these philosophy too.
Here, now they're talking about
We don't
like
have to talk
the
about it, we got shit,
defense
I don't care
of
about it.
philosophy too
Liking
or
the
something.
most were the impulse.
Oh, shit.
But,
Overstrike.
that
Boom.
aside- okay, I'll
Killed.
ask you.
Got it.
Hypothetical. Okay. You can
Let's say hypothetically, for the sake of argument.
adhere to truthfulness and
Anyway.
get rid of everything misleading and dishonest on your side of the political aisle, but it costs you the war.
I don't think so. I think it would. I think it would help. I think that what costs us the war right now is and I'm gonna be totally honest. This is like anecdotal as fuck for me. So maybe I'm wrong here, but like here's
Okay.
one of the issues that I run into, and I noticed this because I beta test some of these with my mom when I went to Florida. Okay, when I argued with my mom.
Sorry, I guess we will be silent for a little bit here
a whole
because
bunch of poorly represented or misrepresented
there's a lot
facts
of stuff
immediately,
here.
And then by the end of that, I have to tell my mom like, okay, hold on, listen. Okay, yeah, this was wrong, and yeah, that was a lie.
here's
and
where we
okay,
get
that
into
was- but the rest of this
substance
is
right here.
true, I swear
It's
to God,
coming.
Mom, okay?
Where is she getting that info from?
Misinformation on the left. What do you think
Like,
he's thinking when
Yeah,
he
so-
says misinformation on the left, Nippu and Paladin?
Like, that's a hard one, because you can go into, like, many avenues with that, because since we got, Me Too.
I guess that is misinformation.
There's a lot of misinformation from that lot, and
At least in regards to like lumping my problem with like some of the Me Too things. Like in general, I'm in favor of like people should speak up if they're abused. You know, I think
like,
that's pretty
like
inarguable.
They should go to proper authorities, not fucking Twitter.
But then also, I do think that like the lumping together of like different forms of abuse is genuinely harmful to the discussion of what to do about abuse, because when you call everything rape, it starts to lose its meaning. Like it's a very specific
That's why I
legal
stopped-
term.
That's the same reason why I stopped using the acronym Nazi, because it's been used so much. It's literally boiled down to, I
dislike you.
Disagree with what I dislike you on the internet.
If
Or something
if you're
disagree
even slightly
with me on the internet.
conservative,
That's why I started using National Socialist, because that still has weight to it.
Well,
you know exactly where that's the origin of the acronym. And you know exactly what I mean when I say National Socialist.
exactly. And to me, it's like a problem. It's a problem of people, misusing words and trying to lump the quote-unquote enemy into a side. I do believe Vaush is more guilty of doing this than Destiny, to be honest. I don't know, because I can name a few examples, at least recently, of that, but that is outside the scope of the discussion, but that's kind of what I think is getting alluded to.
I'll go over here.
I brought up B2 just more as an example, because you can literally do the
Here.
same thing with, like...
Brianna Taylor getting...
From, like...
The misinformation that was just brought up was Brianna Taylor getting shot in, like, how she died.
Nah.
So that was, like, that's a core disagreement
there.
Like I said,
it's like, the B2 thing, considering the inundation of the amateur death trial was, like, it's the most recent on my mind, but still, it kind of goes into... With this information, you kind of go into, like, propaganda, conspiracy theory...
Well, and that's kind of like what the Breonna Taylor thing, and I know Nippu and I have talked about Rittenhouse, that was almost a similar thing, where people, like, use that case as a platform to talk about something that the case wasn't about. You know, Rittenhouse honestly was a case of it was an actual case of self-defense and, like, right to bear arms. Not a case of racism or bigotry at all, really, because there was no racial element to that case, but people used it to, like, push a racial element of, like, you know, oh, look how screwed up the justice system is, that they let this white kid walk. But that's not really what the case was about. So, you know, so it's kind of, I guess, a similar thing with Breonna Taylor, kind of, where it's like, people distort the facts of that case to be like that she... Oh my god, I hate this beeping on my Wiimote. I need to find, like, tape that can cover that. But you get what I mean about that, though? Like, people distort the facts of the case to sort of fit the general, like, theme of a narrative. CNN infamously did this with the MAGA kid.
Yeah. Oh, that's like what reminds me. I actually got into that with the Monstrum's recent video about gray aliens.
Oh yeah, like a conspiracy video.
The abduction of the hills.
Oh yeah.
Which they were. This is from. If you watch the video, this is from Sarka herself. She claims that it was about civil rights because they were an interracial couple. I've actually looked into that case because I actually had a base looking into UFOs at my being generous best.
Yeah.
The interracial thing is just your standard hair salon rumor.
Well, it could be
malicious, but it's just the local gossip from the biddies at the hair salon.
Yeah.
Other than that, you can literally go into whether or not they were actually abducted by aliens.
Well, that's possible. I think that I don't personally know enough about that to, like, engage with it, but I'm willing to bet that it's, like, kind of it is probably kind of both, right? Like, there's an element of rumor to that case generally, you know. Ow, I took a hit.
But, like, with the pressure they had, like, whatever pressure they had, it would have been just from the local community, just engaging in general gossip.
Well, yeah, and I imagine
being abducted by aliens is a separate incident. Is a separate thing altogether, because they actually took the case to the Air Force, which they ignored it more out of this might be a repeat of Roswell. They're probably trying to do this for a quick buck.
Yeah, I guess that
at the same time, there's enough evidence that actually proved that something did happen.
I suppose, yeah.
I'm not saying that it's confirmed.
I do.
There's enough there to actually give reasonable doubt.
Now, I do think, though, like, I guess that does sort of tie in with I don't know if that ties in, because that's almost like a historical interpretation. This is like a recent event, so I'm kind of wondering.
It's a historical interpretation, but still lumps in with what's going on, because Sarka herself said it was that the alien abduction was about civil rights.
Yes.
That says civil rights, like having your ass probed by aliens from space who's content with using you as a science experiment.
Yeah, I suppose that. I just want to call attention to something that was just the engagement that just happened. Can I?
Right.
go back. Here. Play. Why isn't it playing?
Some of the most popular ones that I
Here.
have gone over a million times. You've probably heard these on stream before, right? One of the number one things, easiest misreported fact ever. Yeah. Why do so many people say she was killed in her sleep in bed? Like, yes.
So.
Wait. To the facts of the wrongness of her murder.
So that's kind of problematic from Vaush.
Of her murder, yeah. Now.
Literally says. Literally says when there's a misrepresentation, does it matter? So I don't know about that one. That one's a little sus. And I mean,
I would say what just more out of like if she was murdered in her sleep, what as like who was still up, who broke in, or if she was actually up. Did she defend herself? Was she outnumbered? Was she armed?
I mean, it's more about it's about the misrepresentation of what happened more so than about the ethics of what happened. It's about the idea that it was misrepresented. Because right now they're going to get into an argument about the facts of the wrongness of the murder, which is so now you see why this debate is like interesting in the way that like it moves very quickly. They go from point to point really quickly in discussing like the ethics of misinformation, and they do so with capitalism ethics of a socialist owning a capital, like doing capital, because that's like the core of this is like Destiny essentially. To be fair, Destiny does try to frame Vaush in terms of like double standards and like hypocrisy, which does work, but Vaush doesn't have like his framework is different and doesn't like rely on that sort of contradictory, mutually exclusive element. So they end up really butting heads over this, and it gets really interesting. And this is where the obligatory supererogatory meme came from with Vaush, where he was talking about obligatory goods and supererogatory goods. Hi, Cruz. Welcome to Cancer.
So I'll describe what I think.
I mean, depending on the position of the bedroom, a hallway could be.
We are watching Destiny and Vaush debate capitalism and socialism.
True, based on everything I've read, right?
Wait, can I address one quick thing from chat?
Well, I'm gonna play the
There are a lot of
Binding
people in
of
chat
Isaac
saying right now.
All right.
Does the truth matter? Whether or not two different interpretations.
So now they're talking about the facts of the wrongness of Breonna Taylor's murder. So
one of the issues that I have with your content, Destiny,
you don't know that?
sometimes it feels like you sacrifice political efficacy for the image of correctness.
Socialism and capitalism.
Well, because they're talking about right now misinformation on the right and the left, where Destiny is arguing that there's just as much on the left as the right, and Vaush is like the right's way worse. So he's like, well, Breonna.
One guy we don't like, right?
I'm a fair weather fan of his, in that if he makes good points, I watch him. If he doesn't, I make fun of him. So.
Also, in the Binding of Isaac, I'm playing as the character who dies in one hit.
Oh, that's
because
good.
I like suffering.
The suffering. It's motif here.
Between
that should have been his name in this game, the Sufferer.
Technical correctness.
Politically efficacious, but somewhat misleading, is ultimately meaningful.
That's because my goal isn't to get an audience of 20,000 brain-dead lefties that all just make me circle jerk the popular lefty.
That's a good way to describe it right there.
Yeah, and that's not happening on YouTube, okay?
Yeah, he's like, you're not beating fascism on YouTube, Vaush. Which is probably true.
Is in the middle or even on the right listening to debate. At the very least, I want them to walk away ass mad that everything I said was correct, and at the very least they're going to have to wrestle with that.
Rather than debate, don't give a fuck whether or not they lost.
I don't care about the people I debate.
Wait, what? And now they're doing meta ethics of debate?
This is
interesting.
I probably should
that
take
you were
that.
loud and you talked more than them and you interrupted and you're short.
I have this game on
when you debate, what people care about is if they have some hero content creator, and that content creator goes
how I like Ace Attorney?
Yeah.
Do you know what clip got me into Ace Attorney?
What clip?
Yeah, I'll put it in mute. It's just this one clip that I didn't understand, so I watched the entire playthrough of the game just to understand this clip.
Nice.
Who charged, baby?
That's good. That's The sign of a good meme.
Does somebody actually do objection hearsay on
sound dumb.
On Destiny? On
And
Destiny.
that's a
Oh,
frustrating
old
experience
rap
when you're a
playing in the
heroic
distance.
content creator
I've
gets
seen a
trumped by
clip of
some
this
other
video.
guy that makes it sound like they know.
So-
People being made to feel dumb, especially if you're arguing with
Now they're
others,
talking about
has
debate
less
tactics,
to
I
do
guess.
with the extent to which you adhere to
did
factual
not mean to pick
information,
up the
and much
little
more
honks.
to do with how much better you look than them, and that's a rhetoric game.
Well,
But
obviously.
the factual, no, it can be two ends
I wanna
of
pass it
that.
there, Kev.
Sometimes
That is
they
fucking
both
bullshit.
can help, sure.
Who
Yes,
said
it's
that?
rhetoric
It's,
game, but
if you're matched
Oh,
with
nice
somebody
piece
else
too, I
that is
forgot.
even
That's
somewhat
another thing is
close
supposed to be,
So Destiny and Vaush
you know,
are
your case,
political
you lay-
Twitch
You
streamers.
lay your case on the table. They do their
Or-
case on the table. Argue back and forth. They get to either a truth or at least an understanding to where it's like, okay, I get where you're coming from.
I mean, and
Destiny
that's
is like
closer to what
weird
Destiny is saying.
galaxy.
It's closer to what
Destiny-
he's saying. What?
Destiny is like a guy with like the weird galaxy profile picture, right?
No, he is. You can check it out in mutes. There's a link. Destiny is the guy that debated JonTron back in 2017. And
Yeah, completely wrong person.
what?
Oh, I said completely wrong.
Yeah, Destiny is the guy that frankly did kind of show that JonTron has some really weird opinions on race.
Yeah, don't go on his Twitter. Just watch all his YouTube videos and don't go on his Twitter.
What, Destiny?
Twitter's
Oh, JonTron's Twitter? I mean, Destiny's. I thought you were talking about Destiny, because that's true of Destiny as well.
No, JonTron's Twitter
nice.
is a mindfuck.
Yeah, but Destiny's is in the
so many-
opposite direction. Like, Destiny's, like, he screws with people constantly on Twitter.
So many skeletons from doing that.
But his argument is that, like, Twitter is a cesspool anyway, so I might as well.
I think it's
Always
been
like Mr. Trent.
proven since 2015.
Yeah.
I feel like I might get somewhere
And
in
you
this
have
lost run
bad
right now.
facts on your
So
side.
now they're talking
Like,
about fact. Well,
it's gonna be
wait,
really
so it's gonna
hard
get...
for you
This
to
all
win
goes
out.
somewhere, I
So, like,
promise.
if we're right now,
But
I would
it
say, because we both
takes a
know, I would
bit.
say that we were, like, rhetorically even-footed, right?
That's why
If
it's
we're
the
just spamming
suffering.
this
It's
tweet
super
over and over
long
again,
and
so I haven't
super
shown this
complicated.
If I was spamming this one earlier, I think I would have won an earlier argument about your being hypocritical about
Yeah.
messaging, because this kind of
Also, I have so many
well, yeah, I linked
skeleton
it in the
minions
video. You don't have to show
right now,
it.
it's
But like, if I
awesome.
were to show a tweet like this like contradicts almost everything that you said earlier. And I'd
It's
be
like, have you
"Ah, I
not
won,"
seen
and
the
then I'd hang out
Necromancer
and be like,
Union
"Ah, see, easy
card?
regret."
You gotta have at
From
least
more
5
than a
skeletons
year ago. Hold on.
minimum.
Remember, being a
Oh,
billionaire
there's
is a
like a
choice.
Here.
game
Oh,
that
here's
so
this
that's
tweet.
like-
Is a choice.
So now they're talking about Vaush's statement.
Not paying a living
Send it
wage is a
into
choice. Take him some
No, they're gonna post it on the video, if you will look at the video in the watch together.
I'm pretty
Oh, wait,
sure
where
this
is
is
the
a
watch
word
together?
for word
It's in the mutes.
meme
Oh, okay.
adaptation of one of those.
This is a meme.
Poor is a choice, etc., etc. things.
Yeah.
The
I'll-
poor is a choice, rich is a choice.
Wait,
meme.
hold on. This, wait. To be clear,
That's a-
this tweet,
What?
I think you believe in the messaging of this. But I say differently, I don't believe. I think you believe in the messaging.
I
of this.
don't believe
This tweet
you.
is completely and totally 180 degrees from what you said earlier, where it's like, oh, well, everybody just lives in the system. They should do what they can to live in the system and to do the best.
So here's
This
this,
is a
back to
completely
this subject.
Hold on. There are still bad things that you can do within the system, obviously.
So
I mean,
Vaush
there
is a
are unethical
utilitarian
things
as
which are
well,
illegal.
which
You can
is a
legally
different
do those
ethical
things, so I didn't say
framework.
everything. But
Okay,
secondly,
we're
I don't-
hardcore equivocating.
Wait,
right
no,
now.
no. That's not semantics gaming. I don't.
If we
think
want to be
that-
very clear, extracting surplus
Here,
labor,
you
that's
see the tweet
literally
now?
every single
It's in the
capital
video.
owner,
let me see.
right? That's what
Being rich
surplus
is a
all
choice.
labor is surplus
Yeah.
labor.
Yeah,
The
so
profit-
wait,
Which is a parody of a classist statement. Yeah.
There's any way
Yeah,
that this
that's
tweet could
pretty
be
bad.
read other than
Yeah, that was Vaush's tweet, and Destiny is saying, like, look at this tweet, you're trying to tell me that you don't engage in, like, you know, bad faith arguments against capitalists, you know, by saying...
Not only that, it's like one of those I could agree with, which is being a billionaire is a choice, which it is, because you're actually going for the goal of I want to have the insane amount of money.
Yeah.
It's just as much hard work as it is risk. Extracting surplus labor is a choice. That is bullshit. That actually sounds more like something you would hear from Joseph Stalin.
Like, or an ANCAP even, like somebody who believes in, like, you know, like libertarian arguments almost.
Yeah, lobbying physicians is a choice. It is, but it's also it's an optional thing. 'Cause
Now,
maybe somebody
now
will
to be
agree
clear,
with, somebody you might not agree with.
before you proceed to the next one, I just want to reiterate that the argument here about the content of this tweet is what it's basically. It's a conversation about Vaush's audience and the way that they also notice what Vaush's Twitter profile says. It literally just states like what his position is. He's a libertarian socialist, anti-fascist.
I questioned the libertarian part of that one, because last time I checked, most libertarians are about liberty, not
command economies.
You need increased protection, comrade.
So
it's like let's say like the lobbying for politicians' choice again. Now,
but I didn't finish.
It's an optional thing.
I didn't finish my initial really quick. I didn't finish my initial before we finish analyzing the tweet. Remember that the context that Vaush uses for this tweet is he says it's kind of a parody of like when people say being poor is a choice, etc., which I believe, but I also think that it means I do think Destiny's conclusion here is apt in that he says this can be interpreted both that way and also most likely that your audience is socialist. They think that being a billionaire is bad, surplus labor is bad, lobbying is bad, living wage is bad, etc. You know, they probably think that is his argument. Essentially.
Yeah, but anyways, I'm gonna go on the last one. It's like not paying a living wage is a choice. That's like literally like the catch-22 because there's a lot of factors like inflation. Not only inflation, if you were to pay, if a company were to pay a living wage, everything they gotta make or sell is gonna go up. Just more out of we gotta make sure we pay everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I guess the issue.
A living wage is good, but there's the catch-22 of oh shit, how do we keep the freaking store open, or how do we keep the factory running?
Yeah, it's I guess the problem is my problem with socialism is just that it's unrealistic given what we know about human behavior and also just generally how we can structure a system with incentives. There's no incentive in socialism, at least like not as it's outlined now. Whereas capitalism is filled with incentives that, though flawed in their implementation, do result in a system that's at least semi-functional, if at times unethical. I think we can work with a system that's functional but unethical at times, not a system that's incomplete and has no answers to anything. You know?
Also, I'm like very focused right now.
Yeah, that's fine. What were you gonna say, Nipu?
Also, there's more. Capitalism has a better success rate than Marxism.
Yes, way better success rate. Like, and I think it's because of the reason I just said, which is that there's no incentive built into socialism, whereas capitalism is explicitly built around incentives.
And the only reason China's still doing well is because
it's a mixed market economy. Yeah.
Isn't China mixed?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a mixed market economy. So.
The only thing that's prominent about it is their politics, which is like, you better not say shit about our government.
Yeah, they aren't true. We don't talk about the Chinese. But yeah, so.
Winnie the Pooh.
Oh yeah. But yeah, so.
Wait for Nipu to mysteriously disappear tomorrow.
Why?
I live in America.
Oh, for saying this about China. Dude, China, people are so critical of China here. It's fine.
I mean, yeah, it's China.
Yeah, it's freaking China.
It's in Shanghai. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Don't talk about China, otherwise I hear your social credit will decrease.
Individuals should be criticized extensively for
I will say, guys, if I ever just play the video and you have a thought, like, just please, like, let me know. I have to keep it moving because look how long it is. You know, so just let me know if you want to pause, like if you want to override my decision to continue, just let me know.
I know the Lost was supposed to be a hard character, but the Mother Chase is surprisingly easy.
You literally said we should criticize the systems, not the individuals.
You should
Here.
focus on the systems. If individuals do bad things, you
Now
should
here we
criticize
go.
them for those as well.
Wait, but
I
hold on.
think
But to
that-
be clear, your earlier questioning to you. Okay, so now we're running back to Aldrin because I asked you earlier. Do you think that participation in the system is bad morally?
Here.
Because that's why I'm criticizing.
Here we go.
Inherently,
Yeah, and you're saying,
participation?
and you're saying that it wasn't bad. That's what you said earlier. But in this tweet,
It's not inherently bad.
But in this
there are
tweet,
bad
you're
things.
saying-
But he says here it kind of is.
but not
Wait, hold on. Because I know I'm waiting for the Destiny threads tomorrow, okay? Hold on.
Okay.
The belief that
Waiting
there's
for them,
nothing
my God.
inherently wrong with it is different from there's nothing wrong with it, are two
Wait.
very different things.
Oh, no.
we
Oh, no.
have created. We're like in a Back to the Future time zone of like jumping
This is
around.
not
on this.
even close to being semantics. I'm really
But
sorry.
it really
if you're that desperate
is.
to prove your point. But
Okay,
I
wait,
do
hold on,
think
hold on,
there
hold
are
on,
this
wait,
guy-
hold on, wait, no,
I
hold on,
do
wait,
think
no,
there are
wait, because
things
now
you
you.
No,
just
no,
said
wait,
you
wait,
said
wait,
I
wait,
was
wait.
desperate. So now I want to focus.
You
on
said I
what
was
you were
desperate. You
saying.
attacked
Because
me.
you were wrong here.
I do
And
like when
honestly,
he gets
you need to
mad in the
change one of your
debate.
statements, 'cause everything you said right now can't exist in totality. Okay, you have contradictions. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm looking
Fine.
at the second thing. Extracting surplus labor is a choice. Now I'm asking you a question. Do you understand that all forms of labor, of wage labor,
Boom.
is extracting surplus
Boom.
labor to make a profit? Do you
Boom.
acknowledge
Yeah,
that?
by definition.
Boom.
Okay. So then can
Killed
you
it.
tell
Nice.
me how, if that is a choice, how is it ever okay for there to be
Here.
a business owner in capitalism?
Which he argued for socialists.
Earlier, I asked. Wait, I can explain exactly. No,
He
earlier
argued
I asked,
it would be
you know,
good
is that
if
somebody who's a
socialists
business
were
owner,
business
is it
owners.
like a morally wrong thing, or should they just maximize the system of capitalism?
Socialists?
Now, earlier in this conversation,
What?
He said
Did they
socialist?
create
Yeah,
business?
Vaush said that socialist, and again, this is kind of what we skipped over, but he was like, I want there to be like more socialists who are business owners and cops because that's the traditionally conservative field or whatever.
I'm pretty sure the last that we had
Yeah.
was cops is called the
No.
But yeah, that was his argument.
In the Black Finch Tales, I'm having a great part on. Thank you, dear.
It was like
Prosper, that was it. Ah.
that was his argument though, was essentially that like it would be good if there were more. Yeah.
No, that's stupid. That means they're going to be more authoritarian than they already are.
Right, because they would crack down on people who don't think that like them, because that is a big problem because they have like an ethical superiority. I guess the right has it too to some extent, like, you know, the whole virtue signaling about pedophilia and everything, but like
But the left pretends it
Doesn't.
Yeah, the left pretends they're not. It's like, no, we're just free and stuff. It's like, don't you talk about this, you evil bigots.
well, yeah, and that's dumb too. Yeah, I mean the left cancels Destiny.
Religious cult.
Well, and Destiny gets canceled like all the time for saying things that the left finds unsavory. So like he's definitely on that
Like-
side at the very like the whole Rittenhouse thing, for example.
So does freaking J.K. Rowling. She pretty much has the world record for the most witch burnings by one person.
Yeah, but J.K. Rowling's a cunt to everyone. So.
Yeah, J.K.
Probably dies of flu.
J.K. Rowling is.
Yep.
Yeah, you can play the video. I was just getting a drink. I need alcohol to get through.
Like, I would probably support her, but, like, she is a third-wave feminist, so, like, you know, her kind of, like, I don't think it's an insult, but it does literally kind of describe her. She's a trans-exclusionary radical feminist.
Right, because she thinks that trans women are creepy or whatever.
Yeah.
Which-
The only good thing I like about her is that she does bring up some certain problems in our jail, in certain jail systems and criminal systems, where it's like, hey, you better respect Christian.
Yeah, and it's like I don't want to respect that literal motherfucker.
Why does every
How
conversation
dare
up
you?
here begin
Because
and end with Christian?
because Christian is Christian.
Yeah, he is no longer human.
He is you can't move an idea.
And
All right.
just like ideas, Phoenix, right? They are bulletproof.
Yeah. Ideas are
Well, no, I
bulletproof.
think you should maximize your. When you pointed out the ethical vegan, and I was like, well, just eating meat, that's morally wrong. You're like, okay, well, just participating in capitalism,
Yeah.
that's not morally wrong.
You wouldn't want to be transphobic to the motherfucker.
Do you think there's a difference between these two statements? The existence of private enterprise is unethical versus
ever
it
seen
is
the RT
unethical to
game
be a
sing that
business.
cover?
Do you think there's a difference between those two?
No.
Armor voice.
Okay.
I have not seen
Here's
that.
the point.
It exists, by the way.
Problem with
Let me get your guilty up.
Hold on. What? Somebody said mute somebody?
Like, that's a rewrite of something.
Somebody typing about how being poor is a choice. Technically, in this tweet that you
So
found,
this
nothing
guy
even
is
says
dead
any of
right
these things are
here.
bad.
Who's
Only
this
that their
guy again?
choices,
Maurice?
responsibility, etc. To me, I'm sorry,
wait,
but to
hold
me,
on,
to
you're
me, this, wait, hold on. To me, this would be like you saying all tenants are bastards, and me
Here we
being
go.
like, do you seriously believe that every person who has to rent is a bastard? How can you believe that?
That's not
40% of
really the
Americans
same.
Rent, like to me, this is like a
That
pretty.
is,
Hold on.
not to say not even
You're-
the same
you're-
parking lot.
I'm not reaching.
I'm
It's
not
very
reaching,
obvious.
he
It's
says.
like hypocrisy. The structure of your statement is, on the left is a bad thing, and on the right is
That
the
music
implication
is
that
cool.
you
It
can
sounds
choose
like Metal
something
Gear
different. Being a
in
billionaire
Metroid
is
Other
bad.
M.
Being a billionaire, extracting surplus labor, lobbying politicians, or not paying a living wage. You're saying all these things.
Choices.
Yeah. they're
Okay. Yeah, the implication is so obviously that they're bad choices, Vaush. And Destiny's losing his mind right now.
Are you really? I genuinely don't know if you believe these things are like a serious endorsement of the belief that you should.
Here comes good voice acting in Metroid Other M. Get
So
ready.
this tweet got.
No, I understand like
He's the vulgar dude.
I don't. Everything you're saying right now.
but I
yeah,
legitimately
wait.
don't see a contradiction.
Everything you're
here.
saying right now sounds
Really?
to me like a rhetorical game. So I'm trying to cut through that. Okay. So I'm just gonna ask you
try
this
to-
question.
all right, let's try it again.
Let's try it again.
Of the 2,400 or so, or 2,300 or so engagements that this tweet got, do you think that the majority of the people that are engaging with this believe that being a billionaire is bad, extracting surplus labor is
Here.
bad, lobbying politicians is bad?
I think he does have a point here.
Talk about the way your
And now he
Rittenhouse
pivots.
comments were
Well, your
interpreted by
Rittenhouse
our
comments?
Is that the direction we're
I don't know
going?
why he did that. That was so bad faith. He didn't answer the question, he just asked another question.
If you believe that my Rittenhouse
believe I'm
interpretation
not
was bad,
really
then
adding
you're
anything.
conceding then that
I
this
hope
is
you all
bad.
enjoy
Why did you
this.
just concede
Peace
that you're
out.
defending it?
We'll
You're
suffer.
defending your Rittenhouse take now.
I'll probably be on later tonight.
Yeah, it's okay.
One or the other here. So you.
Wait,
so
no,
wait.
the
You- no,
point
no,
that
no,
I
wait.
made-
You
wait.
just. This
No,
is
no,
what
no,
you
wait,
just
wait.
walked into. So I said this statement that
I'm
you said is
calling
bad
you
because
out
of
on
how it's been.
hypocrisy.
Okay, wait. If you want to, that's fine. Okay.
Your troops are willing to kill each other, they say in Metroid Other
You
M.
just tried to whataboutism by saying, well, hold on. If you're
Really
gonna deal with the
mediocre
consequences of how people
acting.
interpret your stuff, what about your Rittenhouse take? Now, if you
Okay,
want to say that,
so
that's fine.
do
But I
you
think it's
think-
strange that you're going to bring that up when you just tried to defend this over and over and
Right.
over. And now you're throwing yourself under the bus to come live
So
under the bus with me.
No, it's not. Do you think so? Yes or no? Do you think that it's okay to impugn people for saying or posting or whatever, producing content, which inspires bad interpretations in the people who consume it?
If that interpretation is widespread, yeah, for sure. I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
Then you recognize that this is something that you and I have both done at times, being streamers who produce a lot of content.
It is
capable
yeah.
of workshopping.
What,
everything you say
meaning
in
like
it.
being
It's
taken
totally
out of
possible,
context?
Yeah. My Rittenhouse take absolutely would not fall under that. But I mean,
Oh,
like, we-
here.
Do you not think anybody of the millions of people who saw that take might have interpreted the wrong messaging?
There might have been a very slim minority, but the overwhelming amount of posters in my subreddit that were talking to other people coming in said over and over again that Destiny said a million times that Rittenhouse was an idiot, that the kid was stupid for showing up.
Wow, that thing
Each
almost
recent
insta-killed
post
me.
said that. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the
Well, yeah, his
vast
argument
majority
wasn't
of
that
people who
Rittenhouse
saw
wasn't a
that
moron. It was that Rittenhouse was self-defense.
We're not
You know.
talking about my clip. I didn't make a 16-second clip of
Mm.
me talking about Rittenhouse. That was your people. So if you want to say that the messaging on that particular clip was bad, I would
No, don't kill
agree.
me.
That was
Ah.
incredibly irresponsible. I didn't produce that content. That was somebody else.
Oh god,
I'm
it
not
actually
going to
healed
take
the time.
responsibility for how somebody else has mishmashed my content together to
Mm.
sell a certain message. Nobody
It wasn't a
listening to
mishmash,
anything
it was
that
just a segment.
it was a
No,
very-
but it was
a
out of
16-second
context.
cutout of like a 30-minute conversation.
The equivalent
I don't
of-
know Reddit for how people might interpret
fairly
that
easily
any
turn
more
into
than I would take credit for
propaganda.
somebody thinking I'm pro
Like,
pedophilia
oh,
Here.
because of a
you said
20-second
different.
clip out of my Amos-y debate where I spent 2 hours arguing in the affirmative for age of consent.
There you
No, I
go.
don't take
So he
responsibility for
pulled that
However,
up
I'm not looking
again.
at something that somebody else cut together.
What the thing I mentioned about the Amos Seed debate,
I'm reading your tweet.
where people were clipped. A lot of right-leaning people were genuinely like misrepresenting his argument through that clip. There's a 6-hour debate that I usually use to render videos to, because it just takes forever, so it keeps my computer open. It's called Destiny like debates YouTubers, and it's like him with like, so many people showed up into that call. The Quartering was there. Who else was in there? Andy Worski was in there. Tonka was in there. Asmongold shows up for a bit. I'm trying to think who else shows up in that clip. But anyway, somebody just left.
So it was Nib.
Aw. She got sick of this. That's alright. What was I saying about? Oh yeah, so in that clip, literally they spent 3 hours trying to paint him as a pedophile. It was really weird. Oh shit, I just died. Anyway. So that was what that was referring to.
What I was about to say was I think that's a decent
Local Twitch streamer bites the bucket, continues to debate anyways.
So you
well, Destiny's banned off of Twitch right now. Which is why I'm on YouTube.
Responsible for the messaging that they engage in.
Wait, we both agree.
No one knows. I don't know what he was banned for. If someone can enlighten me.
So what?
I keep up with Destiny, but not that much.
Do you think I'm incurring from this?
I don't know if the interpretation of this is irresponsible or not. It just depends on what you believe. My issue right now is that, so what I'm doing right now is,
I'm gonna swap controllers. I'm sick of this stupid beeping, and I shut it off. I don't know why it's there.
And what happens is I push compile every time you say something, and
yeah, that was on my end. It's really annoying.
Conflicting statements. One statement sure. So the earlier statement you gave me in this conversation is that you ought to maximize your existence in a capitalist system, and to do so is not inherently wrong.
I never said ought to maximize.
Oh my god!
I think it's okay if people do that.
I think it's okay, but I don't think people ought to do it. Like what?
You said that like it was a good thing to maximize your existence under capitalism because you could use the.
To be clear.
I'm gonna swap to General 1 in case anyone wants to watch me play Galaxy with my cousin.
All right. At some point, I might play some Galaxy on this stream actually. So we might simul play it. I might tune into your playthrough and then we'll talk about Galaxy at some point. I'm cool with that. I just need to substantially engage with this content first. So see you later.
Gotcha. You gotta keep looking at the content, Jesse.
And then meanwhile, Paladin, I'm assuming is still cool with enduring.
Yeah.
All right, sweet.
Under utilitarianism, the difference between obligatory and supererogatory.
Here we go. Obligatory and supererogatory. So he has like a different ethical system, which you can argue for. He doesn't argue for it very well, because I can amend Vaush's argument for him, but I'm not going to make his argument until later.
If people maximize their existence under.
By the way, this is the philosophy side of me coming out. My somewhat semi-cognitive science is a philosophy major, so, or it's highly philosophical.
Sure. But then it sounds like in this tweet that you're defending, I think, it sounds to me like you're saying that.
That's why I find this interesting. I know other people don't.
Because it seems.
It's a choice.
But it's an unethical choice.
Yeah, I mean.
So, I don't.
He's literally doing the right wing thing where it's like, I didn't actually say that. You know, you're reading into it. I didn't actually say that black people are dumb inherently. You're reading into it. You know, he's literally doing the exact same thing with this tweet. You're reading too much into it.
Like I've seen the left do the same thing where it's like, I didn't.
Damn it.
Me that I want to teach. This is school to kids. You're reading that wrong.
Yeah.
They're literally like the same side.
Yeah.
Holding the damn coin.
And to be fair, I've sometimes like done that, but I like to think it's usually accurate. Like I see an actual inaccuracy in the interpretation. I like to think that I'm good faith in that regard when I engage with these. Oh my god, this thing. Things take off so much health on this difficulty. It's crazy. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So I think Vaush here, yeah, he's doing a similar tactic, which doesn't really.
Or it's like, or it's like,
fuck.
Oh, you're doing this in bad faith, because you see it this way and not my way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little.
That happened on YouTube. I got in an argument with a person.
Who? What was it over?
Because I usually call it like.
What the
I
fuck?
usually call Pride Month Corporal Month because literally the only people around here that celebrates Pride Month is all the freaking corporations.
Yeah, well, I mean, they do.
And then somebody's like,
there are people who genuinely celebrate it, but it's also like such a like rainbow capitalism is just such a that killed me again. Rainbow capitalism is just obviously pandering. I mean, that's people. I feel like people know that though. Like, I mean, most LGBT folks I know make fun of it for that. Like, you know, like we laugh about it, but it's also like, I mean, it's good that they do it to some extent because like it's a good thing that they're pandering to us, I guess. But it is also obviously pandering and obviously shallow, you know. So it should be called out for being that. But what was the argument you were getting into with this person?
So like the argument was like, because I called out her as like this was a chick. I called her bullshit because she said that with the company's pandering, it's a necessary evil. I'm like, that's bullshit.
It's not a necessary evil. It's an evil that does some good, but also does harm. I mean, it's yeah. But anyway, that's my stance. How did the argument unfold?
No, but she like called it a blind faith because I told her like you are literally enabling the same people to fund politicians who are directly opposed to you.
Well, who would like just virtue signal about it, like they don't actually believe it, that sort of thing.
Exactly. And like exactly, and she's like, "You're arguing in bad faith. I'm done." It's like, fine,
I'm done. That's kind of funny. Okay, insta kill. Boom.
You claim to be woke, but I see you keep hitting the snooze button there.
Wait, the video, the person claimed they were a wolf. What?
Well, it was the crap. It was related to where it happened. It was on one of the VTubers.
Oh, I see.
Out and proud. I'm like, yeah, you're the corpo.
Yeah, that's kind of stupid.
Danny, put it up.
That is a little bit cucked, but anyway.
The reason why we talk about choices and ethics is because, meaning you have the choice to do something or not do something, and typically the choices we make are, like in this case, are seen as good or bad. When a moral statement precedes the choice, right? So murdering someone is a choice, is you're implying you have some level of agency and you're choosing to do something that is bad.
So now we're breaking this down.
Okay.
That this tweet was meant to mock the wording of a classist tweet.
Okay.
Has anything at all to do with the context behind its messaging?
What? I mean, it does, but it doesn't delete the other meaning.
Again, being poor is a choice. Having a kid before you're married is a choice. That kind of thing. You've seen plenty of people talking like that. Do you really
like lots of ANCAPs talk that way?
Like being poor technically is a choice, but it's a lot more complicated.
But yeah, I mean that's a stupid statement. That's like an ANCAP statement.
That all engagement within a capitalist system is unethical.
Not this on its own.
Okay. Now I acknowledge that there are certainly people in my audience who are of the individual criticism mindset, and that there were people in my audience who probably read this and thought, "Yeah, fuck billionaires."
Oh, so he acknowledges that Destiny's right.
Their interpretation of my tweet began. I'm okay with it.
What?
Because I recognize that literally.
What did you say?
I was arguing with Kiddo because just like I told her circling up her room, and she's like, "Well, it's not that time. That's why you need to do it now."
Well, yeah. But it's funny because you kind of heard what was just said though, right? I can go back if you need. I'll go back. Here we go. Go back.
That there are certainly people in my audience.
He recognized. He said Destiny was right, essentially. Right here. There are people who thought, yeah, fuck billionaires, yeah. So that is what he said.
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
I recognize that literally any criticism that I make of institutions like the police or the wealthy.
Here's another one.
Get and attract those people. I think I do due diligence.
That tweet though.
on my streams, in my videos, talking
The
about
deleter.
Let's use this thing about the police.
I don't think these are ideologically inconsistent.
Oh, yeah.
Much in the same way that I don't
Meanwhile, Samus is talking about the deleter.
No, that's not fair though. That's not a fair comparison. Do you want me to explain why? Also, I have 2 more tweets to submit to the record. And for the record, I didn't want to bring up this initial tweet because I said that I didn't think it was necessary. You're the one that wanted to discuss this, just to be clear.
Well, you brought it up saying you could destroy my argument. I don't feel destroyed. I still believe the things I believe.
Okay.
The worst that I would have to bite the bullet on was that some of the earlier tweets that I engaged in were a little bit more irresponsible with messaging, which, given my history on YouTube,
Debate.
is not exactly surprising. But this tweet in particular, I really don't think is that irresponsible. I don't think it's.
Okay, sure.
Meanwhile, the deleter's killing all our team members who were introduced in one cutscene and we never saw again.
Talking about something else.
Well, sure. So A-tab. When I say A-tab, I think, I hope, and I'm pretty sure that the majority of my audience doesn't believe that all tenants are bastards. The landlords, the love for landlord subreddit, that I hope.
Love for landlord subreddit. Man, subreddits are so stupid.
Yeah, it's like the
Some
Donald or whatever,
subreddits
right?
are so
There are some
stupid.
people that start to unironically believe it. So I can't speak for the subreddit, but I'm pretty sure in my community, the majority of my people, and there's probably not even a minor, there might be a few, don't believe that all tenants are actually bastards.
I mean, that would be
Because
really
that's not rhetoric
silly.
that I engage in constantly is attacking tenants. However, most leftist channels do consistently engage in the rhetoric of attacking people that are billionaires,
That have money, yeah,
attacking the
which they
extraction of
do.
surplus labor.
I mean,
they attack the idea behind people or corporations lobbying. They constantly championing about a living wage. It's a little bit different. The joke's there. To say that your tweet is a comparison to me saying A-cab or A-tab or whatever is not really fair, because when I say A-tab, it's very clearly like a meme, tongue-in-cheek thing. But when you joke about like, oh, haha, well, you are a billionaire and that's evil, it's like, well, that's you also actually.
It's kind of like when National Socialists or Nazis like joke about like the Jews, you know? It's kind of like that.
Following the format of a different type of tweet.
You seeing a pattern? It's not quite as heinous, to be honest. I think it's way more heinous to make those jokes than it
Well,
is.
it is more heinous to make those kind of jokes when you're an actual National Socialist.
Yeah, what you guys
doing? It is to, but
Yo, we're watching a debate.
It's also the same reason why a lot of people mention if you don't learn from history, you're going to repeat it.
What are you guys doing?
We're watching a debate. A debate over capitalism and socialism.
Nice. Is it streaming?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
That's right, me. I don't really do capitalism and all that stuff, so.
You don't do it. You don't participate in it?
I don't really. Yeah, I don't want to be in that political stuff.
Yeah, that's alright. You don't have to. I'll probably be playing another, like a different game and like just chilling at some point, so.
Yeah.
So feel free to hop in. Like, I know Jojo Man is playing Galaxy right now. If you want to hop over to his area.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out for a bit, and then maybe later. I don't know.
Yeah, this is stated to be a suffering, so.
Yeah,
so it's alright. If you don't wanna, it's alright. I'm doing this because I feel like I have something to say about it, not necessarily.
Okay.
And also, I'm playing Metroid Other M, so I'm having some fun. But yeah, peace out. See you in a bit. Yeah. Anyway.
The smiley, blushy face at the end.
The blushy face.
Tweet like that. I mean, I think that's fairly evident. But
what is the point of the joke then? What's the joke?
Yeah, what is the joke?
The joke is that there are other people who are assigning moral culpability to the poor for their presence in a system and saying that they're failures
Why does she
or
face the
entirely
wall?
a product of their own behavior.
Ah, no.
The joke
It's mauling
is
me.
that
Get off of me.
Well,
Okay.
not the people succeeding necessarily, but people who are doing well in the system are also doing so of their own volition. Since lefties tend to be critical of the institutions through which these people succeed, their existence in those systems also is a choice. That's the joke. It's like
I like how they tell me to use the shine spark on hard. That's really funny.
While also pointing out the idea
In the
that,
Metroid
like,
game.
being these things,
I failed,
the
but
existence of
I knew
these
to use
things
it.
is something worthy of criticism.
Okay, that's
Like,
okay.
I gotta call bullshit there.
Okay, that's not. I don't think that's how the majority of people
Yeah.
read it. But
Well, how do you think the majority of people would view it? I
Here,
literally just saw it
so
being forced a choice and a copy paste.
Yeah, so the comparison, the reason why this joke is funny is because when people are like, oh, being poor is a choice, well, it's like, that's not true. That's not a choice. You know what is being a choice?
Here,
Being
this
a
is
billionaire
probably
is a choice.
true.
Extracting surplus labor, that's a choice. Lobbying politicians, that's a choice. Not paying a living wage, that's a choice. Take some responsibility for your actions.
Yeah.
That comes off more to me as that's what the joke is. The joke is, you trying to claim that all these poor people are making choices being poor and dumb. Bullshit. You know what are the choices you're making? It's all this unethical shit that you do under capitalism. That's the real choice. And you
Yeah.
need to stop. Take some responsibility.
That
I think
sounds
99%
pretty
of people
accurate.
agree with that
I
one.
feel like
Whatever
that's...
explanation you gave, I don't think anybody's even close to reading it in whatever explanation you just
That's
gave.
legit how I read it. I think that's a good read too. I wouldn't have an
Okay.
issue with
Oh,
that
so
either.
he
That
concedes.
seems like a fairly satirical and hyperbolic criticism. I don't think that it would necessarily lead people down an irresponsible road of engaging in individual criticism.
Okay,
if
but
I,
like, I'm just
for
saying,
example,
like,
if
okay,
I don't
I'm just
know. I
saying,
feel like it
so
would.
Jeff Bezos, would you say like you say
I
you
believe
criticize institutions, but you
Kamala
don't like Jeff
Harris
Bezos?
has already tried
Well,
to
it
try to
depends. It's like
do
the totality. I probably said fuck.
criticism as a arrestable offense. So
Wait, what did she do?
this is like recent. One of those things like definitely take with a grain of salt because it's going to be really hard to enforce. But Kamala Harris is actually basically set up to play for the quote unquote misinformation thing.
Oh yeah, the misinformation
by
campaign.
making criticism a arrestable offense. But unlike bullying, in which I'm like,
Wait, what's an
you
arrestable
have been
offense?
on the internet.
What's an arrestable
Yeah.
offense?
Criticism.
Are you actually serious? Wait, what is the actual
like
statement
that.
of that law?
Well, that's
Or of
not
the
law
commission.
yet. It is how she put it is that women and minorities are constantly being bullied on the internet.
Which is somewhat
so
true.
we need to take the people who decide to bully on the internet to task.
It seems really hard to enforce.
Exactly.
That seems also unconstitutional. Because people have the right to harass people. I mean, it's not good. We should discourage it in society.
good.
And we should
It's
have
like-
protected classes, but also people should have the right to say mean and terrible things. You know? That's like the beauty of free speech. We should be able to endure, like, I'm a big believer in like more speech as a philosophy. Like, we should have the ability to endure speech we don't like. That's just like, that's what comes with a free society, yeah. I feel
I actually got into an argument with a lawyer that like he was up for it was like he was all in of Susan Wachowski's trying to make
Wachowski?
policy actual law, which I'm like no, it's the thing in our Constitution.
But it's not
that
about the
we have the right to say
Constitution.
whatever the hell we want.
To be honest, though, it's not about the
It's our damn
Constitution.
fault. It's like if we get in trouble, that's our own damn fault, and that should be enforced privately.
To be fair, it's not about the Constitution, though, because YouTube can enforce whatever it wants on its platform.
Well, if it was just a YouTube thing, I wouldn't be arguing it. But the fact that YouTube wants to make basically their TOS government law.
Wow,
So
that
they could
instantly
go,
killed me.
it's not our problem. It's federal law.
I mean, that is their
That's the
that is their problem, because they're a platform that can exercise editorial discretion and strike content that it thinks is unhealthy for its community.
And but ultimately, it's their responsibility, not the government's.
Yeah, exactly, because they exercise editorial discretion. They aren't a neutral platform. They can do whatever they want with their platform because they're a private business. If if they wanted to host all,
have their own rules. If somebody breaks the rules of whatever, that's their problem. They only broke their rules.
Yeah, that's like the whole quantum TV.
Or learn your lesson.
It's like the whole quantum
But
TV
that should
business.
not be federal law.
That's like the whole quantum TV business. Now, like, for example, the Act Man has grounds to potentially sue YouTube over that because, like, that is an inconsistent enforcement of terms of service, and therefore would be a breach of the contract that YouTube has with its users.
You want to
know?
hear what it's like? You want to hear about the ironic thing about the Ahmed situation?
What?
They have more crazies on the left. They will defend to the dying day.
I don't know about that.
That's the only right winger. They're actually actively going, no, he's all right.
But I don't know about that because I feel like other people.
I don't know if that's safe money. It's because they're going to say, he's POC.
Oh,
I don't know if that's safe money. That's the excuse.
Now that's possible. I don't know. I would have to know. YouTube is such a big platform that I don't know if I know. Who is enforced and who isn't.
To be fair, I got the last time I actually saw like actual people at YouTube on one of the news specials, like see the inside of YouTube. I laughed. The fact that they actually had people there.
Oh yeah, that it wasn't literally just an algorithm. I mean, yeah, that is true.
I'm pretty sure it's like they hire a skeleton crew just for.
What the fuck? Those
just to go. Oh, we have actual we have actual employees.
Oh, they're doing it. Okay,
good. The cameras are gone. Okay, you're fired. Get out of here.
Yeah, I mean that's probably kind of true to an extent. I'm gonna continue the video if that's okay. Because I think we've hammered the point.
Why don't landlords get a fucking job? That's got like 4,000 engagement, like 2,000 engagement, or over 1,500 engagement. Like legit seeing landlords cry and scream that they can't reach other struggling tenants.
Yeah, here, like we can see the people on Twitter like, engaging with Vaush's tweet exactly that way.
Various state and
the way that Destiny said is problematic. Yeah.
To engage in rent freezes or to prevent. I'm sorry, not rent freezes. To prevent. Come on. You know what I'm saying. What?
Eviction?
Of the tenant from the property. Eviction.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. To remove eviction.
Okay, that's fine. Word blank.
Writing op-eds
I've
about
had those.
How hard it was for them, which, and I'll say this, I think is a pretty shitty thing to do, because if you're a landlord and you're having trouble paying your mortgage because your tenant can't pay their rent because they got laid off because of COVID, you're both struggling. And I think, generally speaking, we should prevent
maybe this is probably true, but
evicted during a pandemic. So I said, why don't landlords just get a fucking job? Because the joke is that a lot of those landlords were saying.
I originally thought that Vaush performed alright in this debate, but then there were things that he says.
That's where I got called bullshit.
I mean, like, I'm sure that we could think
about why, in what way?
Every one of these tweets, but like,
I don't know why this is
their job.
Here.
There are landlords that are dedicated to being a landlord. It's not just like
they address that exact. They address that. They address that exact Paladin. They address that exact point. I just want to preempt, just so. Yeah, they literally talk about, but yeah, like I mean.
I'm not saying Destiny or Vaush, because I'm pretty sure Vaush
Destiny
doesn't get the fact that.
Destiny brings that up. He's like, landlords work really hard. Like it's that they don't have jobs.
I can tell you a story. My first landlord that told me a story where it's like, I fell off the building and I walked it off.
Yeah. I mean, you have to pay for your own rent as a landlord, yeah.
I'm not trying to.
I'm not trying to.
Why are you going to break this case in the event of Destiny conversation?
You're like pulling
he thinks he's doing gotchas.
Like, I could defeat your argument with this or X. That does feel pretty gotcha.
Gotcha life. Gotcha life.
Walk back. Okay, I need like a minute and a half to explain this without getting cut off. Okay, because
a minute and a half.
That's pretty rough, but okay.
Why is that rough? It's complicated to explain.
My problem was that.
But I like how he's like, I don't even need that long.
Leftists maximizing their existence in a capitalist system. I expected you to say that in a capitalist system, we should probably condemn people to live it to the fullest.
Yeah.
Like maybe we can act a little bit more moral in a way that bucks the system. But instead, you went way off in the other direction, where you were saying that, like, well, actually, I think that everybody, even leftists, should maximize their existence in capitalist systems. And wait, okay, you're.
But okay, then what else do you do?
I don't know how you want to equivocate that, okay? But you were
like he's trying to say like, oh, it's good if they do it, but then he's like, it's not, it's
immoral thing. You were saying that would be okay.
He's trying to have his cake and eat it too. He's like, it's it's not good or bad. It's morally neutral, but it's also gooder if they do it. And it's like, okay, that's it. It's kind of arbitrary that you could just say it's more. I agree that there are gradients of goodness, but like, he's not equipped to engage with what Destiny is trying to hold him to.
It's like they're very evil, and as the saying goes, the road of damnation is paved with good intentions.
Well, yeah, exactly, and also he unironically evil.
And that was
Anyway.
interesting to me, because if you truly believe that, then you basically rob yourself of the ability to criticize any individual actor or
Here,
any group
yeah.
of people in a capitalist
Ooh,
system, which is
almost
strange
died
to
there.
me.
Really?
Okay, well then we can go back and
there are
revisit that
individual
part.
actors who could do bad things, even within the purview.
Wait, no, wait, stop. It's not individual actors that can do bad things like setting their tenant's house on fire. I'm saying that, like, you would have to never criticize anybody that acts
Man, I have
in
to heal
basically
so
a
much
legal
in this.
manner in a capitalist system. Don't just say...
Hard part is coming up in this video game, so I might be saying things
Saying it's okay to maximize yourself
that are,
in
like,
capitalist
not
system.
pertinent.
Wait, so you're not saying that? Okay, I'm deleting this whole notepad, okay? Let's
So
go
now
back.
we're starting over
Wait, hold on. I don't know
again.
how the fuck we got here. When I said maximize, I mean like.
You see why this is agony? It's like we have to start over now.
Or if you could like accrue capital that you could invest in political enterprises, I think that's good.
I think
We're
it's
talking
good.
about, like,
So, but you shouldn't. You don't have to. But it's good.
If we're talking about paying people below like a living wage, or running your business in a manner which I consider very unethical, or being a bad cop, like the kind of cop that doesn't rat on other bad
What
cops,
the hell?
that kind of stuff, then I think those.
I was
things
so
are deserving of
fast.
criticism. I don't think it's possible.
I got
for a person
wiped
to
out
become a
in the
billionaire
whiteout.
without doing something that would trip my moral flag, because nobody becomes a billionaire without engaging in some.
Lots
pretty
of
ruthless
the only
business
game
practices.
overs you're gonna see in Metroid Other M are on hard. Seriously, the game's really easy outside of that.
I don't understand.
No, we're not even at hypocritical.
Where you die in 2 hits.
Confused about what I'm saying. That's not.
We're moved. We're not even at hypocritical yet, okay? Because we backed up really far. This is all I'm curious about, okay? No. I don't mean backed off, like I got you or anything. I'm legitimately just trying to understand, because I don't know if you're trying to figure this out in real time and then give me like a coherent point that you're still working through, or if you genuinely do
Alright,
this.
do
What I'm
it.
trying to figure out is, let's say
Boom.
that I am a leftist, okay? Like a full-blown, I believe in socialism, I want us to work our way towards a communist state, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm going to enter the world.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to participate in a capitalist economy to the
Whoa,
fullest
so much
extent the law will
purple.
allow, without me committing an immoral
Here,
action?
this is like
That's
the
my
heart
question.
of the
And it
question.
sounded to
Plenty of
me,
immoral things you can do that are legal.
okay, like, and,
Well,
okay, no, I
that's a
can ask you.
pivot,
Still
actually.
in philosophy. I'm not asking for like, I'm not asking for like data-driven answers. Okay. What would be an example of like an immoral action that's legal?
I think that there are some business practices that I would consider like better than others. There are certainly better business owners than others. I think that if you're ruthless or cutthroat to your workers, I'll give you an example. People that donate the email, I'm a landlord. What can I do? I think charge
Huh?
maybe.
What?
Kiddo's arguing with me again.
Oh, kiddo's arguing.
And it's like,
Yeah, go for it. Resolve the argument if you need.
Lower than what you see in your area. Be kind to
These
the
two are
person
still
who
arguing,
rents from you.
so.
Make sure to hire a property manager, or to get like services over quickly if something breaks over there. Stuff like that.
That was
if
a
now they
weak
could
one.
like charge rent up as much as they legally can in that area, and even though that's legal, I think that would be bad. I think it'd be good if they did the former and bad if they did the latter. If they did neither, I guess I'm not happy about it, because they would have had the potential.
Wait,
to
they
do better.
dodged it. Whoa. Blew me out.
In a socialist environment, how do you even determine like what the right
Here,
pay
and here's
for
back
workers
to
and
kind of
right
like
is?
my problem
Like,
with
how-
social.
do you just
No!
I don't
Oh, I
understand,
can't
like,
believe
what
I'm
would be
not.
moral
Oh,
and
they
immoral.
killed me.
In a socialist government?
No. Like if you're a socialist living in a capitalist world and you're trying to make sure that you're not doing something immoral by Vaush's standards.
Well, I don't have like an exact wage line, like 20% above median for
Uh,
the industry or anything.
I don't think we're even
I'm
looking
not
for anything like
I'm
that.
actually asking, are you looking for like an actual?
I'm
like,
just curious,
hard-
I'm curious. So let's say that houses in an area go for $1,000 a month, and somebody charges like $950 a month. I'm curious if I ask you, is that moral? What I'm trying to figure
Just
out.
in
I'm trying to
case the
figure out
game
what
crashes,
no,
because my
I'm
Wii is
trying to
old
get
and it
at. I'm
crashes
asking
sometimes.
questions.
Let's
I'm trying to
save.
figure what your principles are. Like, what do you actually think makes something like good or bad? Like, what is the right or wrong? Like, that's why I'm
I
asking
think that'd be
questions to
good.
try to. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out, like, I don't know how you determine that, though. I'm not asking you for, like, a formula. I'm just curious, like, because earlier, it seemed to me that, like...
in that case, the
Loading.
landlord would have the market conditions
Oh,
that allow them to charge more, but they choose, out of benevolence, to charge a little less, which makes life easier for another person.
This is, like, really...
Sure, so would another socialist...
This is really arbitrary. You should do what's good. It's like, okay.
A moral actor?
It's very simplistic.
I wish they could do better.
I wish they could do better. It's like, no, that's not what we're
I
talking
don't care
about.
what you wish. I'm not asking, like, for what is your opinion on Jane Doe's real estate business. I'm asking you in terms of, like, ethically. Do you think it would be ethical for, like, a lefty that owns property in a capitalist market?
Ethically, because if that socialist was taken out, another person could replace them, and not taken out, like killed. Like if they weren't there, and another person replaced them, we would assume they would also charge the market rate. So their absence would beget no change. Therefore, it would be a
So here's
neutral
the
action.
utilitarian
The
argument, I
decision to maintain the
guess.
market rate in that area would
Feel like
it would have neither a positive nor negative outcome.
This one is.
Right. Now, the only exception to that would be if there was a socialist.
What?
I think my brain froze there, like,
Your brain froze?
Yeah, cause...
Yeah, see why the debate is kind of mind-melting, to be honest.
Rent's not just, like... You can charge... Well, here's the thing. It's like how rent's usually done is, like, you usually, like... Square space... Like, square footage of the place. And whether or not you want to tack on utilities.
Yeah.
Mine's is like relatively cheapish. Because mine's is like
just got killed again.
It's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath apartment.
Yeah.
With a living room, common area, kitchen, and water's
I hate those things.
I just got there for electric.
Yeah.
Another person could go, rent will cover your place plus utilities. Other rents would be like, I'll charge for just the place, but all utilities is on you.
Yeah. I could see that.
But at the same time, it's like that rent, like whatever rent, that basically what amount of the rent that is basically just for the actual space will go into maintenance and maintenance, upkeep, and taxes.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, he's not even arguing about, like, rent specifically. He's arguing about, like, the ethics of... Wait, what was even the top... Hold on. Gotta let it play out a bit.
Institutionally bad.
Yeah, ethical to do lower rent.
Oh, yeah.
Technically, it is, but that's where you get the weird catch-all of catch-22.
So if a landlord charges market
rent, but have the tenants cover utilities, or do I want to raise rent?
Yeah.
Make sure utilities are covered.
Yeah, but then he's like, okay, a landlord who's a leftist can... I would prefer they did moral thing, and it's like, okay.
I don't understand if you're trying to
this
test
is
me
where
for
this is where kind of like you could do
something
that's more of a business argument.
I'm literally trying to figure out what you believe.
Destiny's like, yeah, you're a bit outraged.
Take the opportunity to make life easier for people with maybe a little...
No, he's just asking you.
No, actually, I go a step farther. I think that maximizing yourself in a capitalist environment in a way that violates your principles is actually immoral.
And
So,
he's
for
a
instance,
capitalist,
I'm
so
a big
that's
capitalist,
interesting.
And I like to make money from sponsored deals. I think that gambling is immoral. I don't like it. I legitimately don't think it should exist in society. So I do not do gambling sponsors on my screen. I'll play poker because I don't consider that gambling. But I don't do like the blackjack and the roulette stuff. I've turned down a lot of money for that. Or the CS:GO skins and all of the gambling stuff. I turned down all of that because I think that's like I don't support that stuff. I think it's immoral even in a capitalist framework.
Yeah, poker isn't really gambling, not in the way that blackjack or roulette is.
Is immoral. I would say that action is immoral.
Roulette is mandatory. Like money has to be thrown on mandatory. I've actually played blackjack without money.
I guess you could play black.
Because basically,
he means when you play these games with money, though.
Money is basically a game. It's basically a game of chicken.
He can play these. That's what he means. He's not talking about like when you play it without money. He's talking about like when you do play it with money. Because you can obviously play these games without using money. but you know what he means,
It's like
right?
it's possible, but usually it's like.
But
I'm
people
pretty
don't
sure it's
usually
like he
do.
had seen.
Dude,
I
I
see
hate
like the
these
World
things.
Series of poker.
Oh yeah, with
If
Phil
Leonard is involved in
Hellmuth.
that one, that is gambling right there.
With Phil Hellmuth. And his like weird. I can't even play in this game. This guy's been dealing me a freaking King 8. But yeah, like professional poker. I mean, yeah, poker isn't really the same as like these other forms of gambling. I would kind of agree with that. No, no, it killed me again. Oh my god. Okay, continue.
I think that
I was so close.
Well, if they didn't care about gambling, then that's fine. Then do whatever.
So
but if
your
you're a
belief in
leftist,
the
then, but if you're a
morality of
leftist,
action-
but if you're a leftist,
Might have to get another one of those later. Just a little later.
No.
No.
It's determined by their whatever their first principle, whatever their like underlying.
Their first
Why
principle.
would you care about
The first
their
principle of mathematics.
Why would
Shouldn't you
I
care about your own?
Well,
If anyone promoted gambling,
wait.
you would think
I
that's bad.
care about people's consistency, but when you're asking me like if I care about like a particular action, then we're talking about like what principle does that action come from? I guess I'm sorry. That sounded like
Well,
a
sure.
kind of
Then with
difficult.
anyone promoting gambling, even if a person was pro-gambling, would you think it's unethical for them to accept sponsorships for the CS:GO crates or whatever?
From my perspective or from their perspective?
All I care about is yours.
Oh, yeah, I would think it's unethical, but I wouldn't think they're being inconsistent or
Well,
hypocritical. I just think
yeah,
it's unethical.
that's the
I
argument.
don't care
Yeah.
if a person's being inconsistent. I just care if a person's doing
Well,
what I think is good.
he said that they're he said it's unethical just there. Well, he just said and he would think it's unethical but not inconsistent. That's literally what he just said.
Vegetarians or whatever.
So, and now we're talking,
Healthy
yeah,
animals,
another
the
example.
Milk industry still got to drink my milk. There is a hypocrisy there, but it's better than them eating meat too. I'm not so concerned with hypocrisy as I am making sure that whatever net behavior they're engaging in is better than what they otherwise would have been doing.
Sure. My problem with people that are inconsistent, I don't believe in inconsistencies. I don't think
Okay.
inconsistencies are real. I think that when somebody is inconsistent, what's actually happened is they've just misrepresented their values. So typically, when somebody's
Interesting way of
inconsistent,
looking
I'm trying
at
to
it.
figure out
I
is,
don't
well,
know
what is
if I
the actual
agree,
value
but
you're appealing to, because it doesn't seem to be what you're saying. That's I'm using
Well,
you
most
like
people
I mean,
in that respect are hypocritical. People say and believe lots of things, but they'll do whatever is convenient for them in the moment.
And then
I
it,
think that
it also
describes
changes like how I would criticize somebody and the types of claims I would allow another person to make. So for instance, if some like crazy hedonist guy that lives his life in like a fully hedonistic manner or whatever were to tell me like, hey man, like
Okay.
you should just fucking like smoke dope and fucking do whatever, blah blah. I was like, yeah, okay, whatever, bro. I mean, like, yeah,
No,
so you wanna
why
say
did
that's
she
fine.
face
But,
away
like,
from the
if somebody
enemies?
else were to criticize me, like let's say like a Catholic priest that had been convicted for raping 100 children or whatever, was like criticizing me and saying, oh, like this is immoral, blah blah. I was like, damn, dude, I don't know if you could say shit like that. Like,
Well,
you're
yeah.
insanely hypocritical. Like, this
Sure.
is.
Oh,
yeah.
I think hypocrisy is frustrating because it's really difficult to talk to people who are hypocritical, especially
Nice.
people who
Killed
are
it.
openly hypocritical.
Okay,
That's
just
it.
one more.
So then my
Anything
question is,
there.
yeah. So then my question is because when I look at your takes regarding landlords, it almost feels like
What takes?
It almost feels.
Not my words, but the positions that I hold.
Well,
God,
I mean,
thank
I
God.
can never
I
know
hate
what
those things.
positions you hold.
Based on what I've said. Do you just mean the tweets?
Power
But
roll
no,
over
based
there.
on things that I've heard you say and the tweets that I've read, I don't remember specific videos. I have to go back and watch. But like,
There are a lot of landlords who I don't like.
it
That's
feels
Okay.
like you're probably in
Dodgy
favor
way
of
to
the
answer, but
decommodification of
whatever.
Housing, and it almost feels to me like you believe that owning property is like an immoral thing. That renting property to other people is an immoral action. So if you
I don't believe that.
Okay, that's what. it
Okay,
feels
here
like.
comes the hard part.
The majority of your audience that's listening right now
In the
probably
video
would've
game.
thought that you felt that way. If I had
So,
to guess.
let's see if I can beat
Well,
this
I've talked
quickly.
about this before. But if my audience is confused on that, then absolutely not. If you have a spare property and you can rent it out to other people, I mean.
So
try
this
to
is a
do
boss
it.
fight.
But I don't think the problem with what you're advocating for here is it feels like you're giving us a poisoned apple. Like, socialists, wouldn't you like to be consistent? Well, make sure not to participate in any of the systems that beget political.
Well,
and
you
economic
probably
power.
should
That'll
avoid them as much
show
as you
capitalism.
can.
No, fuck that.
At
Okay,
least.
Stop.
winning.
I'm not going to let you get away with this, okay?
Sure.
So, my
No,
initial
they kicked me
criticism
off.
was never that socialists couldn't participate in any system. You're trying to weasel me into like it feels like I'm talking to ask yourself and you're trying to get the name of the trade argument. Wait, no, wait. I have I'm not trying to. Okay, you can say that I misrepresented you if you feel the way. I'm sorry, but I literally have a notepad in front of me. I'm trying to write down what you're saying, and you are running it back in real time. Okay?
You're running it back.
Because like I'm trying to figure out like what type.
Well,
of
yeah, because he is. We can kind of see him doing it, right?
Jeff Bezos.
And for one thing I know, it's like partial try here was he run his response, so you're going like, wait, what you say?
Do you
What?
agree that earlier you told
Pause
me
the video
you don't think it's
if you
fair
want.
to criticize Jeff Bezos, but then you also said that mega billionaires you could criticize.
Wait, okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem
Do you-
with criticizing
what
Jeff
did you
Bezos
want to
or
say?
any individual participant. But I don't think that you're fixing capitalism by doing it.
I was
Jeff
going by the
Bezos
video,
just
like you
stepped
said, I'm
down
pausing,
and got
like
replaced by
that's
some
for
other
this.
CEO.
I'm not doing that.
Like the one thing I know is with Botch, every time he makes a like makes a point to where it's like where it sounds like that's bullshit. He'll spew on it to where they'll say it,
Earlier, what I said,
but you don't have
I
to
said
have
in
the
response to what
process.
you just
I
said.
died.
I feel like we're gonna do this
What?
again. I feel like if you say that,
Hold on,
you essentially
let's pause the video. What did you want to say? Why isn't it pausing?
Capitalism.
Dude, it's so laggy.
It doesn't want to pause.
It's so laggy.
You can't criticize Bezos. Who the fuck
So laggy.
It's not inherently immoral to participate in these systems.
So
but that doesn't mean
laggy.
You can't criticize
DSP.
people who do if they do something within those systems you don't like. Now, I don't have a list
Wait,
in
if
front
that's
of me.
the case, then what's
But yeah, after this at some point, I think I'll go back to my
then you should be totally fine
Galaxy
with
2.
criticizing
I was
left
playing
because
Galaxy
of the
2
way
again
everyone else is.
at some point.
Define putting your money
So it'd be funny to jump straight into that, but that was literally like 8 years ago. So it'd be funny to jump in at whatever random point I was in.
Wait, hold on. Is it true that you used to sponsor a loot
Oh,
box
yeah.
company?
Now we're trying to go for gotcha.
Real life loot boxes. You can
Real life
buy
loot
basic cars as well as
boxes.
headphones,
What the
games, real life
heck?
loot boxes.
That was the
I might
sponsor.
have done like one activation once where I gave one away for free, but I don't think I've ever done like loot box stuff.
Okay. I just saw this link with your code and everything.
There was
Yeah,
a
another
sponsor that I
4.
had once called Loots, but that was just like you like typed in a message and it showed an ad on stream, but it wasn't
Okay.
like loot boxes.
But that's not gamble.
That's
Yeah.
Loots is like it's not gambling, yeah. But okay.
I can look into this later. I don't know. I don't care.
Anyone can though.
Complicated. And I think it's okay to wait. Hold on. What was the thing I was responding to? Jeff Bezos.
It seems like
My stupid sound source with the trial limitations. Gotta quit it and it'll boost the audio like crazy.
Criticize a person
Here it comes.
just because they're participating in capitalism, but I think there are things
I'm gonna try to open it again and it's gonna take forever.
like those landlords writing op-eds
Every
about
30 minutes it does that.
how hard it is to make ends meet when they're trying to evict their tenants. I think
It's a
that's
lot of
really
echo right now.
severe.
There we go.
Because in a pandemic, I think it's bad to
Because
evict people.
he acts like it's like.
because they were laid off.
I guess it is a little bit.
What if you can't pay your mortgage because a tenant isn't paying their rent?
I mean, yeah, there you go. That kind of goes back to what you said, Paladin.
Issue with isn't the tenant, but
Yeah,
rather
guys.
the government that's unwilling
That's just
to
like
pay
it is
you.
Okay, here comes his boss.
That's why you
Change the
guys
government. Why
landlords
is it
need
the
the money.
responsibility of the
They don't
landlord
care.
to fight the system, but it's not the responsibility of a lefty to fight the system?
Here, yeah.
The landlord is just doing what he...
Wait, hold on. That equivocacy came out of nowhere. So first of all,
What
they
the
were
hell?
complaining
Okay, I'm
about
already
were
almost dead.
laws passed
Ugh.
to prevent evictions. So to begin with, they already
Okay,
were
let's just
complaining
go
about the government.
low
They
health
were
mode.
complaining in the wrong direction. In both ways, they would be complaining against the government, but they were fighting to evict people rather than fighting to have the government.
So this
provide.
guy's trick.
Because
This,
it
yeah,
sounds
alright,
like
it
the
already
government
killed
was
me.
changing the law specifically
That thing is
to
hard.
evict somebody.
And you fight it like 4
But I'm
times.
asking you because it sounds
So I
like
gotta
the
get ready.
landlords are just trying to maximize their system in capitalism. They're trying to be able to
I
evict
don't
somebody.
think all types of
It's a fun
Wait,
fight.
Ronnie, this
It's
is what I mean
tricky.
when I say I feel like you're misrepresenting me.
I forget what
don't
it's
think all
called.
ways of
It's called
maximizing
like
well-being within
Dogian
capitalism
or
are
something,
ethical. I think there are
Redogian or
ways to
something
maximize
like
your
that.
well-being, which are quite unethical.
Okay, hold on, because you keep doing this thing where you ask a question in a very exasperated manner, and it makes you sound rhetorically effective.
That's kind of funny, Destiny. Come
You
on.
don't actually have an.
You're asking me a question in a manner
You're
that
actually like appealing to. What you keep doing is you
He's
keep
getting a little paranoid.
Every single thing, say like, well, here it's okay, here it's not okay, here it's okay.
Excuse for. I
And on almost every single thing. So I have
I'm
listened to every single thing you said, but when I
Here they
repeat it
come.
back to you, you're getting confused because you're trying to discover these arguments in real time.
No,
That's
because
what's
you're
happening.
repeating. You keep
Well-
saying that I've said you can never criticize an individual for
No,
their
but he
participation under capitalism.
he said that it
which
would
I
be
have
bad,
never at any point in
or
this
said it would be
conversation
less
said, but
good,
you've repeated that
which
back
means
to me
it's
like
bad.
this.
Okay,
Like,
so
what is less? What is a synonym for less good?
Participation in and of itself.
More bad?
Participation
Less?
is not a bad thing. You
Yeah.
can do those things in a morally
It's
neutral
not
or
as
morally
good.
beneficial
It's like the
way.
language he's
However,
using,
you
I
can
guess.
also do it in morally negative ways.
Okay, what makes
What
it
the hell?
morally
That was
negative?
like undodgeable.
I
Okay.
think that by my standard, a morally negative way of engaging in this behavior would be.
Oh god, it dodged.
There are a
Ugh.
million out instances, but I would say that I have in my head an image of how a lefty could be a business person or a landlord, and if there are ways in which
Okay, stop. I
Okay.
need
don't
you to give
have
me
a
an actual
price
answer.
threshold.
You can participate in capitalism in a morally neutral way. That's a statement that you've made. But you said there's also negative ways to participate. Now, besides like obviously breaking the law, what is a morally negative way? Because it sounds to me like what you go on to say, because this is where you're
God,
being
there's so
caught.
many space
I'm not
pirates.
calling, I'm trying to catch you, but it's like we're running in a country.
No, he is
because
getting
you're saying-
caught
You're
on
saying,
some
you're
things
saying
he
that
doesn't know,
morally
though.
negative equals bad thing. You're like begging the question. And then one of the examples that you gave were landlords lobbying the government and saying, hey, you need to undo
to
this
evict
law.
people during a pandemic. Yes.
Wait,
Okay.
so wait, is it just the eviction now, or was it the law? Because earlier you said it wasn't the eviction that mattered.
Yeah,
so
this
in
is
fact it was
getting
the law
weird.
that mattered. So which one is the important thing? Is that evicting someone is wrong? Because that's just living in a capitalist world, is
I
evicting
said
someone.
them writing
Yeah, you should-
op-eds
yeah,
to try
okay.
to get the government to revoke laws
Boom.
to allow them to evict during a pandemic.
Okay.
I didn't say the thing you're saying that I said. Anyone who's watching Destiny or Vaush
Okay, here it
you
comes.
can clip, you can
So
go
it's
back
gonna
and
launch
watch
a bunch
it.
of
I
missiles.
feel like I'm being ascribed positions
You're
that I don't
not.
actually.
Now I understand that.
Okay.
But remember
Here
earlier,
it comes.
remember that
Are you
tweet?
listening to me?
I am listening to you.
Okay,
Very
well,
well.
listen,
My
hold
brain
on.
is working
Then
a million
listen.
times. Wait, real quick. So you're upset. You're upset. Wait. You're upset that landlords are lobbying the government.
Okay.
This was one of the statements that you made in that
Whoa,
earlier tweet. Where
that
you
was
said
quick.
all of those things were jokes. Yes.
Was that they were
I guess I gotta
writing
just
op-eds.
really do the tap.
Lobbying the government. Go ahead.
Double tap to do the dodge.
That's not what lobbying means. They
It's a
might
form of
also
lobbying,
have
of
been
course.
lobbying, sure,
Boom.
some institutions that were doing that, but yes, they were pushing to regain the ability to evict unemployed
Oh, God.
people during
Duh.
a pandemic. I think that's
Just
bad.
gotta stay on the move.
Okay. Which part of this is morally
Oh, okay.
wrong?
We beat it.
Immoral. What part of this is moral? So hold on.
That wasn't too bad,
Wait,
actually.
wait, hold on.
I died like
We're
once.
not talking about my decision. If you want, after this, we can walk through everything I think, because I'll be glad
I
to
think
talk
I've
about it.
walked
before
through
they're finished.
everything. You just keep I say a thing, and then you say, "Hold up." That's
Wow,
not
you
what said,"
rip
and
through
then you
these
say a thing
enemies
I
now.
didn't say, and then we've been repeating this for an
Okay,
hour.
so that's why I'm writing
I don't even
something.
remember why. we're
Okay, so
repeating.
your statement is that this is bad. Landlords wanted to evict people unemployed. Wait, sorry, shit, I put people on twice. Landlords wanted to evict unemployed people during a pandemic. Equals bad. Yes?
No, I said landlords trying to get the government to revoke laws to allow them to evict people during a pandemic. I think it's extra nasty if you're trying to fight against the
It's
state
nasty.
effort to prevent people
Now
from
you're
going
just
to
being nasty.
Which part of this is the
Turning into
moral?
Raiden
So
from
landlords-
Metal Gear
this is what I've
Rising.
written down for you, okay? Landlords trying to get the government to revoke laws to allow them to
This is,
evict
like, really
unemployed people
confusing
during a
for-
pandemic. If the law wasn't there, do you think it would be morally neutral?
I guess
to
it's-
evict unemployed people during a pandemic?
Let me think.
not no problem.
If there was no law, then I think it would be morally neutral, yeah, because we have to criticize the institutions
Okay.
first and foremost. It's the responsibility
This
of the
is-
state to put place.
now I'm starting to see how he's figuring this out in real time.
They would continue to evict people unabated.
I used to think that Vaush was winning this, but he is actually rhetorically. Yeah, he is actually using rhetoric. Like,
Okay, but your problem isn't the fact that they're trying to evict unemployed people during a pandemic. That action would actually be okay. Your problem is that they're trying to revoke
That was
the
much
laws.
rhetoric
The
as you
action
can
would be bad, but it
so
would be a
the
necessary
opponent is going
component
to
of
tag
the way
you.
commodified
yeah,
ownership.
Mecha would be down.
So that participation in capitalism
Because
would be
Mecha
okay.
loves Power Rangers, yeah.
No, that participation in capitalism would be as expected. It would be morally neutral. Everyone would be doing it. However,
okay, back
the
up to
action which is
sector.
taking
Which sector do
place
we have to go
is
to?
Still bad.
Sector
because you're
3.
affecting unemployed people during a
I think
pandemic.
so. Because we're back
So
to
wait,
tracking the
okay,
creature,
so
so we're
let me
almost to
give you an
where I
example, okay. Let me try to think of
died.
something about
Like
this.
didn't continue.
When police
Back to the
officers go
Ridley
up on
fight.
the
That was where I
beat
stopped.
and
My hard mode
Can we just
playthrough.
stick to the tenant? I don't think we because
But I'm a way better gamer than I used to be.
Police
So.
officers go out on the beat.
Okay.
And they
Better
arrest a person
gamer.
for selling drugs.
I'm a gamer.
That the drug war is cringe and that this is doing harm
It's
to society,
cringe.
blah, blah. However, it is the
The
job
drug war is cringe. It's gonna lose the federal government's gonna lose subscriber.
thing. Whether or not they were there, the other person who could have been that cop also could have done that thing. The job institutionally is to fix the drug war, not to expect that cops just ignore every drug dealer on the street. Now, if they do that, if they choose
You're still
to do
awake,
that
Paladin.
thing, I think that's preferable.
I'm still awake.
But
That's
the
like
absence of a lefty there would still
roommate
incur the
distracted me. He
morally
was like,
neutral
Oh,
aspect,
yeah.
which is adhering
You're all
to the
good. I'm
system.
just saying.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No. Can I say
I'm the one who is in danger of falling asleep. I'm still recovering from a 3 a.m. shoot a day ago, and getting up at like 8 a.m.
Any action that you do is always going to be considered.
Yeah, I'm the one. Can the video stay paused? Can the video stay paused, please? Dude.
So let's say for
Dude, that's
to
ridiculous.
assassinate
Look.
kindergartners. Now you could go
Look,
and
I
set
press
that
pause
down,
and it
kill a
doesn't
kindergartner. Would
pause.
that be morally neutral? Because if you don't do it,
Watch
someone-
together kind of sucks, dude. There we go. Holy shit. Okay.
It's like it finally paused.
Really quick. I'm gonna be.
I pause, I figure you were just going, no, we gotta keep watching.
No, that wasn't. Yeah, just it spams. Like I have to click a certain button. I'll be right back. I just want to get another Mike's Hard Lemonade. I'll be right back. This is gonna help me sleep like a baby tonight. I'm not even getting drunk. I'm just having one more. That's all.
Nice sponsor. It said it is Mike's Hard Lemonade.
Yeah.
Mike's Hard Lemonade. There's like lemonade, but with a kick.
Indeed.
Our other sponsor is Mother's Brewery, Great Cobra Scare.
BRB.
I'm not sure what's going on, chat, but to be fair, I am on mobile, so I have no idea what's going on in chat. But I hope everybody's having a good night tonight. It is Thursday, aka Thursday. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day of 4. I have got 3 biddies completed while they're... Well, actually, 2 of them already had completed. I just didn't get pictures of. One of them I completed the Heroescape Dwarf. I completed 2 Halfling Rogues, which one of them looks suspiciously like Lord
Alright, I'm
Farquaad.
back. Here we go. Got some popcorn too.
I'm trying to keep chat entertained.
Huh?
I completed the Dwarf from Heroescape.
Oh, cool. You're playing the video game too?
No, well...
Wait, what is Heroescape?
It's the not Heroescape, Hero Quest. It's the RPG in a box.
Oh, I see. That's
It's
cool.
up the Warhammer Fantasy.
Oh, okay. Cool. That's cool. Speaking of fantasy,
Yeah, I got the Barbarian done. I got the Dwarf done. I just need to get the Wizard and the Elf done, which the Wizard's not my best work, but
speaking of fantasy, Samus Aran's personality in Metroid Other M. Adam! No, Adam! Anyway. Continue.
I was gonna step in and do it instead.
No, I don't think that's an institutional role that is obligated to be filled.
What if there's an
The way-
institution
And,
of bounty
yeah, children and bounty hunting.
I
Okay,
don't know
that's
enough about it. I don't think that bounty
some of these
hunting works
comparisons
with
are.
the
I
same
see why he
Okay.
does them. It's to prove like an ethical point because he makes it really loaded so that he has to bite the bullet on it. Vaush has to bite the bullet,
yeah.
which is fair and you should do it because that's what you do in these types of discussions. But it almost comes across a little bad faith because he brings up like a rape cage situation, which is really weird. But anyway.
What about the? We'll go to a real life world. Do you think that owning slaves then in the South that was necessarily a morally neutral thing because it was just part of the
Oh,
system? and
this
if you
is
were
an
going to
interesting
slave owner, would
argument.
just step up?
And I think
No, I think
Destiny,
that it's worth
I think Destiny wins this like by a landslide because I actually looked it up and Destiny's 100% right.
Real
So
life world. Do you think that owning slaves then in the South that was necessarily a morally neutral thing because it was just part of the system, and if you were gone, another slave owner would just step up?
right.
No, I think that it's worthwhile to criticize
Really?
those institutions.
Why?
The people who
No, not the institution.
It behaves exactly the same.
Okay, just real clear. I'm being very careful to be incredibly precise with my language. I'm asking you to do the same, okay? I'm not talking about the institutions,
Wait,
and
what
I'm
do I
not
have
talking
to
about how
do
you feel.
to get
I'm
through the
asking,
store?
do you think it is morally neutral to be a slave owner? For if you weren't a slave owner, someone else would be
I guess I have to go back.
for you. Do you think that would be morally neutral?
No, I don't. No, I don't think slave owning was like a slot thing.
No, it
Like,
was.
If you weren't owning the slaves, then someone else.
No,
steps up.
100%
I
it
don't necessarily
was.
know if it works that way.
You
The
don't
reason
think
why I'm
slavery was a
saying,
massive business in
Yeah,
itself?
yeah,
The
it was
reason why I'm
huge.
saying
Like,
this-
black people literally, if you saw a black person in the South, you were like, that's a slave, right? Like they were treated horribly. They were subhuman, or considered subhuman, right?
Yep.
So, like, yeah, Vaush is wrong about this. It's literally a slave was a piece, like a black person was a piece of property back then. Like, so they could only be owned. It's horrible, and
Not only that, it's an institution that lasted like millennia beforehand.
But I mean, the transatlantic slave trade and its exploitation of Africa, like, is uniquely terrible. Like, I think that's pretty inarguable.
I'm pretty sure, like, it is pretty bad. So was the hoplites.
Well, that was pretty bad too, but I just mean like the unique race oriented, like, attack, you know, and dehumanization, like, you know, with the whole, like, the Negro skull is, like, you know, subhuman and they're closer to monkeys or whatever, you know, like all the weird racist, like, stuff. Like, that's pretty uniquely terrible. Now, but you have to look at it from the perspective of how the South was and how they viewed the slaves as property. And in that case, yes, it was a slot thing. Because then the argument comes to property and exploitation of, like, surplus value on property. But again, the argument is that, and Vaush is like, it's not the same because there's a moral weight. And it's like, yes, there is a moral weight, but at the same time, if we're talking about property, it's directly analogous to slavery because slaves were property. Now, that in and of itself is inherently unethical, and we've decided that as a society, thank goodness.
Yep.
But it is directly analogous in that way. Because he's like, the South didn't need slaves, and it's like, well, we don't need property either. And then Vaush is like, what are you talking about right now? And necessitate. It's like, no, back then they thought they needed slaves, and in many ways they did. I mean, look at the South now. It's not nearly like the antebellum South. Didn't it take a massive financial hit? And I know I looked it up on his, like, I found an article.
I'm pretty sure. Sure they did, but it's like.
And I found an article really, like, I looked this up because I was curious about this. It apparently, yeah, it was literally, like, impossible to not own a slave. At least, like, it was impossible to, like, free your slaves. Like, it was a slot thing. Like, someone else would buy them up. It was actually a matter of, like, if you owned slaves, you couldn't just let those slaves go into society because, again, like, they would just, the racism tied to slavery necessitated, like, they're being rounded up and resold on the market or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
So we'll see this argument play out, but I just want to set that precedent that I think Vaush is off base because I looked this up, and according to history.com, which you can verify, like, the historical research there, maybe the research is faulty, but I don't know. I find that harder to believe than Vaush just saying this. You know, I believe them over Vaush is what I'm saying.
About cops specifically is because
now we're talking about cops.
Landowning literally
here it is.
That those institutions exist.
Wait, you don't think the agricultural, economic organization of the South, like, required slavery to exist?
Not in the same way. An individual house in a commodified housing system is either owned by an individual or what?
Well, likewise with slaves, it was the same.
Or a company owns it or
It was
something.
exactly the same.
Slavery, there wasn't like institutional slots where it's
What?
required.
Yes,
You're a
there
slave owner,
was.
How is it not
Yeah.
institutional? They literally
What are you
have, like,
talking
full laws in
about?
the books regarding like the ownership of
contribute
slaves.
to a demand for slavery in a way that the housing market doesn't have. If you're a landowner and you rent a property, you can't like throw your hands up in the air and say like, nope, I back out, and then like that property disappears.
Wait, I don't think that's...
Well, no. Likewise with the slaves, the slaves didn't just disappear if you let them
The
go.
argument that you're appealing to figure out if something is worth like condemning or not is whether or not like somebody on an individual level is whether or not somebody else would step up to replace you. So I think it's fair to say in the South, slavery was a big institution, and if you aren't going to own...
It was a big institution, but like if you own a collection of apartment buildings, that someone has to own that. Like you can't, otherwise it turns into a Shack tenement. Like,
yeah, sure, but if you own slaves in the South, like, but if we go before like the Emancipation
Yeah.
Revolution, if we go before like
But
slavery
if we-
allowed to be free anywhere, like allowed to be free anywhere, somebody has to.
The slavery topic, like the plague.
What?
That's like, I'm not sure if you knows it, but he is desperate to.
Yeah,
like,
Vaush doesn't
see
want to
the
bite
slavery
this bullet.
topic.
He doesn't want to bite this bullet because he has to, by his logic, he would have to argue that slavery was morally like essential to the South, and therefore like it justified its existence, which it did. I don't think it's mutually exclusive to say though that slavery was inherently unethical and immoral, but that the South like was justified in having it in the context of the time. I don't think those are mutually exclusive because we did a lot of horrible things in the past that we've gotten rid of or like tried to remedy. You know, people get things wrong and people do horrible things to other people. And at the same time,
Go ahead.
No, I was done. That was basically my point.
I was about to say that's why history is both the both our achievement list and the lessons of our mistakes.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
look back upon our achievements and see where we come from. Look back on our mistakes and go, we know what happened. For it is for the love of God, let's not do this again.
But frankly, Vaush is like actually unironically like virtue signaling with this. Like he's not engaging. He's like virtue signaling with this because he's not like actually engaging with the argument, which is that slaves, again, completely on that way.
I don't need to justify saying anything about it.
Exactly. He's like, slavery is bad, hot take. But it's like, yes, it is. But at the same time, there's a reason it existed. It's not that it's good that it existed. It's that the South was... Again, I read an article about... I read some articles about this, did some research, because I was actually curious about the historical weight of this argument. Destiny is right. Vaush is actually totally off base on this. Because... the South literally, we can pull it up. I can pull it up from my stream. I think I will after I take a bite here.
I'm gonna say do it at least for chat.
What?
At least do it for chat so that at least they know what's going on.
Yeah, let me pull this. Actually, you know what? Let me take this bite on my popcorn. But yeah, like basically the article explains that in the South, the way that, like Destiny said, it's like there were laws on the book. I mean, again, black people and slaves were not considered citizens. They were considered property. So, in the same manner, houses are considered property. Again, we're talking legal. The legal way a property is handled. Like, again, it's completely unethical. There's no disputing that. Unless you're a legit racist, but like that's not the argument that we're having. We're arguing about like what was considered the moral necessity, like to bite the. That's why scientific racism was a thing, and like inventing excuses as to why it's okay to like abuse black people. Like that's why that stuff existed. With the whole like pseudoscience about like black IQ and things like that.
And we had, I'm pretty sure we had both the Civil War and World War II to iron those issues out.
Well, yeah, because then we saw what the Nazis did like to the Jews, and that was similar to what we did to the slaves. Except it was like a targeted genocide in an attempt to erase those peoples. let me pull up this article. But like, it's also just like, yeah, Vaush is kind of off bit. I like how when I click on Google, Ray Rodriguez's name comes up because they know I looked him
How
up.
often do you stalk that guy?
I don't stalk him. I look him up.
Your avatar is his face.
It's funny.
You had a crush on him. He
Well-
was like your celebrity crush for like Lord knows how long. Lord knows how long.
Okay,
And the first thing
he's.
Google
I'm
pops up
starting to
when
lose
you
my.
use Google is Ray Rodriguez.
Wait, are we talking about?
He's accusing me of being a simp. It's what he's doing. It's
The guy
that I'm a.
avatar is Ray Rodriguez.
I think because I think it's funny. No, it is. It is mostly ironic. What was I looking up? Slate.
No,
Oh, here. What?
What I was about to say, the history.com.
We're talking about serious. We're talking about serious issues right now, not by simping for Ray. We're talking about slavery in the South. Oh, here.
I don't know how I feel about that one.
Here. History.com. Guys, History.com article. How slavery became an economic engine of the South. Slavery was so profitable it spouted more millionaires per capita in the Mississippi River Valley than anywhere in the nation. With cash crops of tobacco, cotton, sugarcane, America's southern states became the economic engine of the burgeoning nation. Their fuel of choice, human slavery. What? The Confederacy...
I was gonna say, there's no easy way to say this, is there?
No, there isn't. But this is an history.com article, so it's not...
What I was gonna say is, I actually just stopped by to say hi. I was gonna go play Minecraft with my brother now.
Yo, what's up? Minecraft?
No, I just stopped by to say
Have fun with Minecraft.
Like,
If the Confederacy had been a separate nation, it would have ranked as the fourth richest nation. The slave economy was had been. I mean, we know this. This is like an argument of, by the way, completely true argument that like certain activists like black and brown activists like talk about is that America was built off of the backs of black and brown peoples, which is 100% true. You know, like they literally.
I put it about roughly 60-40. Kind of depends on where you're at.
Well, okay. When I say built off the backs of, what I mean is like stuff like this, where they're talking about the economy being built on slavery and that. Building a commercial enterprise out of the wilderness required labor and lots of it. For much of the 1600s, the American colonies operated as agricultural economies, driven largely by indentured servitude. Most workers were poor, unemployed laborers from Europe who, like others, had traveled in exchange, etc. They were but yeah. Here, during the time by 1680, the British economy developed and improved, and more jobs became available in Britain. During this time, slavery became a morally, legally, and socially acceptable institution in the colonies. As the number of European laborers coming to the colonies dwindled, enslaving Africans became a commercial necessity and more widely acceptable. So you see what I mean? Like, this was way more complicated. Like, and that's where this whole idea of owning slaves and things like, and all the grotesqueries that follow it kind of come from. You know what I mean? It's not a simple, like, they didn't need them. No, that the economy was tethered to them. Unethically tethered, but still tethered.
Yeah.
In much the same way that we exploit third world countries right now, which ends up being Vaush's argument, but that doesn't. That proves Destiny's point about.
It's like, no, I am not associating with that point.
But then Destiny, like, that proves Destiny's point about like how actually it's like, even as a capitalist, he goes on to say, I do think it's unethical to completely maximize yourself in a capitalist society, but he's also not a socialist either, so.
Yeah.
Because he thinks that there should be checks on capitalism, which Adam Smith himself agreed with. you know, for example, that the government should
There's
break.
there's plenty of checks on.
So, like, for
there's definitely,
example,
I think,
really quick,
human resources,
really quick,
EPA,
Paladin, really quick. Which, for example, Adam Smith himself said that the government should break up monopolies, for example. Anyway, continue. Sorry, what were you saying?
Like I said, it's like capitalism does have some checks. Granted, not all of them work right. Like you said, as you mentioned, like the government needs to break up monopolies, which they should. Problem is, a lot of the monopoly laws are back in the 30s, like the 20s and 30s, I believe. And so those fines are basically just like, oh, here's some chump. Here's the fine. I'm gonna keep counting my mountain of cash.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also stuff like human resources, the EPA, OSHA.
Yeah.
All those others to make sure that people are working in a safe environment, making sure people that everybody's working well, and not doing anything too risque or offensive, or even like being too much of a detriment to the environment.
There was a word there that you used that I really liked. I forgot what it was, but
detriment. No,
it was something about OSHA and people doing something bad. The word you used was good.
OSHA, basically the work safety board, basically.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I don't know. You used the word I really like.
Believe it or not, the EPA was actually created by Richard Nixon at his own expense.
Interesting, because Richard Nixon is otherwise kind of a scumbag, but
he is a scumbag. But it's one of those weird things that like you're surprised that he actually did something like that.
Yeah.
Him being a part of I think it's a part of the oil company, and he actually literally had to bite the bullet because they actually
wait. Sorry, I didn't know you were
because to make sure everything's like kosher for the environment.
Yeah. I mean, Nixon, yeah, that's a whole different can of worms. But yeah, I get what you mean.
People buying slaves, they bring less slaves over.
I'm gonna make that argument. Then I'm gonna say if there are fewer people evicting tenants, then there are fewer tenants being evicted. Or if there are fewer cops making drug busts, then there are fewer people getting arrested for doing drugs. Like that breaks your other two arguments you gave earlier.
No, it would be good to not.
Oh my God, we're back.
No. I'm not saying it would be good, not blah blah blah. Earlier you said that the action of evicting a tenant, or the action of petitioning the government to evict a tenant, or the action of arresting somebody for drugs would be morally neutral, because if you were to stop doing it, somebody else would just step in and
petitioning the government. The whole point
Okay.
of constitutional critique
Okay, whatever
is to
you
get the
said,
government to implement
Vosh.
laws to make
It's
society better. I don't
Destiny's
think
starting to
there's
lose his
justification
mind.
whether or not
It's
you're
pretty funny.
participating in the system to fight against those laws when they're implemented.
Earlier it sounded like you were saying that, like, if a cop arrested people for having a bunch of weed,
Oh, I'm gonna die here.
Landlord wrote an op-ed criticizing the government for law, that these things...
Those are not comparable to me.
Oh,
really?
Those are comparable. I'm sorry.
Oh my God, the stupid sound source thing. Now I gotta reset
these
here.
Things are morally neutral, because if you weren't doing it, someone else in your system would step up and do it. And it seems
Echo
that
time.
If we go back far enough, 300 years ago, whatever.
Here we
If
go.
you owned slaves, if you didn't own those slaves, somebody else would buy them.
That is, and that's how it worked. Yeah. We just looked up the article, history.com. I'm gonna take it as pretty credible.
Because if you walk away from being a cop or landowner, somebody else will own that land, or somebody else will take that police spot.
Likewise with slavery.
You can free your slaves. Well,
No, you couldn't.
The laws of the South is actually pretty difficult to free the slave. You cannot buy slaves. You can just not do that. They didn't.
No, Vosh, you're literally making the being poor is a choice argument right there. That was literally, if you didn't have slaves, how would you get your work done?
Yeah, if I remember, I think like the further south you go during that time period, the harder it is for your slaves.
Yeah, because that was what they did.
It's a lot easier to free slaves in Missouri, but a lot of like a lot of slave owners in Missouri were basically like, as like, technically we own you, but you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, and like they could have been they could have been better to their slaves, obviously, but like we're not arguing that slavery wasn't immoral.
You also got everybody that kind of depends on the owner, but most of the
and we're also
more as if like
we're also not arguing. Oh god, it's gonna kill me. Yeah, it killed me at the last second. That's funny. What was But also, we're not arguing whether or not it's moral to own. It's obviously immoral. It's not about morality. It's about like how it played out in history. You know, it was terrible that we did it, but that was like the way that the South worked.
Slaves aren't a necessary component.
Like, trust me, I live on the. It's like we are still considered a border state.
Absolutely, I am, and I would challenge any history PhD to come on here.
Okay,
and argue that slavery was as necessary.
I would love for a historian to come on Vaush's stream and say.
Modification is to our land market, and cops are to our criminal.
Why did the South care so much about having slaves then if they didn't need them?
Because they wanted them, but that
well,
doesn't mean
no,
that
but
they were
it's not just about wants.
Institutionally mandated.
No, they were. Well,
okay, hold on. You do.
No, we're not institutionally mandated to own land. You could be a man-child and live with your parents if you wanted. You know, you personally don't have to own land.
There's a actual progressive commercial, like 2 of them. It keeps harassing me on freaking YouTube. Like the guy living with his parents. Like, I'm pretty sure you at least seen the first one. It's like, son, your mother and I are going out for burgers. You want to come? I'm vegan, Walter.
Yeah.
You can literally be that dude. The main reason why I rent an apartment is because I can't. That's like I don't have enough money to.
Well, yeah. See, exactly. So look, you don't have to own the property. There's ways to live without owning property. Owning property is a relatively new concept, even. You know, there was a time where people didn't really own property. Like, only a lord would own a property, you know, in, like, feudal society, for example. That humans have other ways of owning, like, dealing with these things. Oh my god, that got me again. Well, at least I had full health.
If it weren't for the fact that this was early extra credits, they had a whole history on paper money.
Extra credits was good at one point, yeah.
Had a fucking civil war
Here.
against the United States to defend slavery. Why do you think this wasn't what they felt was pretty necessary?
Wait, hold on.
For me,
do you think fighting a war...
the Dentistry episode was the one where I went, fuck you. Because they actively censored history.
Yeah, which you shouldn't do, again.
Just so it could be more digestible, which I'm like, no.
History is full of horrible things, and we should recognize how horrible they are and talk about how horrible they are. We should also be fair and talk about things that happened that panned out a certain way, even if it was unethical, you know? I don't think that's mutually exclusive. It's just about honesty. Intellectual honesty with history, yeah.
Oh, trust me, it's like trust me. If it weren't for, I think like a lot. That's like if you were to tell Vaush that we kind of recreated eugenics again for Overwatch, they'll probably flip the lid. Just go, no, it didn't happen. Which is Activision Blizzard's diversity bot.
Yeah.
It is literally a eugenics program.
Well, yeah, because it's like it has to have this many queer folk and this many black folk and this many white folk. It's kind of weird. Just a little weird, man. Maybe you shouldn't be so obsessed with like creating diversity and just like just foster a diverse environment within your thing. Maybe you shouldn't spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on appearing to virtue signal that you actually care about this and actually like care about it, you pieces of crap.
Not the bitch is like all of us for parts of the game that are not mechanically in the game. Yes, I do understand. It's like you want to have a character that has a lot of depth to it. That's perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need that. Does not affect the actual gameplay.
Well, and not even that. It's just about like, again, if you care so much about it, maybe don't, spend thousands of dollars just to literally virtue signal, and not do anything.
War for something is the same institutionally necessary.
I think that.
Well,
fight a war over it. Yeah, of course.
That's not true. I mean, yeah, Destiny's wrong about that.
Literally require the existence.
But then Vaush is wrong about this. So.
The fact that the South was willing to fight people fight wars over shit all the time. That doesn't mean the thing they're fighting a war over is an institutional requirement of the way their system works.
Well,
I felt like slavery was a so. Sorry, I could just be.
I would call bullshit on that one.
So
I'm gonna pause it here.
On who? On Destiny?
On Flash Days, like we fought. That's like yes, we fought wars for different things. Some of those wars were actually had a more moral base to it.
Yeah.
World War II, for example.
Well, it was America's outrage at Pearl Harbor that was a big part of that.
Well, it was just like America. It wasn't like when we got involved in the war. It was in response to Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
But
that was a big part
the
of it.
decision was that Germany was the bigger threat.
Yeah.
Because because old Bushburn stash there. I thought that.
Oh God, it's this thing again. Anyway, continue.
Oh.
I was reacting to the game.
Thought that.
Anthony.
Thought that the Jews were the inferior race.
I like how somebody joined right during this. That's pretty funny. Pomme de Terre joined as we're talking about Germany's perception of Lebensraum. Anyway.
So you're telling me that slavery was just a hobby or
yeah.
a custom of the South? They didn't actually.
Alright, just trying to check out something weird. Also, obviously Germany's perception of Lebensraum is that it was Straben that needs to be Leben.
Yes. Well, Lebensraum literally means living space, so.
Living space, yes. Listen. What the German song was just lots of Leben that needs to be Strum. Now, the question is this. Were there people living there? Possibly, but the Germans...
Oh God, it killed Anthony, no! Ah!
Oh God.
I can't believe it. I don't know if I've ever gotten that game over screen. I was too busy talking to you guys. This is like the death run of Metroid Other M, seriously. That's what I'm playing right now.
Oh, that's good. I'll leave you guys be.
You
looks
sure?
like we got ready. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
peace out.
Yeah, but
need it for any of their economic.
Asking, are you acting in bad faith?
Oh my God, are you serious, Vaush?
Do you really think there's no?
You're actually totally wrong.
I'm actually not kidding. Are you?
You gotta agree with me. Are you happy with that thing?
I assume
Yeah.
you've given up on this conversation.
I have not given up. My assumption.
No, it was not stupid. We just looked it up. He was right.
Part to the South's
Yeah.
economy, and that anybody in this. Wait, let me finish. Hold on, real quick. Anybody in the South would have said like.
There we go. We got it. Okay, now we got to fight you
It's
again.
incredibly fucking important to us. It is so integral.
I guess we'll
to our
try to
economy,
beat
our way of
Ridley.
life, and our way of being, that we're literally
We're gonna
gonna
get to
fight a
Ridley
war
by
to
the
defend
end
our
of this
There are mandated number
stream
of
for sure.
slaves in the South.
At some point, it's probably gonna take me a bit because he's hard.
I mean, not by
If you're doing a low percent run.
Slaves. We had n number of slaves.
Because you die in like 2 hits at this point. Like right there, I just died.
And they said, I'm fucking done owning slaves. I am going to free my 100 slaves.
It's
Now
literally
the South
attacking my
has
dead body.
100 slaves. Is there a
Trying to do a Dead
necessary
Space in a T-rated game.
counterbalance
Brutalize the corpse.
which requires that 100 additional slaves be purchased collectively by the South?
Whoa.
I'll go pause it right there. Yes, there was in the north, which was called the Irish.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, the again, like the signs, Irish and N-words need not apply. I mean, come on, yeah. And white people were called the white N-words. So, or Irish people were called the white N-words. I mean,
Well,
yeah.
it's basically like how everybody the simple argument of reverse racism doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's a dumb
There's
argument.
no such thing as hating white. Hating white.
Well, there's such a thing as hating white. There's no
that's
such thing as
what's like,
reverse
that's
racism. That's just racism.
It's like, it is so racism.
Yeah.
But, again, it's like, it is the excuse to go, oh, it's an Irish guy. Oh, don't worry about him. He's that out. He's that way.
Well, but
Like,
the Italians too.
like,
Italians. The Italians. Yeah, same deal. Yeah.
Yeah, because how about say there's like an episode of Secrets of the Dead where they were doing an excavation of a railroad somewhere between New York and Pennsylvania. That was basically like the that's like I think it was like on par with like most plantations down in the South. All built by the Irish. The only difference is like they got paid like just like below what would have been minimum wage back then. There wasn't even a Hell on Wheels town either. That was literally like connecting like two cities that haven't been like two cities, small route. That's it. But I think it was like 20. It was like either 25 or 27 people died while they were building it.
Yeah, the Irish were definitely exploited at a time. Yeah, because they were, there were all the racial stereotypes about the Irish. Yeah, or cultural, ethnic stereotypes. Oh my god.
And that's just like tip of the iceberg. I know many people who are of actual Irish descent, and those who
I am.
Apocalypse will growl at the name Wallace Cromwell.
Mm-hmm. My family is very Irish, so yeah, I'm very familiar with the history.
Trust me, I think you probably might hear a door knocking here soon. It's like, who mentioned Wallace Cromwell?
But yeah, I mean, and that also, frankly, was a religious thing too, like an ethnic and cultural thing, because it was like the Irish were Catholics, and the Protestants looked down on the Catholics because they were like it was like the Irish, they're drunk and they breed like rabbits or whatever.
That's pretty much. That's like literally like that's literally like party excuse.
Mm-hmm. Right, and there were like race, like really anti-Irish images. Yeah. We could continue the video, yeah.
Kill them, no?
Also, I need to focus on this boss. Holy crap, it's hard.
What? Wait, what?
Because he does a 1-2 hit that if you get struck by one, it's really hard to dodge the other, and he he can kill you in 2 hits. So
What do you mean?
this is true Ninja Gaiden style difficulty, which is fitting because Team Ninja developed this game.
Fun.
Okay, and if people stopped renting all houses, then
I do like it on this difficulty though. It's more fun than any other difficulty. It's actually hard.
Just make everybody not rent a house. What do you mean? You don't have to do that.
Wait, where would they live?
No. I mean, when I say when I say rent a house or be a landlord, or maybe I'm being unclear. I mean like rent a house to another person. You don't have to be a landlord. You can just tell everybody to stop being landlords.
So
I guess the dodge is still pretty overpowered because you can just tap at the right time and it does it. Even if I'm like way far away from the enemy. Holy crap, that laser is strong.
Being landlords, the price of houses would fall
eventually. What? I press. Okay.
The prices would come down.
Here. Yep. I mean that's how that would work. Yeah.
You think the
To be clear, hold on. Wait, I have to wait, I gotta point this out.
Wait.
I can't let you walk away.
That's Destiny.
No.
Oh shit, pause.
So you're acting like it's ridiculous. Wait. I know. No. You made this comparison, okay? You're asking, you're like, you think that it's possible that everyone could just buy a house? You literally threw as an example of me. Well, everyone could just stop owning slaves.
Yeah.
Okay? So, no.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna let you pretend like my comparison is so
like bad faith. Yeah.
I'm not saying that my comparison is so
Oh my god. He did a twofer for that laser, what?
Let's be clear, okay?
So let's be clear.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad faith argument from Destiny. We looked it up. He was right. Like, say whatever you want about the guy. He's not acting in bad faith right now.
Back in
He might be a sellout, but he's not acting in bad faith.
There are ways in which they could accommodate those changes.
He might be a sellout
At the end
and
of the day,
drama chase on
slave is
Twitter,
just
but
labor you're not paying or treating very well.
he can still
There are
debate.
ways to change that, and we know that because they did. We fought a war and they lost, and after they lost,
No.
there were no more slaves.
No, it's still fighting.
Alright, the only difference between like real history and
Oh, God.
I'm actually going to pull up some alternate history lines. Is that the South took an ass whooping to go? This is wrong. You guys are idiots.
Oh, is it done? Yeah.
It was
Okay,
like-
beat it.
And it was a very
Keeps running.
well taught getting your ass handed to you.
Yeah.
There's actually like a couple of alternate history,
Oh, good. I can talk to you during this cutscene
one-
because holy crap, it sucks. This cutscene sucks. So
They
yeah.
both have the, basically, both came to the same conclusion that eventually the South would stop doing slavery.
Yeah.
But it will be out on outside economic factors, not the fact that somebody else decided to go, okay, we're gonna kick the South's ass.
Yeah.
And it's like one of them is like the Turtle Dove novel series.
Turtle Dove novel series.
Yeah, it basically like it's an alternate timeline where the South won the Civil War.
Interesting. Oh,
Yeah, it was an interesting timeline itself because
kind of like the Man in the High Castle,
both
except
the USA and the CSA both developed nukes and used them during World War One.
or Homefront: The Revolution. That's what it's also like. But that game sucks.
Even there's alternate history hub also did like a solo, a independent timeline of what happened if the South became its own country, but it happened at a instead of like the South actually winning, it basically there was a peace agreement between it's like the United States will recognize the Confederacy as its own nation.
This game,
Even he concluded that the South would have governed in slavery, not because somebody else decided to go, okay, we're going to kick the South's ass. It's because, okay, South.
As a quick aside,
you need to modernize your labor force here.
As a quick aside, Metroid Other M's cutscenes are really well directed and visually like impressive for their time, but it's kind of amazing how bad the writing is with the cutscene. Like it's actually almost kind of like High Guardian level of just like baffling. Like you're looking at it and you're like, oh my god, why is the cinematic work so good and the writing is so bad? Like, why can I trick myself into thinking these cutscenes are good, and then I hear, yo, I mean, that's Ian! That's your little brother out there! Yeah.
Oh, God.
It's, like, so cringe.
I'm
Meanwhile, Samus has...
Because I gotta give her 4 tomorrow.
Yeah, that's alright. I'll leave this call open in case anyone hops in, but I'll do my own like, reactions. Yeah.
Alright.
Peace out. Thanks for sticking through it for the. I don't know if I'll finish this. There's still like over like an hour and a half left. But anything compared to like the film work I've been doing feels easy. Like I probably will actually finish this. We'll see. Because I have this game to play, so.
Alright.
And I've never beaten the game on veteran, so.
I'll probably like post a link to like general tagging. I'll show you what the Turtle Dove timeline.
Yeah, we can take a look at. We can maybe take a look at it on stream.
Well,
Look up the wiki. Yeah.
It kind of goes into like some pretty interesting routes. Like I said, both the United States and Confederacy developed nukes in World War One, and tested them on each other.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, that picture was in an early cutscene. That's kind of cool. Anyway, see you later. Dun. I'm alone in here now. All I did was be a good human being. You were a pup. Oh god. It's a good thing that's my last drink, because I'm pretty tipsy.
And it worked.
I'm having fun.
There are ways that we could accommodate the absence of all landlords,
Yeah.
though. What do you mean?
There are.
We can't accommodate the absence of all landlords in a commodified.
Well, not right now, but we could. Likewise with slavery.
Not allow for every single.
Yeah, likewise with slavery. We got rid of that, and that worked out. Same way. If you wanted to make that argument, you could. If you knew what you were talking about.
Single property a person could be living at to be purchased.
Nice foreshadowing. They literally tell us what's going to
The government
happen.
could assign these houses to people.
Oh, well, hold on. Hold on. If that's the case, if we're talking about the government assigning houses,
It's so weird how good
is that different than the government going south and
murdering
fighting a fucking war with another fucking country to get them to stop being slave owners.
has to do with war. The government.
Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, hold on. I'm gonna have to talk over you if you're gonna keep talking over me. I'm sorry, because I have to get this because you're trying to do the rhetorical thing. Okay? You're trying to make it sound like it is so unbelievable.
Yeah, okay.
You're trying to make it sound like it is so unbelievable.
Oh, you didn't even hit me. That's weird.
Houses to people. That's just unreasonable for me to ask. But the counterexample that you're holding up is that in order to make people stop being slave owners, they fucking had a war over.
Yeah, they literally couldn't figure this out.
If you're gonna say.
Literally, the founding fathers kicked the can down the road because they couldn't even, figure out how to get around this huge moral and ethical question of whether black people should be citizens. Now, to be clear, to us, it's incredibly easy. It's an obvious yes. Obviously this is wrong. Obviously, etc., etc. But at the time, it wasn't so obvious, which is why we are still feeling the effects of racism and institutional racism lingering today. It's a very complicated question. It shouldn't be, but it is. I mean, that's just how this timeline we live in played out this way.
Willingness to fight a war over something is not a direct indicator of how institutionally necessary.
Okay, so now we can get
It's an indicator of how institutionally necessary they thought it was.
Yeah.
How they thought it was. Germany fought a war over Lebensraum.
That's not comparable because Germany's circumstances are entirely different from the American South, as far as like this ambient track's kind of cool. It's weird. Blast furnace observation. I like how I can shoot through that. Oh shit, there's something over there. Also, it's always interesting to look around in the 3D environment. It almost feels like Metroid Prime 3 area. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, it's like Lebensraum and the way that the German, like the Nazis, behaved is not analogous to. In that regard, in some regards, it is. In their treatment of certain peoples, it absolutely is analogous, but not in this way. Anyway.
But the war, and they have their current borders, and look at that, Germany still exists.
And you know what?
Clearly.
I bet. You know what? I don't think it would work.
But
that
not
way
the same.
But I bet we
yeah.
could decommodify all housing and have it assigned by the government, and that would probably work too.
If we did that, then I would adopt your position. If there was a push to decommodify housing or to allow government assignment of housing,
can't go through
then
there.
I would
You gotta
change
go
my
up.
position and say that it would be unethical to be a landlord,
yeah,
period. Because in doing so...
This game is way easier to explore than the other ones, though.
Okay, let's assume...
They kind of show you exactly where you have to go.
Because we're not going to be in this. Let's assume that there is a country or a state mandated...
It's actually kind of a problem of this game.
And you owned the millionth slave.
This is a cool boss coming up, though. It's one of the best bosses in the game.
Because if you stop, somebody else would just step up and they would own.
Because we've been introduced to this lava whale before.
This feels like a bad faith clip moment.
Oh.
But yeah, I think that would be more.
Okay, Vosh, come on, stop being so.
If there's literally a mandated amount.
Just answer the question.
And if you're the one that owns the slave, it's morally neutral. Okay, that's all. Okay, that's fine. Because now that's consistent. Okay, so now going back then. Okay, so I'm going to. So you do agree with this statement, okay? Okay, wait, I'm not trying to trap you. I'm restating this to make sure that we.
I will say I do kind of in this game sucks that there's no like good tunes. It's kind of like creepy ambience.
Then any action that you do within that institution is necessarily morally neutral.
Though some of the ambience is good, like
so long as you can be replaced within an institution that any action, no, not any action, as long as you're acting the median, as long as you're what you're doing what's expected.
I've actually never seen that.
You're talking about an incredibly complicated a collection of thresholds. I don't know if you're looking for like a price line or if you're looking for.
This isn't really that complicated, actually, though.
I don't know why you're laughing. I'm trying.
Yeah,
to...
this boss is funny.
Because you're like,
Do you think?
Here's the thing. Listen, when you're trying to figure out like a position or
Oh,
something,
I should have shot at that.
50 million asterisks behind it.
Yeah, it's not really a
many
firm
different, like,
position.
Qualifiers and exceptions and rules.
What qualifiers?
Well, you just told me that there's like
Fish.
a number of thresholds along which you can figure out if acting within an institution is even
Fish.
moral or not.
You know why? Because that way, the presence of the
So you
lefty
admit that
there
you're
doesn't
constructing your
bolster the
argument
institution.
post hoc.
If
Okay.
another person was in their place, nothing would change.
Okay, so that's
why.
fine. But even if there's a lefty there treating his slave poorly, it's not going to change anything if somebody else replaces him.
Well, it's absolutely changing something for the slave, dude.
Okay, then in that case, it's not enough to just act normal.
Yeah.
Because if you want to say that it's not enough to do that because the slave's being treated horrible, what we should actually get is
Pull
like a
this
benevolent
out.
slave owner or a great slave owner. Okay, I can agree with that, but that means that being a normal lefty business owner is not good. You need to go above and beyond.
Yeah,
So
okay.
earlier when I gave the example of charging market rates for your rent,
actually
it's
better
not enough
to
charge
shoot
market
that.
rates. You need to go above and beyond.
See,
and charge
yeah,
under
you
market
actually
rates.
have to
Which
do
one is
better.
it?
I think, well,
I'm not
every time
assuming
people,
anything. I'm
every
giving you the
time people
logical
ask me, I
contradictions
say
between
that
your
you should.
statements.
Yeah,
Every time
I
people
mean,
have asked me
yes.
this, I do say you should charge below
Hold
market
on.
rates.
Sorry, sounds so.
Are you
You
trying
could
to
probably
ask me
hear it.
what percentage below or above?
I'm not
expected
asking you
behavior?
anything even remotely that specific. I'm just trying to figure out what
I don't
underlying
think I've been
principle.
inconsistent. You've spent an hour probing a set of beliefs that I haven't wavered on in the slightest. I don't know why this is so confusing or interesting to you. I don't even know why we're talking about this. We agreed on the base ideas.
Oh my God.
We agree that if you're a lefty and you have access to means, that it is good to do what you can to advocate for your political positions. If a person chooses not to do that, I think it's unfortunate, but at the end of the day, at least they're making good content on YouTube.
That's
Or bad
such a
content if
wiffle
it's
waffle
YouTube.
answer.
It's stuff that I like, I imagine. And if
I'm
they
sorry,
do especially
Vaush.
bad stuff
It
with
is.
the power they accrue for their wealth, then I think that's bad, and you would think that's bad because you don't like bad
Oh, is
things.
it gone?
I don't know why this is so disagreeable. If you want, if I
Now do I have to do it without?
think about it for a very
Depending
long
on
time.
Well, so
Oh
my
God.
disagreement would be
It
that
just
I think
killed
that
me,
if
didn't
somebody
it? Yeah,
has-
instant death.
We can forget everything we just said and move to the next stage. I still don't know what you think of the prior stage, so it might come up again. But
Wait, why did what curiosity do you have?
That was hilarious.
I don't
Instant
know
kill.
What you think is good or bad in terms of how you can act in society, but maybe that's not important. The next part of the conversation.
Can I ask you a really
All
quick
right.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
can I ask
sure.
you a quick thing? Okay. Do you think? Okay, wait, hold on. Chat's gonna be me. Do you think child slavery is good or bad?
I think child slavery is good or bad.
I-
if
Oh, I
there's
can
so many
move, I
ways that we
guess,
could
yeah.
define this. Just going to school counts as a slave. In general, I think child slavery is probably bad.
I'm not trying. It's not a gotcha.
Okay, yeah, I would say child slavery is probably
It's not
bad.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree that child slavery is bad. I'm glad we agree on that.
That's good.
Now,
What a
there-
great
now,
middle
There are more slaves
ground
around on
we've
Earth
reached.
today
What
than
the
there have
fuck?
been at any other point in human history. They're all over the world.
That's actually
and
probably
the supply
true.
lines that we get our stuff from.
And
it
yeah,
relies on
Destiny
child
didn't
slavery.
contest that.
So
yeah.
I think that it's bad that those things happen. That when I buy a thing, when I buy a computer or an iPhone or something, I look at that and it's like, fuck, like this came from a sweatshop or something, or like something misfortune touched this item at some point along the line. Is that a feeling you get? Do you ever think like it would be better? It would be a better
Hit it with the
world
1-2 punch.
if that wasn't the case. If I could rely on fair market treatment for everything that I buy.
For sure. For sure.
Okay, I completely agree with that. And institutionally, you think we should push for fair labor rights all around the world to the extent that we can. Okay. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so.
But you think it's probably
Whoa,
okay
that's.
for people to
Oh
like,
my
buy an
God.
iPhone?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Samus.
That's the general vibe that I get. I think that these institutions are generally harmful and should be institutionally opposed.
Okay, I understand this. Let me ask you this question, okay? Do you agree that buying an iPhone that might have been made by a slave at some point, that's an unfortunate thing that we should try to avoid, right?
I don't.
This isn't a
know
trick
if I can
question. It's
criticize
just
a
like
person for getting an iPhone.
Sure, but like
I
if
think
we
it's
could
good if
avoid
you
it, it'd be
don't.
nice to avoid it. It's like yeah, sure. Do you think that that carries the same moral weight as locking a slave in your basement and forcing that child to build?
So
Do you
this
think
is
these
where we
two
get
things are the same, or do you
dicey,
think that
and
it's a little
I
different,
see
that
what
one's more
Destiny
okay?
is after, but I also think it looks pretty
That's
bad.
my
It looks
issue.
like, yeah, here.
My issue isn't that a lefty merely
What the
exists in a
fuck?
system where maybe he buys something
Dude,
from a
jump.
slave. My
Samus,
issue is when
jump.
they have the slave in the other room,
Okay, let me
working
heal.
for them, and then when you say,
I'd rather
"Oh, hold
not
on,
hit
dude,"
it and
isn't
heal.
that kind of crazy? You're like, whoa, bro, you bought iPhones that are touched by slaves as well. It's the same thing. That's my problem. My issue isn't that left.
I do like how they retained the scan revealing the boss's
You
health.
can't help it.
That's
My
kind
issue
of
is
cool.
that there are things that you can help. You
From
could
my
pay workers a lot of
perspective-
money. You could advocate for certain causes. You could put your money where your mouth is for some things. But you
From
choose
my
not to.
perspective,
Yeah.
From my perspective, what is unethical about a lefty owning a business?
A lefty owning a business by default isn't unethical, but if they own the business and they run it like any other capitalist, why wouldn't
Sure,
you?
okay, owns a business and has
There we go.
slave employees.
What-
Okay, what about that?
There's a lot that's
I think
unethical.
that's unethical.
Oh,
I think that
okay.
if you own a
This
business,
just seems
it
to
should
happen.
go up, and you should
No,
be
her
using it
arm.
to prove the concept and to run
Yeah.
it in a moral way. If you believe that exploitation of workers, that paying a wage and collecting a profit off of your employees is necessarily bad, you should have a rev share, profit share, employee.
Yeah,
program
you
to
probably
negate
should.
that
I
from
agree.
happening. You shouldn't be
I
collecting.
agree, that
profit.
is a thing you should do. But again,
No, hold on. Wait. I'm not using the vocabulary here, okay? I'm in Destiny world. I'm saying that it would be unethical. Not I wouldn't like it or I prefer. I'm saying it would be unethical, in my opinion. If you're a leftist, it would be unethical to run a business where you are a capitalist extracting.
In this context,
unethical.
yes,
Not,
that
I
would
wouldn't
be.
like it or I would prefer not. I say it would be unethical. And I think it would be ethical, it'd be morally righteous for you to run a business in a way that complies or
doesn't do
comports
that.
with the ethical system that you have.
Who is the recipient of the harm?
For what?
Oh my god.
For that example.
That's not the question.
The recipient of the harm.
Again, they're talking at different levels
If you
here.
didn't start a business, where would they be working?
I don't know, somewhere else.
Somewhere else. And if you started a
Okay.
business and they had an opportunity to work at your place or another,
Yeah, they're not
and
getting
they
through
chose
to each other.
yours,
It's kind of
they
sad.
could have had another. What would your absence have meant to them?
The absence
and
would
the
have meant
harm
that
done
you
to them?
weren't the one committing the immoral action.
Yeah.
So there's no actual change in the harm done to the world. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But that doesn't matter though.
It is the only thing that matters.
There we
to
go.
me.
Got it.
If you're out in a
Because
crowded
your
area,
participation
What?
in these systems-
No, you don't even agree with it.
Stop.
Okay, so we can dodge
Just-
that.
If your participation in these systems, and let's be perfectly clear here, okay? The crime of capitalism is not that there are businesses that are privately owned. The crime is that there is nothing but. Whether or not a lefty chooses to open a business has no bearing on the existence of capitalism. and it also
I mean,
does nothing
collectively
but-
it
this may
does.
sound
A
like
single
capitalist
person.
argument, but do
I mean, I
believe
guess the same
expand
way.
the opportunities for workers
In the
these
same way that,
they
like,
have N
an
plus
individual
1 places
person shouldn't be
to work at
expected
them,
to solve
furthering
climate
their
change.
opportunities and potentially
You know?
giving them a better shot.
Okay, let's say
I did it again. I need to
Business
dodge
only
that
adds
every
utility,
time.
It doesn't derive it. Whether or not you're a lefty.
Okay. Okay, Vaush.
The action that you deem immoral. You can't.
That's
use the
pretty
system as
bad,
an
I don't
yeah.
think that's immoral.
Okay, fine. So here's a question. You enter a shady business.
Here we go.
okay?
This is
Let's
where
say
it
that
gets
there is
dicey.
a woman, she's locked in a fucking cage, and it says not going to be freed until she's raped. You know that. No
I know
matter what
that
happens,
button
somebody
is
has to rape
that
the woman in order for her
low
to get freed.
batteries.
Doesn't matter if you do it or someone else does it.
I'm not going to dignify these hypotheticals.
Okay.
I get
Because well, so with your moral system, whether or not you do the immoral act, oh, you know what? Just because it's you, we'll go for a toned down one. Let's say that you walk across somebody's car. and let's say that
It's a
other car
shame
sees
because
the
he
windows
had to
down
do
and the
that
walls
to
on the other
demonstrate
car
that
seat. If you
point,
see
even
that
if it
wallet,
looks
are you
bad
just
faith.
as, like, okay to do it as anyone else because
It does almost kind of
like,
look
is it
bad
okay for you to
faith
do
though.
it?
Like he
Someone else
probably
does it,
should
you
have
don't?
held off on that.
Yes. It's the exact same thing.
I can
There
think
was
of
a wallet
ways
on a
to,
seat in a
like,
car,
other
you find
forms of
one, you steal it,
exploitation
someone
that
else
he
is
could
gonna
have
steal it.
used.
Do you think that you might as well steal it because somebody else could?
opening a business and giving wage slaves the opportunity to work and be wage slaves at a different
There we go.
place. Forcing, compelling no one, coercing no one, only implicitly through capitalism and market forces, to work at your place. This is the same to you as...
Wait, you're giving the most
Swear the-
base libertarian anarcho-capitalist takes right now. When I open a business, I don't force anyone to work for me.
And kept my grind value on my mind.
Capitalism, you have no choice but to work or you die. What do you mean?
That's why I said...
Oh my god, I knew it was coming and I didn't react.
Capitalism and a market system. What's the point of me qualifying?
Well, because you're trying to add 500 qualifiers.
You're giving like ANCAP takes on like running a business. Like, well, if I don't own the business, like, do you hate the global poor? Like, don't you want to give them an opportunity to work somewhere? Like,
you acknowledge that my argument, that what I'm saying doesn't contribute harm to the world, the net utility only increases.
My problem is that if you have an actor with a specific ethical system, I think that it would be morally wrong not to act in congruence with it. So what I'm saying is, so in your world, it sounds like anybody walking by the car, you might as well take the wallet because any other person would be. But what I would say is, you shouldn't take the wallet.
Not wait.
You could just what? You could just not. Wait, what?
Yeah.
You could just not take the wallet. In that case, you could just not open the business.
Well, then where are people going to work?
And another person will open the business. You don't have to.
What difference does that make?
So then what difference does it make if you take the wallet?
People need jobs. Nobody needs their wallets.
That's not relevant here. We're not
Oh,
talking
does
about the
shaking when you're in first person work?
No, that's not what we're talking about.
I'm actually going to test this. Oh yeah, it does. Okay. I actually never knew that. I learned something new about this game, and I've played this game for a lot of hours that I probably didn't need to.
On the floor, somebody's going to take it. You're saying that if somebody else walks by and takes it, because your arguments earlier was, does the net harm or the net good in the world change? Well,
that's
if not,
really cool, actually.
That's what you said.
Picks up the $100 bill, everything remains fine. But if nobody opens a business, we don't have an economy, and we all go back to trading rocks.
Wait, then why don't you use the same argument then for the cop? If like the cop shouldn't arrest the person for smoking weed because maybe just no cops could arrest somebody for smoking weed.
Because wait, that's not the same. You're conflating good.
No, I'm not
conflating. Wait, hold on. You conflated two things there. You did, and you'll recognize it if you give me a second. There's a difference between expecting everybody to act very well within an institution and abstaining from participating in that institution altogether. Wrong. And the analogies that we're providing, not opening a business,
I would have loved to have seen the follow-up.
Whereas you just said,
okay,
what if every cop just did really good in their job?
Got it.
Okay, I'm gonna give you this analogy
We beat it.
from all three perspectives, okay? Sure. And it lines up with everyone, okay?
Okay.
So in World 1, I would say that
in World 1 of Super Mario World,
we can say are immoral, okay? It can be 1. Arresting
there's
somebody
over
for
an
having
hour
marijuana
left.
Is immoral because you are acting
to beat Ridley, we might need the
if
time.
You're like a socialist or a moral person, even if you're in that system, I think it's bad. So 1 is arresting somebody for weed. Okay, fuck you. You have a discretion. You have discretion as a cop. You don't have to do that. Okay. Number 2, stealing somebody's wallet. You don't have to steal their wallet. Even if someone else is gonna steal it, fuck it. Don't do it. That's bad. Okay. And then 3, opening a business and exploiting your workers by collecting wage slaves. You don't have to do that either, okay? You don't. That's wrong if you're a socialist, okay? All 3 of those are wrong. Now, that's on all 3 levels. That's wrong, morally wrong. Now, morally neutral, okay? I guess morally neutral would be the cop. I guess meeting his quota if he has.
So we gotta go way back.
A friend like radioed it in, okay? Fine, that's morally neutral. You're existing in a way you have to exist in the system, okay? For the lefty, I can't think of a morally neutral way to open a business. I guess maybe you just don't open a business. You just don't do anything, and you let somebody else step by and open a business. Or actually, I'm sorry. We'll say the cop doesn't arrest somebody. Maybe somebody else steps by. He never becomes a cop. Okay. Or for the lefty never opens a business, and then, or for the wallet guy like never steals the wallet. He never walks by, he never takes the wallet. He just does nothing.
That's your environment.
But then on the ethically like high side, like these would be good things to do on all 3 levels. The cop could like. Not only could the cop not arrest somebody or not be a cop, the cop could tell somebody like, hey, throw that away, like there are other cops that come by, right? He could try to help people that are drugs, like, hey, like go check in somewhere, do something good as a cop, right? Or 2, the lefty business owner could open a co-op. He could open a business and say, hey, we're actually going to do rev sharing. If you work here during rush hour, you're going to get paid like $6 an hour more because we're making more money. Or for the guy that sees the wallet, the guy could go into the car, take the wallet, and then find the owner and say like, hey, dude, your car was open, here's the wallet. Like this is all 3 levels of like moral action. So you could either act morally wrong, or you could disengage from the system completely, or you could act morally
look at
right.
this.
I think that I can encourage people to act morally righteous. I don't think it's fair to say, well, if he doesn't open a business and act in a bad way, someone else would just open the business. No, he could open the business and act in a good way. If these are truly what his ethics are, you could do that.
Yes, that would be good.
Yes. But the neutral or the disengagement thing, if you have principles, I don't think that's good. I think that's bad.
I just
if you walk by a car and if If you
Which
walk
is
by the car,
assumption that the neutral option for a lefty opening a business would be to not open that business, which I obviously disagree with.
What?
I'm sorry. If there's some irreconcilable difference that we're not
Oh,
going to resolve here, then we might as well not waste an additional hour on it. If you
almost killed
acknowledge
me.
that when a lefty opens a business and let's say pays market rate same as everyone else and the workers are treated fine, really middle of the road, as hard as that is to abstract, all you are doing in a purely empirical sense
Just
is
keep it
giving
morph
local
ball mode. It's probably
workers
better.
an additional choice, an additional place that they could sell their labor to. An unethical institution, unfortunate, but you are not
Oh, yeah,
compelling
right. You have
or
to
mandating
change the
or directing
frame.
any direct harm. If you didn't do
Probably
that,
kill this first.
there
Well,
would be no benefit to
but
the
if
world.
you have the
do that,
means to
you
not,
have the
if you have the
potential to enact
means
that.
to act in a way that's
And there
in
are
more accordance, in more no, if you have the means to act in harmony with your principles,
There
then
we
for
go.
you to do less.
That's cool how it
genuinely
splashes.
think that your perspective on this
Whoa,
issue
what is that
has
over
been
there?
tainted
On the
or
floor.
corroded in some way by the people that you've argued online.
If it's been tainted or corroded by
Oh, I
anything, it's
see.
by the fact that I went to a Jesuit high school, and what part
Yeah,
of what we
the
taught, I guess,
Jesuits.
was like that you should live your principles. That
That's
maybe that's the corrosion
Je-
here.
Jes-
But-
Destiny.
accurately
Destiny.
describing my principles.
Well, your principles is that as long as someone else is going to step up and fuck somebody over, you might as well do it yourself.
No
It's not bad to do
harm
it.
is done
By
my
fucking somebody
God.
over, because someone else could just do it. Yes, there is harm. It is necessarily exploitative to have
Wait a
wage
minute, what is
slaves.
this?
That is
Is
harm.
that a line in
exploitative,
the
even if they're not
environment I just
working at
saw?
your place, they'll
Yeah,
work
it
at
is.
another one.
But if you
Come
are
on, guys.
participating and encouraging and furthering that system by owning a business and exploit that interaction is
Stop
necessarily.
being a utilitarian.
It's not a. It's
No, all of the arguments that you've been making have rung deontological to me.
It's
If that's
not-
your
it's
if
not-
that's your dig, that's fine. But your understanding of what I think is hypocritical or what I think is wrong or incorrect.
I probably
is
should have
just
had
not the
YouTube's
case.
pop-out
Maybe a lot
chat
of
here.
other lefties would agree. Maybe a lot of other lefties would say, yeah, owning a business as a lefty is hypocritical. If that's the case, you can roast the fuck out of them. all
If you
want.
have the means to do something more in harmony with your ethical principles,
so
then that, as a
so what-
utilitarian, that's what we should be encouraging everybody to do.
But what is the difference between the obligatory good
Oh my
and
God.
the supererogatory? What must one do to avoid being bad, or what is simply good to do voluntarily?
You
Nobody
must.
donates all of their income.
No, come on, don't
Come on! He pulled the DSP.
Please don't.
Oh my God, he's bringing out the dog shit arguments.
He's bringing out the
What
dog
dog
shit.
I never said
argument.
you have to donate all of your fucking
I never said
income.
you said it. I was trying to provide an example.
Oh,
Everybody.
he's bringing him out.
He's bringing them out.
Not everyone. Most people believe that you should give to the needy or the poor or the homeless. And very often people give a couple of dollars to a busker outside of their work, but very few people, if any, donate everything. So
Yeah.
somewhere between A and B, there's a line. Now, I personally think that we don't have an institutional obligation to
He's
provide
bringing
any given
out the
amount of charity.
dog shit arguments.
But I think it's good when people decide to do that. As a lefty,
I do also like how
I don't
these
think you have
holographic
any moral
generate. What is,
obligations
does it call it anything?
apart from the expectations that I
Terminal,
would
yeah.
assign other people. It is to me additive. It is a benefit. It is an extra good if they use their platform, their power, their voice to advocate for leftism. And it's one I advocate for quite a bit because obviously I want to win.
Oh,
But
hey
I don't
there.
think it's bad. I don't think it's a moral wrong for a person to believe a thing but not dedicate their life to or even a substantial number of their
Really?
resources to
So laziness.
advocating for that thing. I don't think that's a moral wrong, and I don't think it's hypocritical to open a business. And no matter how many times you try to cram hypocrisy down my throat, I stand by it.
I'm just trying. Okay, here's a question. Here's a
Misrepresented my
question.
positions multiple
Dude,
times.
I'm trying to write down what you're saying every time, and it's fucking like morphing in front of me. Okay.
What have I morphed on?
Morpheus.
In terms
Morbius.
of like, oh, we can go back in the debate. Hold on. I want to ask you a question.
Do we
okay?
need to go back?
No. I'm
I'm
avoiding going back by not saying what I think you've changed on, because then it's gonna cost us back. I have a simple
That's
question.
alright.
Okay? Let's say
Okay.
that there are 10 people.
Desert
okay?
refinery.
They're gathered on the beach. And unfortunately today, there is a lost soul, okay? He's 100 meters out. This guy is fucked. And none of the people on the beach, they're not good enough swimmers to go get him, okay? Now let's say another guy walks by, okay? This guy is called Chad Marks, okay? Some people call him Charles Marks. Okay?
Charles
This
Marks.
guy is a fucking state champion swimmer. And he walks by and he sees that kid out there. Do you think that that guy, with his additional means, with all that he has available to him, do you think that it would be just as morally neutral for him to stand by and watch that person drown as the other 10 less capable people on that beach? Could he simply say, I mean, I don't have like an obligation. It would be good if I did, but like, I mean, I can just
This
sit here
is
and watch it.
actually
I
a
don't
pretty
think it's
good
bad.
analogy.
It's just morally neutral if I sit here and watch it. If he has the means,
I don't
otherwise.
think these are analogous. but
No,
I
no,
think
okay.
They should go out and save the person.
Okay. Why is that disanalogous?
Okay. Because if they decided not
Oh, shit.
to do that thing, if they decided to abstain, it would cost a person their life. Whereas in the case of a lefty opening a business, their decision to open it would not add any negative utility to the world. So in that case, we're talking about,
There
for
we
a
go.
lefty, it's either you abstain and you have nothing, or you participate and you have nothing, assuming you don't do extra bad or extra
Okay,
good.
that's not
Whereas
really
in the case
material
of
to the-
champion
that's-
Chad
that's-
Marks swimmer, if they abstain, you have a death, and if they participate, you have a saved life.
I'm willing to
not
take
at all
that hit.
material to this analogy.
Participation and abstinence
Yeah,
in
it's
these
not.
two examples met very different outcomes.
I don't know about that one.
Well, participation in a morally righteous way, and the swimming one could result in saving somebody's life. Participation in a righteous way, in the economic sense, could be you opening a business that improves the material conditions of multiple other workers and families. I think those are comparable.
I think that'd be great.
Okay. Abstinence, in one sense, is you just stand by and you watch a person drown. And abstinence, which is negative. And abstinence in the business sense, is you stand by and you watch another business open up and exploit workers.
Which would be neutral, but the death is negative.
How is that?
Oh my
Okay,
god.
I never ever want you to say again that like capitalism is negative or business owners are bad because
I don't
you
think
have
you
bit.
understand my argument enough to
I guess
criticize
not
it.
because you've bit the neutral.
Well,
bullet and
to
basically
be
like
fair,
this
they
is after
don't,
the
but
capitalist
it's
system.
also-
So wait, let me just clarify this.
It's
You
also
believe that
so
any person that owns a
amorphous
business
and
pays
needs
market
like.
wages to somebody, all
Oh
of
my
that-
god, this
that
stupid
capitalism
thing.
owns a business. That person is morally neutral. They're not committing a wrong at all, even if they have the means to do otherwise.
What do you mean the means to do otherwise?
Like, say they're very wealthy, or they could run their business in another way. But let's say they choose the most exploitative option, where they're just paying wages, no stock options, something like that. But it's just like normal, what other like shitty fucking
If they're
companies
just
do.
so, I don't know what you mean by most exploitative. If they just open up like a regular like place, then I think that would be preferable to them hoarding their wealth, if anything. At least that would give other people jobs.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, still
It's
think
a
the system would be
capitalist
negative,
argument,
of course,
but.
Now, if they were especially exploitative with how they managed that business, like they paid like below market wages, or they union busted, that's a big no-no. Or they corroborated with other industries in the area to try to funnel labor towards them, but then drove down the price, like that kind of stuff, then that would be bad. I would not like that.
Okay, I don't know.
Why are you so obsessed?
This is yeah.
With you, so this isn't even about what's good or bad for society.
It is about what's good or bad for society. I think that people
you're
should
not a
live.
socialist, so you don't
I
care
think
what
that
I
people.
think is good for
no,
society.
but I still think I'm a better capitalist than most fucking at least ANCAPs or
Yeah,
libertarians.
you are
or
a better
conservatives.
capitalist than
So
most.
I think, and I try to live.
With socialists and a lot of criticisms.
Well,
I
yeah.
try to
About wealth
live,
inequality.
but I try to live my principles. And I think that it would be unethical for me to maximize my existence in a capitalist society. I've turned down a lot of money for stuff that would maximize my existence in a capitalist, because I think it's unethical to do so. I don't agree that like
How?
Because it doesn't further what I believe in, and it doesn't further
What
what
have you turned down?
I've turned down a ton of fucking gambling sponsorships. There was
Okay,
so
you
much
turned-
money
okay, you
flying
turned down
around
gambling.
in the CS:GO skin days. There was so much of that
Oh,
shit that
yeah?
I fucking turned down.
So
I
you've turned-
believe
okay,
that.
Good. And you've turned down, and
Good.
I, for my part, have turned down every sponsorship.
Wait, oh,
Why?
what?
It's not a
Okay.
part of my aesthetic. I don't want to.
Okay, wait. Then don't make
No, I
those
just
things
don't-
the
I don't
same.
want to.
Don't wait. Don't compare that to me. Okay.
Oh.
You're on a lower level there. Okay. I intentionally.
wait,
No.
wait,
Hold on.
wait,
Wait. No. Hold on.
Sure.
No, 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 no,
I
no.
intentionally have foregone money that I could use otherwise because it is in accordance with my principles. Okay. You're not doing it because it doesn't fit the aesthetic that you sell on your YouTube channel. Don't compare those two things. Those two things are very different from each other.
That I'm not a cuck, and I don't want to.
No,
What?
no,
Come on.
no, stop. Don't walk back what you said earlier, okay? Whatever aesthetic that you sell, that's called a brand. Okay, so if you're doing something to help your brand, that's different than me making an ethical choice about which.
Oh
color
god,
you
it's
like.
these, but these you can rip through now.
Followers by accepting sponsorship.
Okay, I'm just saying, don't
like doing it.
That's
Wait,
fine
I
that
feel
you
like
don't
you're
like
fixating
doing it.
very hard on the language here. The fact
No,
of the
no, no,
matter
no,
is I
no.
just-
I'm not
I don't
fixating
care
on the
enough about money
language.
to do it.
I'm not fixating on the language. I'm talking about the ideas right now. Okay.
You're literally dick measuring with me. I was
I'm
about
not.
to
What?
get to a point and I
Stop.
said like,
Hold
oh yeah, I
on.
turned down
Hey,
sponsorship.
we're having a conversation about ethical behavior in a particular system, and I'm talking about behaviors that I think I exhibit that are ethical. If you want to call that dick measuring, that's fine. But this is the conversation
Wait, no,
that
it's
you
not-
showed up
that
to.
That wasn't dick measuring. It was dick measuring when I said like, oh, I don't accept sponsorships because I think they're cucked or whatever, and then you got mad at me for equivocating.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
so
you're
now
trying to
we
say
should
that
have
these
enough
two
track,
things
yeah.
are similar. Then they're not. If I
No, I was okay. Wait, I understand.
Holy
Do you think
fuck,
that maybe
you're
if we were
being
having
bad
a
faith
calmer-
now, just as an
Do you think that
FYI,
if we were
okay?
having a calmer
Yeah, this was
conversation
pretty bad.
and
But
that interaction had taken place, that you would have responded the way that you just did?
Yes.
maybe.
Because
I don't know.
I'm trying to be more careful, especially with you, because you've done the rhetoric thing way better than me in the past. So 2021, like you almost just did it. I don't know if you realize you're doing it.
I wish I owned the
intentionally or not.
OmniLiberals
You
filter
almost just did it there.
Twitter
what
account.
What are you talking about? To try to imply that what I just said was
I
so
don't
crazy.
know
You
what
go
you're
for you.
defensive,
Wait, no,
man.
I am defensive because I have to be.
I
Because
don't know what you mean.
so okay, I can explain it to you if you give me 1
How
second.
do I non-rhetorically talk to you?
If you're trying, no, I intentionally have not engaged with rhetoric for the majority of my career. I'm trying to do it more. Okay.
Oh yeah.
You don't know what rhetoric means. Rhetoric doesn't
Yeah,
mean you engage
that
in
is true. he is
No,
wrong.
stop.
there.
Wait, hold on. Wait, rhetoric is just the art of persuasion. That's all it means. Persuading somebody for something. That's what rhetoric is.
You're arguing with me. That's an act of
No,
persuasion.
it is absolutely not.
Yes, it is.
When I
If
argue,
you genuinely believe this is like
dude, most of my argument is literally like propositional and like
What
analytic
did
logic.
Vaush
Okay,
just
that is
say?
not rhetorical.
That's rhetoric.
Yes, it
No,
is.
no, you're.
Yes,
wrong.
it is.
Do you
Okay,
do
Vosh
not
is wrong.
Sell an aesthetic of logic.
Or sorry, Destiny is wrong.
To some extent, sure, yeah.
Okay, rhetoric, the way you phrase things, the way you decide to make arguments, that's not. It isn't rhetoric or logic.
Okay.
Rhetoric is just
Whoa.
the way you deliver your information. And
I knew that was coming. So this one's tricky because you actually have to fight it all the way through.
For the benefit of getting cheap.
You have to actually kill
In
it,
fact,
which
if anything,
makes
I
the
would
fight
say
a
that
little
you
bit longer.
laughing and then busting out arguments about raping women in cages or owning slaves is a much more effective rhetorical tactic.
Yes,
where you're
I
trying
agree.
To
I
impugn my
agree.
argument by
I am
reducing
trying.
it to moral depravity.
Yes, because
And
I'm
anything
explicitly
that I've
trying to
done
be
doing-
more rhetorically effective.
By the
Rhetorically
way,
effective.
when I gave examples,
Okay.
I had the decency to lay out examples that I thought were reasonable, pragmatic, and something we could all.
That's
agree to.
great, but you
were the
still
one who
play.
restricted
You
the
play a rhetorical game incredibly effectively, and I'm trying to play on that level now. I am trying
That
to
is
play
your
on
rape
that level
game.
now, so I'm not going to let you walk over with these crazy examples where I just
any level.
Okay, stop. The disagreement that we had earlier
this
is
is not
you
fair.
asked me, because you said this in a very insulting way. I don't know if you realized that or not, okay? But you were like, what have you actually turned down?
What have you
And then I gave
turned
an example, okay? I've turned down gambling sponsorships.
Okay.
I also pay
Boom.
exorbitant
Blew
wages
its
better
things
than
off.
anyone else in the industry. I pay way better than any other person here, okay? So those two things. And then you said, oh, well, I don't take sponsorships either. And I'm like, wait.
Wow.
You're like, yeah, it's part of my aesthetic.
That insta-killed
Do you
me,
understand
holy
that
crap.
That is an insult? Wait, no, stop. Fucking finish. Stop calling it dick measuring. You're trying to demean, okay, with the comparison, okay? That comparison to me was insulting because I don't not take
Maybe
certain
we'll get to
sponsorships because of my
Ridley and then
aesthetic.
we'll
I do it
call
because
it.
of my principles. Those two things are very different.
Just because
That's what upset me.
I
You
want to
understand?
be fresh
when
for
I
that.
said aesthetic, I suppose you wouldn't mind me saying as a lefty.
Because I recall he's very tricky. I don't know, I could be wrong,
To advertise
but
products that I don't give a fuck about. But you would say that's walking back, because what I actually believe is that it's purely an aesthetic flourish, and me fleshing it out now that I realize you've been made upset by my language is an
The
attempt.
thing is what I would say is I wouldn't believe you.
Right, that's
yes,
what I just-
because the
Right,
problem
yeah,
is
oh. He's like,
that's
actually
great, you don't
bad.
care. But when you had the opportunity to say it initially, like, it's my aesthetic, and I think that's
Yeah.
probably closer to the reality. I think that is two things. One, it's your aesthetic, and two, it's because you don't want to have to deal with fucking sponsor bullshit telling you what you can or cannot say. That's probably what it is. Those
Yeah,
two
the latter
things.
thing is definitely
Yeah,
part of it.
but now
Whoa,
when you're trying to come out
insta-kill.
like, well, actually, it's because I don't want to do the legwork for major corporations. But I don't believe that. I don't buy that.
That one
I know
move is
you
an
don't.
insta-kill.
You assign me so little charitability.
No, it's because the first response is the most likely
Can
to
you
be
think
the
of a
honest
time
one.
during this conversation conversation where I've said that I don't believe something that you've told me? The entire conversation, by the way, has been about you trying to assign hypocrisy to my beliefs. You realize
the majority
that, right?
of this conversation, and you know what, fucking bookfucker will go over. You know what?
The
I look
guy's
forward to
name.
bookfucker going over this. I've tried so
That guy's
fucking
name.
hard to understand your positions in this. I've tried to.
Instead, that's confusing.
I've tried to write down. How many times have you said like, "You're smarter than this"? Are you acting in bad faith?
I legitimately am disappointed. Yes.
Okay.
You can say that's a rhetorical flourish if you like, but I watched your content for long enough to remember when you were better than this. I honestly think that your engagement with the online left has made you the fact that you've abandoned what.
Well, it's just because you're so.
In favor
It's
of,
because
like,
you're biased against.
holding lefties to some
I think
assigned degree.
he was
I
just
don't know
as
how
hard
you
on the
turned
right.
into such an absurd consequentialist that you became a fucking ANCAP that thinks that like opening businesses and exploiting fucking. That's what you're saying. 100%. We're like, fuck it. If I don't do this business, someone else is gonna do it. I have way higher ethical standards than that. You're the one that's coming, and then you're literally using the like, what about the global poor? You're literally using the what about the global poor argument. Do you understand that? When you say like, if I don't open a business, well, someone else. Like, if I open a business, I'm giving those people somewhere to work. That's what people use as excuses for sweatshops, for slave shops in fucking China. It's like, well, at least we get them someplace to work.
So, do you think institutionally there might have been an alternative to the way that the global North uses the global South?
I don't understand this question.
Okay, so if you're a megacorp or if you're a government, do you think there might have been an institutional alternative to the current relationship that we have with the global poor? Like right now we have this, sweatshops are better than subsistence farming, but do you think there might have been maybe a more stringent advocacy for labor rights?
Okay,
like,
now the bloat's antennae off.
So
Boom.
the problem that I have with sweatshops aren't guys who are working at the sweatshops or managers of the sweatshops who are counting fat stacks of yuan while smoking a cigarette.
Oh,
What I
did we
care
just
about
beat
are
it?
the
Because
people
I know
in power
when it
who
goes
allowed
over the
that
edge
set
here.
of institutional forces to take place there. I feel
There we
like
go.
I've been incredibly consistent on this point.
Okay, that
on
wasn't too
every
hard.
Example given, but we're not even
It was
arguing
tricky,
for what you
but
believe,
it
or
wasn't
what you think is
too
good or
hard.
bad. You just keep telling me what it's hypocritical for a
I'm not
lefty.
trying. First of all, the majority of this conversation has been me just asking you questions and then pointing out when I'm perceiving
Which I have answered
contradictions.
for 2 hours.
All I'm saying is that I don't think it's enough to simply exist when the system is unethical. I think
That's
that we can.
fine. If you disagree with me on that, that's fine. Just stop trying to poke holes in my
Well,
argument. If your belief,
But that's
is
why
that
he
lefties should do
disagrees with
better,
you.
That's fine. I could be wrong in this. I don't feel like I've ever impugned your argument on that a single time. I'm only trying to explain how I think.
Okay.
If you think they should be held to a higher standard,
Yes.
then sure. I
Okay,
don't
that's
think
all
you
I'm saying.
engage with that desire
And I think that if you're a lefty and you make a fuck ton of money in this society, you should do something with it. Act better than a capitalist would. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Hey, what do you mean by should? Because you're apparently.
Oh, come on. He tried to explain that very succinctly.
Normative ethics has nothing to do with this conversation, okay? I think that you ought to. I think that you.
Ethics have anything to do with what's good or bad in the context of real world behavior.
What?
It's because we're not even at the level of discussing normative
Discussing.
ethics right now. It's not relevant to what we're talking about, okay? What I'm saying is that.
Wait, I'm sorry. Am I misremembering what normative ethics means? Hold on.
Because if we really wanted to write this down, because if we really wanted to write this down, we could get to both of our
The
answers.
whole way
using
this
some
game
form of
handles Ridley
consequentialism
is
or some form of
interesting, I
deontology if we
guess.
wanted to. That's what I'm saying. It's not really relative to what we're talking about.
You just keep trying to tell me, not that you disagree with mine, by the way. If you just disagreed with me, that'd be fine. You keep trying to say that I'm inconsistent, which bothers me. Because I try to put a lot of time into the things that I believe, and I've tried to, in good faith, explain them to you. I don't know why.
If we were to even take, because if we were to take a consequential, if we were to take,
okay, the person ever in any instance in my life.
Okay, if you really want to talk about consequentialism that bad, okay? If we were to take a consequentialist point of
I
view
want
of
to
this,
talk about why this matters to you, dude.
why it matters to me is because I think that people that have the means to do so have a higher calling to do so.
Here we go. Now we get to the meat of potatoes. Meat and potatoes.
Everyone do it then.
What?
Everyone should.
Everyone should. Everyone
Well,
should
yeah.
act in accordance with their ethical principles to the greatest degree that they have the ability to.
Wait, what?
I care.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. So for like chauvinists or misogynists, do you think it's ethical for them to like rape people because it's a part of their like internally consistent misogynistic worldview that women are property?
Sure, if that's part of their worldview, then yeah. Then they're, why? That's why. Wait. You realize that I got banned from Twitter. I got banned from Twitter because I made fun of alt-writers for being fucking like half Persian or half Serbian Serbian or fucking half Indian, because that's stupid. It's hypocritical.
Wait, hold on. There's a difference between making fun of a person for being hypocritical, which is fine and always okay,
Whoa.
and saying it's good if a person is consistent, even if their consistent values would lead to a lot more harm in the world. So I just want to be really clear, because I don't want to misrepresent you. You think it's good if people are consistent.
Oh, is that
even
the
if
ceiling up there? That's kind of
consistency
cool.
Has them following up
Hold on, I
and
want
doing
that detail.
things which are unethical.
I mean, I think it's good to
Yeah,
be
it's like a
consistent, but I don't think it's
sky
good to do unethical
That's
things.
kind of cool.
I don't know how I'm supposed to
It's
answer
a
this.
big, like,
Okay,
hot
so
area. That's kind of cool.
Consistency is good, but unethical things are bad. I mean, I guess that's kind of tautological.
I'm trying to design some
so you
environments
think
around
that
this. A good
lefties
similar style.
Should, if they open a business, it
Yes.
should be like a co-op, revenue share, that kind of thing, because
Yeah.
that's a more ethical. Okay, do you think that would be more ethical for anyone to do?
Not necessarily, because I actually don't think that co-ops are like I don't think that's like the best thing to do. Not necessarily.
I just can't. I can't imagine
I tried
what
to
would
shake.
drive you to be so
Didn't
insistent
work.
on advocating that a group of people with a different set of political ideologies be consistent in a way that I don't think you fully understand to achieve an end that you don't even
Damn.
agree with. I actually can't fathom what roads we've walked.
Fuck.
And I see a maze.
Because
It's totally saw it coming
so
too.
simple. Because if you're advocating for something and you don't live what you advocate for, it makes it feel like you don't actually care about what you're advocating for.
Saying that every single person who owns a business should turn that business into a worker co-op?
What?
Yeah. How many people? How many people? Wait. How any lefty that has talked for the mass decommodification of housing
I guess I can
and
skip
has
these
shit on
unless they
landlords
get in my way,
relentlessly?
like aggressively.
You can't decommodify housing by being a nice landlord. That's an institution.
No, but you could sell it. You could just refuse to take part in that institution.
How?
By not owning property and renting to other people.
And somebody else, there's a finite amount of land. Somebody else buys it. You don't dictate how construction companies set up suburbs.
That doesn't. Just because somebody else would do something doesn't make it moral for you to do it.
Well, it means you're not adding to harm in the world.
It doesn't matter. It is. Well, actually, because now you're like taking part of and furthering the system. You're driving up prices in that system. You're creating more competition.
If somebody else buys it, then they further prices.
Yeah, but that's
We're
when
back
the
to
person
this.
chasing that real estate market. Prices are going to fall.
Okay, I don't necessarily think that's how that works.
Well, I wouldn't understand you to understand that because this is Finance 101, and it's apparently lefties don't understand. If every single left-leaning
patronization.
Dude, how many times have you asked me? I thought you were smarter than this.
Because okay.
You're literally saying you don't believe in supply and demand right now. What do you mean? You literally are telling me I don't believe in supply and demand. That's what you're telling me.
No, I'm not telling you that I don't believe in supply and demand. I'm telling you that an individual
Fighting those like things that cover the doors is gonna
It
be
would be all lefty people.
We're
interesting.
only talking about individuals. You're only responsible for what you do.
It's gonna spawn
Sure,
like
and
100
you
of these.
probably, if you believe that an action is inherently immoral, that particular action, okay?
I never said it, but I don't. You keep saying if, but I don't.
And you don't. That's fine if you don't.
All right,
But
we're
I'm
at
saying
red
that-
light. Should we try it? And then, like after a couple tries.
Because you attacked my tweet attacking other lefties. That's
Oh
why
my
we're having
God.
this conversation, Vaush. My tweet, no, my tweet.
Less than an hour left.
My tweet was not aimed at you.
Uh-oh.
I didn't
Who is
mention
it?
you in that tweet. You came here and
Who
you
is
attacked my
it?
tweet.
Me of being hypocritical.
What I'm
You
saying-
won't say that other lefties, hey, Destiny,
Boom.
next time.
That's
just
some
say other
metal
lefties
design
are
now.
inconsistent and are willing to further their own interests in a system that they would otherwise individually condemn people for. To which I will say,
This
yes,
ambience is
online
creepy.
leftists are fucking stupid. I get more of their shit than you do now because you don't participate in politics anywhere near as much. Well, you do in real life, actually, more than ever before. But online, I get their shit now more than anyone else.
Let's go
You're
back.
idiots.
Let's go
I
back.
know.
Let's
I
go back
know.
then and let's reread my tweets. After we've had
Let's
this
look
whole
up at the sky.
conversation,
Hold on.
I'm curious what you disagree with.
Oh, I can't really see. Those clouds are really
Tweet
fast.
the ones that you were going over on stream. Number one, online socialists. So I'm specifically talking about online socialists, by the way. I even say
Time for the dumb Ridley cutscene, which sucks because this fight's
I was
awesome.
reading it. Here, I'll
It's a
link it.
great
There
fight
you go.
against Ridley coming
There
up,
it is.
but it's
Okay,
like
right
such
there.
a dumb
Okay.
scene.
Online socialists don't want you to know how much money they make because they want to constantly
There we
trick you into
go.
thinking they're on your side.
Let's
So
go.
It's much more effective when they can start their calls to action with "We need to."
Oh,
instead
that's
of "You
not
need to."
Destiny.
Do you disagree with any part of this? Okay, the next tweet is.
No, wait, sorry, I don't have a problem with them doing that. I do have a problem with your tweet.
Okay, what's your problem with my tweet?
Yeah, saying we need to do X is way more rhetorically effective than you need to. Can you imagine if Bernie Sanders was like, you all need affordable health care, I'm fine, I'm wealthy? Like, no. If you're a populist, then naturally your statement
Oh
should
God,
bring
here
the
it
interests
comes.
of the people. I don't think it's dishonest to do that.
Do you think that it might come off as a bit disingenuous when you present yourself as a working man that's rallying alongside your viewers when you're extorting them
If you present yourself as a working man, then yes. But if you're forthcoming with your income, as I try to be, and you say stuff like, we need a higher wage in this country, I
Okay,
don't think that's...
stop where you're at right now.
Oh
Why
yeah,
are you talking about somebody
we're
being
meant.
forthcoming
Yeah,
with your
okay, we're
income
meant
when
to
I
look at
literally
the
did
door
not
and be like,
say
we have to
socialists
exit.
that don't want you to know how much money they make. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people.
I
Oh
think
God.
that your tweet gives the impression that like...
Who is it?
Hold on. Online socialists don't want you to know how much money they make because they constantly trick you and think they're on your side. Okay, we can go on this point by point, okay?
Okay.
First of all, yeah, okay. So first, let's do this. So, because they want to constantly trick you into thinking they're on your side. I think this is a completely inaccurate reading of the reason why they hide their incomes to the point of being, like, delusional. The reason why they hide it is because they're a bunch of dumb fuck online lefty 14-year-old Tumblr exile dipshits who will attack anyone who they say making more than $50,000 a year off of Patreon and accuse them of being traitors to the revolution. Now, I do still think that online leftists should show their income. I've been very clear about that. I've talked about that even to people who hide their income in private. But I don't think it's because they're trying to constantly trick you. I think they're just trying to avoid drama. This assigns a lot of malice and a lot of...
Dude, well, yeah, because they don't want to actually be confronted with things.
One quick.
You know what? I need a moment. Be right back. We'll keep the cutscene playing, though. The bad cutscene that we can laugh about. God, the way she said, it can't be. It's like, Father, when can I be on my own? I have the whole world to see. Ridley is the coolest person in the scene. Ridley's theme is obviously one of the best songs in the soundtrack. Dun 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 dun. Oh my God. Oh yeah. A lesson about subtlety, huh?
Okay.
Destiny spaceship.
Do you think that this is like
Hot cocoa in hand.
Do you think that this reads a little bit disingenuously? Looking at the
Oh
rate,
God, okay.
My flatmates and I are writing to our landlord to tell him we won't be paying rent in April due to the pandemic.
I'm gonna
Here's the
scream.
thing, you need to do the same, and a list of things to bear in mind. Good luck.
Dun dun dun
you don't
dun
think that
dun
this
dun
person
dun
is like
dun.
making it sound like they need to get like out
Plasma
of paying rent
beam.
due to the pandemic?
Alright, so
Ignoring the
this is
fact that
what
they're
I
literally doing
didn't
this to
beat.
Somebody that is probably making far less money than they do.
Because he's kind of hard.
I don't necessarily have an issue with people calling for a rent strike and using collective language and doing
Stop. That's not what we're talking about. Oh
I do think that it's bad that they hide their income.
Like
I
there.
think that's the big definer.
That
If they
tail
showed
swipe
their
insta-killed
income,
me.
Then I think that's totally
This is
fine.
not the.
Also,
what I'm
Adam's not
saying is
communicating anymore.
She is making it sound like
You can try this
she
a couple
literally,
times.
Like, won't be paying rent due to the pandemic.
Oh god,
The
yeah,
normal
here we
fact
go.
that
The
landlord
philosophy
makes
tube stuff
less than that.
specifically.
I would say that this is a trick.
Oh my
making
god,
somebody think
yeah.
That they're on their side. This is what I'm referring to. I think that my first statement is
on their side.
What?
Wouldn't she be on their side? I mean, she's a lefty. What do you mean on? Is she not?
As in, has the same struggles, has
Yeah.
the same class problems, has the same like problem affording rent. When that's not the case.
There is definitely
I like this
an
battery.
implication here
Oh
that
my-
they can't afford their rent.
Yeah.
This is why I really wish
I
they would
remember
show their
this.
income. But the general like we should do X language, I think is perfectly acceptable.
Stop. I don't think you made a compare. Hold on. I have to do this because I can't let you get the rhetorical wins. I'm sorry because you're.
Why are you
The
accusing
rhetorical
me of
wins.
rhetorical wins?
Because you are, because you're doing. Oh, no. You might not realize you're doing it, but I'm listening
Dude.
for it now and I'm hearing it more. Okay. Earlier, you used the comparison of Bernie Sanders. When Bernie says something like, "We need free healthcare, we need free blah blah blah," Bernie Sanders is not presenting himself as a
Echoes.
In fact, I'm almost positive that I've heard Bernie Sanders say, I think word for word, the average American should have the same health care that I have in the Senate. I'm pretty sure he said that word for word. I think I've heard Bernie say that. So you're comparing. So stop. Yes. So this is why I'm calling this a rhetorical one, because it's a disingenuous comparison. When Bernie Sanders says we need to do this, that's different. I don't think Bernie Sanders would come out.
Yeah,
and
that
say,
tail
"We
swipe
need to
is
go
like
on
a
strike and
must
stop paying our
dodge,
mortgage.
because
I'm
holy
writing
crap."
a letter to my landlord saying I'm not going to pay the mortgage. I don't think Bernie Sanders would fucking say that. That's what I'm. That's what I'm talking about. You can try to divert, okay? But Abigail's tweet here.
Come on,
Abigail's
man, really?
tweet here. Abigail's tweet here is not comparable to Bernie Sanders' statement. Abigail's tweet here is a trick into thinking that she is on your side. That is my first statement. I think it is sufficiently
I
justified.
don't like the use of the term "your side" because it implies that she has malicious intent or politically disagrees. If you wanted to say the language of this tweet gives it gives the mistaken impression that
What the?
she's
The camera had to zoom it.
probably
Okay.
actually is, then I think I would agree with that. Would you mind this?
It's
tweet if
better
she
than
had
I ever
something
did when I
or
was a
something that she
kid
referred
playing
to in her
this.
videos,
When I was like an
I'm
early
privileged,
teenager.
But she does it in like a British voice, you know.
No. If she made her income publicly known,
Like
she,
that little
wasn't
bit. I was
privileged,
not
then
good
I
at
could more
games.
understand this. But if she made
Still
her
not
income-
really,
She was
but
privileged, but she talks like she's forthcoming with the information.
Oh. I'd be a little bit better with it, but this would still be really irritating to me. But I'd be slightly moved, but sure.
That would make it fine by me. I actually, reading over this specifically, I'll agree that I think this language is a little bit irresponsible. I don't really think much harm is being done here because I mean, I'm fine with the idea of collective rent strikes, or I was back at the beginning of the pandemic.
Okay, so going through on the next statement, their rhetoric is much more effective when they start their calls to action with "we need to" instead of "you need to," despite them never actually doing anything to further anyone's material conditions but their own. I have a problem.
God.
What?
Where's this tweet?
It's just.
Oh, here it is. I see. It was the okay.
Yes. So, I think it's a little bit
God.
strange if you call yourself a lefty and you present yourself as being poor, and the way that you sustain yourself is with donations from exploited workers that are in a lower material condition.
She portrayed herself as being poor. I don't think it's
Do you want to do you want to read through her breakdown of the money that she makes and how she tries to lead people into thinking that like she? Oh, I can give you two examples.
I saw that.
Boom.
I
Okay.
saw that.
Okay. So then she does.
Because this
kind
you
of
actually
lead
have
people
to
into
do the
she's supposed
rhythm.
to. Also, remember when she was literally tweeting out like, "Oh no, I can't afford to pay for closed captioning anymore. Like this is
God.
horrible."
Well, that was probably just her saying, "I no longer feel it's."
Oh
worth
come
my
on,
monetary
Vosh. You're reading
You
so
are
much
being
into it.
so unbelievably
Please practice the
charitable.
fight here.
I'm just running with what I think are fair interpretations. You're running the distance right now in charitable.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
What
Oh,
I'm saying is,
you
that's
fake out.
probably the
Boom.
reason she tweeted that. I sincerely doubt that she literally couldn't afford to do that.
Damn it.
I agree she should be.
I also don't
responsible
have.
with her wording.
Okay.
She made it
reload
sound like it was
missiles.
literally business impossible. We can go find the exact tweets if somebody wants to link them.
I don't care enough to dig through that. But
Okay, well
I
they're
do
important to
remember those
justify my argument. So if you cared enough to criticize my tweet, so I care enough to justify
Yeah,
my
we
tweet
haven't
to
even
you.
gotten through these tweets. Hold on. Okay, so hold on. All right.
Boom.
Because they want to constantly trick you into thinking they're on their
Okay,
side.
can I
think
beat
this is
him?
incredibly uncharitable and based on somebody who's inbred.
What the? That was so funny. We got so close. And he swipes me.
despite them never actually doing anything to further anyone's.
We can practice a little bit more, but I might switch games just to because it's getting late and I still have to work tomorrow.
Has to do with
And he's gonna keep killing me now because he's getting in my head. So
You don't think it's strange that somebody might say over and over again, we need to do something to improve people, we need to do something to blah 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 blah, and then meanwhile they just collect hundreds of thousands of downloads.
Meanwhile, I should stream this to the Guardian HQ people so they can watch me.
So that seems like the thing to do in that situation.
Well, so like here's an example of something. Here's an example of something you could do, right? If you're a top 1% earner in the UK, like Abigail is.
Yo, what's up? Who joined?
Your flatmate's rent.
Who's this?
That's something you could do. And
Carrie.
Oh, hi, Carrie.
Hey, are you still streaming?
Yeah, I am. I'm on Ridley right now.
Yeah, you're on Ridley.
Dun 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 dun. You hear this music?
Yeah.
This fight is really tricky on the high difficulty. On the hard difficulty, which is like the low percent run, because oh my god, because he literally can kill. He almost killed me right there. He can kill you in 2 hits. Some of his attacks are one shots, so he's actually pretty hard.
Yay!
And this is where I stopped my hard mode playthrough last time I played, because he killed me over and over. I almost beat him, and then he hit me with one of his one-shots. It was pretty funny, actually. It's tolerable, though, because, like, he's pretty... It's a fast fight, you know? You can both kill each other quickly, so... It works out. I'm gonna try this a few more times, and then eventually I, like... some stream someday, maybe I'll like stream my attempts at this fight to you guys, so you can watch me die repeatedly.
Oh yeah.
Because that's always fun sometimes. Game over. Continue. Yes. I'm still watching. What?
Yeah, how's your day, ways?
It was a kind of a mixed bag. I'm having fun now, and I was having fun. I was getting through my work decently, but then some weird stuff happened at work that was like work drama. That I won't talk about, obviously. And to grade it, he killed me again. But at the same time, like now I'm chilling, but I will have to work tomorrow, so my stream probably should end soon. I'll try this fight like 4 more times, and if I keep dying, I'll come back to it at some point. Because I'm committed to beating this on stream. It's my excuse to play it.
Oh, yeah, beat it on stream.
It's my excuse to play this game again, because I do like Metroid Other M, unironically, but it's also kind of stupid in places. Not gameplay-wise. Gameplay-wise, it's actually pretty strong, consistently. But man, the story is stupid in places. Okay, boom, super missile. Okay. That great music. The classic Ridley theme. It's awesome that Samus's rival is like a huge dragon.
Huge dragon pteranodon thing.
Yeah. Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna have to replenish missiles. He also fake out. He almost like was downed. Can the concentration thing get out of my screen?
Yeah,
I need. Have you played this game?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought. Do you know how the content? You killed me again. We'll try this a couple more times. I still have a video to finish though. There's actually still 45 minutes left. This debate is insane. It's a 3 hours and 45 minute long debate. Well, I can finish the debate probably. I'll play a different game though, just to not play the same thing over and over. He killed me again. That tail swipe is ridiculous. It's a one-shot kill. I was at full health. At least it's Ridley. It's a cool fight with Ridley, and it's actually kind of like too easy on any other difficulty. I need to play Nier Automata's hard mode, because that's also like a one-shot kill mode. It's actually hard. Doable though, because I remember I could learn a fight so well that I don't take damage during it. That's possible.
Yeah.
Wow, he's loving the tail attack this time around. I'm glad I dodged it every time. Oh god. Okay, not a good time. Okay. Now it's like me reacting to Jojo Man playing Valorant, where he's making noises and you can't see what he's doing.
And making noises.
Wow, I can't believe that didn't hit me. Dun 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 dun. Oh my god. Yeah, we gotta do a thing where I stream this gameplay because it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
It's great gameplay. Well, actually, I am like good at this game. It's just the hard mode is pretty crazy because, he literally killed me 3 seconds into the fight. That was funny. Because he did the tail swipe right away. Okay, we'll try 2 more times. 3 more times. And I mean that with 100%. With 1,000%. You should kill yourself now.
Oh no.
I give everyone a piece of that oxygen and ozone layer so that we can breathe inside this blue trapped bubble. Okay. Low tier god.
Bubble?
It's so weird, this commentary. You worthless word I can't say.
Words I can't say. Because
Bitch ass N-word.
Me.
Whoa, he almost killed me immediately. Also, Metroid Other M, sadly enough, and I'm a Metroid mega fan at this point, Metroid Other M was my first Metroid game.
Yeah.
That, to a lot of people, would be embarrassing, like, for a fan. For their first Metroid game to be Other M. The game that actively, like, yeah, you wreck Ridley once the cutscene is done, but in the cutscene, Samus was, like, cowering and, like, crying in front of Ridley. Even though Ridley is,
doing the watch-along?
Yeah, yeah, but I'm now trying to beat Ridley in Metroid Other M.
You're now trying to beat Ridley?
And he's really tricky, actually. Oh, he just killed me. Because he has one-shots on the hard difficulty. There's moves that one-hit kill you. And he has, like, 4...
work in... Actually, I don't think I should be asking you.
What?
I wanted to ask, how does this move work in Showdown?
I don't know. I don't know. Wait, you mean, like... Can you play as Ridley?
In Pokemon Showdown?
Yeah?
No, you can't play as Ridley.
Does he appear? Does he appear in it?
No, it's Pokemon.
I don't know. They're 2 Nintendo games. I don't know.
Ridley became a new Pokemon.
He's a Wait, what type would Ridley be? Dragon and what else?
Dragon.
Fire.
Steel?
And fire. He uses fire.
Yeah,
I'm literally getting killed by his fire move right now. He has fire move. Yeah.
Is Ridley a part of a species that's named, or is it just?
He's a space pirate, and he's like an unknown species. But he does look like them. Like, he looks like a super beefed up space pirate, and the space pirates are called Zabesians. That's the
so he does have a species name?
Well, actually, no. It depends on the game, because in the 2D Metroids, which is what Other M like really subscribes to, in those, the space pirates are Zebesians because they're from Zebes, or Zebes, or however it's pronounced. They pronounce it Zebes in this game now. But then in the Prime games, they're different. They aren't Zebesians. They're differently designed. The ones in 3 are some of the coolest ones because they're like weird little like worms in like skeletons, like skeletal bodies.
Can you send me design? Can you like send them to me after when you get the chance in mutes?
Like which space pirate design? All of them?
Just the ones you said looked cool.
I think all of the space pirates look cool, but whatever.
In that case, send all of them then.
Yeah, I mean I love Metroid. I love Metroid Prime too. I need to play more of the GameCube version because I played the Wii version first. But oh god, here's where he does the 2-hit.
Oh gosh, what are you doing?
Wait, what was that? What was the point of that?
Point of what?
I'm just playing Showdown, and this person that I'm fighting against
Oh.
used the most useless attack against me.
Ah, I almost got him. Oh, and he killed me again with that one shot. With like,
Man, I should.
oh god.
Oh, sorry.
With one four shots from my gun fully charged, and he killed him, and he killed me. Let's try one more. I could see spending a decent amount of stream time on this, which is good. You know that it's an endurance, like it's a skill test. Oh god, he did the Smash Bros. Brawl move. That is kind of cool how they put that in there. You know how in Brawl when he grabs Samus and drags her across? You know,
I think so.
Yeah, he does that in this game too. It's actually kind of a good nod to it. He does it in the cutscene too, which is kind of cool.
Oh wait, I have no idea what I should do against this Gastrodon. Wait, Carrie.
Yeah.
You have a Gastrodon in your team. Like, what's
Yeah.
a Gastrodon's weakness?
Grass.
It's
Okay.
I will say it's interesting. I just realized that they don't give Ridley a species even in the Prime games, because you can scan Ridley and get like his morphology information, but yeah, they don't give him a species. They just say he's like a enhanced life form or whatever.
Also, thank you so much. You helped me get through a Gastrodon someone had.
Nice.
God. Oh wow, he swept at me but missed. That's funny. Because I didn't move yet. He swiped at me and it didn't hit me. He almost insta-killed me. He can kill you within 2 seconds of the fight starting on hard. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that Rilla Rune, or however you say its name, like, served its purpose well.
Boom. I like how similar you and Mecha sound.
I'm just an NFT of Mecha, don't worry.
Oh god, I've actually never seen that, like when I swipe at him to do a lethal strike. And he, like...
That was... I'm sorry, I'm like really invested
Oh
in this
god,
now.
he killed me again. Okay.
Oh gosh.
Wait, I just now realized that my Slowbro has a flamethrower. I think there's like a chance I could win this.
Hmm.
In this, in Showdown, it's like you're either going to have a fair and fun... Oh wait, I just lost. GG.
Metroid Other M does look really good for its time, though. For a Wii game in 2010, it looks like a mid-generation PS3 game, which is pretty impressive, considering the Wii's hardware limitations.
Is it a
And it came out in 2010.
I was gonna say, is it like a FPS? Not FPS, but is it
No,
kind of like an FPS?
it's a
Oh, wait,
third-person action game.
Wait, that's why.
That's Metroid Prime. Metroid Prime is a first-person game, but it's not really a shoot. It's not really a first-person shooter. It is by the technical definition, but it's. He hit me. In that it's a first-person game, but you shoot. But it's more of an exploration game than anything. Can I heal? Oh, I can heal. Oh.
Making a team in this game is so hard because it feels like everyone always has a counter to you.
One of the only Metroid games that doesn't have Ridley in it is Metroid Prime Hunters, and I might play that again for nostalgia's sake on stream.
You're glitching so hard right now.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my computer's probably overtaxed. I'm wondering how much of that ends up on stream. Also, he almost killed me again. It's also probably the auto sensitivity because I'm broadcasting this off my speakers. So, yeah, he killed me.
Also, every time I make a team, I always have to have...
Bye-bye, Samus.
Anything goes. That should be fun.
Poor Samus. Just getting brutalized by Ridley right now. And Daddy Adam isn't even calling out. Because Daddy Adam is getting attacked by the Deleter right now in the story.
By the Deleter?
Yeah, there's a character called the Deleter.
The Deleter?
Yeah. The Eraser. No, he's called the Deleter. He's like a traitor in the team that you're on.
He's sure.
What? It cut out.
He's a
It cut out again.
He's a national traitor.
In a way, yeah. Well, he's like a mole for the Galactic Federation who are like bad in this game. Because
oh my gosh, is that a Rick and Morty reference?
What? This game came out before Rick and Morty.
It's a joke.
Okay. But,
That's a joke.
yeah, the Galactic Federation are doing illegal, like, and unethical bioweapon experiments. That's a big part of this plot. It's kind of like Jurassic Park in that way.
I've decided, like, as a joke, I'm going into an anything goes battle in Showdown, and I'm just gonna use a full Sylveon team.
Oh, that might be the trick to using the super missiles in this fight. Boom. There we go. Okay, that's a way better strat, to just charge and then go into first person immediately. Boom. There we go. Yeah, that's way better. And I just died. But that's a better strat. And I think with that, I'm going to stop playing this game just because I do want to go to sleep. I'm so tired after, like, 12-hour shoots that went into 2 a.m. So, yeah, let's go to the menu. We learned a bit about the fight, so when we stream it next, like, we'll be better. And we'll dedicate, like, the whole stream to that. So, yeah.
What, Mom?
Yeah, that works. So, yeah, I will, peace out.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. See y'all later.
You too. Bye.
Done. Alright. I don't know if I want to be done with the, quit Discord here. I don't know if I want to be done with the, stream. That's my conundrum right now. Or if I want to farm Blush Crush. I might do that, actually. Let me, do that setup. And in the meantime, I'll keep reacting, but in the different screen. You don't need to necessarily see what he's talking about right now. That was like an hour. Yeah, there we go. 3 hours.
Why you could get another answer out of them.
I think they're smart.
All right. That works. Give me like 1 minute here to get back to where we were.
You still think that online leftists should show their income. I've been very clear about that. I've talked about
Here we
that
go.
even to people who hide their income in private. But I don't think it's because they're trying to constantly trick you. I think they're just trying to avoid drama. This assigns a lot of malice and a lot of duplicity that I don't think is present.
And then I will use the time to like clean up my setup a minute here. Let me just oh, here we already saw this bit.
Is calling ignoring the fact that the landlord makes less than them. I would say that this is a trick into making somebody think that they're on their side. This is what I'm referring to.
It's perfectly acceptable.
Stop. I don't think you made a compare. Hold on. I have to do this because I can't let you get the rhetorical. I'm sorry, because you're
The rhetorical wins.
because you're doing. No. You might not realize you're doing it. But I'm listening for it now and I'm hearing it more. Okay. Earlier, you used the comparison of Bernie Sanders. When Bernie says something like,
yeah, we just said this.
She like wasn't ultra privileged, then I could be more understanding.
Sorry, you have to find it.
Wait, I'm not. Wait, hold on. What I'm saying is
Here we
that's
go. This is
probably
new.
the reason she tweeted that. I sincerely doubt that she literally couldn't afford to do that. I agree she should be more responsible with her wording.
She made it sound like it was literally business impossible. We can go find the exact tweets if somebody wants to link that.
I don't care enough to dig through that. But
Okay, well, they're important to justify my argument. So if you cared enough to criticize my tweet, so I care enough to justify my tweet.
We haven't even
to you.
gotten through these tweets. Hold on. Okay, so hold on. All right.
Why is he
Because they
acting
want
like
to
this
constantly
is...
trick you into thinking they're on their side. I think this is incredibly uncharitable, and based on somebody who's in BreadTube, by some people's accounts, and who talks to BreadTubers, I just don't think this is an accurate description of why they do what they do. You assign a lot of malice here. Their rhetoric is much more effective when they can start their calls with action to "we need to" rather than "you need to." That is completely true. That's Populism 101. Despite them never actually doing anything to further anyone's
What?
material conditions.
I don't know.
This is
I think
pretty
that's
dumb. I don't
Populism
know what
101.
Furthering other people's material conditions has to do with calls to action. Like this just seems like a limp gotcha.
You don't think
That's
it's
why
strange that somebody might say over and over again, we need to do something to improve people, we need to do something to help, blah, 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 and then meanwhile they just collect hundreds of thousands of dollars
She
or
was
hundreds of
saying we
thousands of
need
pounds.
to do a rent strike, and she was advocating for a rent strike, so that seems like the thing to do in that situation.
So like,
And no, I
here's
don't
an
think there's
example of
anything
something.
wrong.
Here's an example of something you could do, right? If you're a top 1% earner in the UK, like Abigail is, maybe you could cover your flatmate's rent. That's something you could do instead of going on strike.
Whether or not she does that, I don't even. Does she even have a?
Well,
flatmate?
I'm gonna go ahead and guess the fact that she said my flatmates and I means she probably has flatmates, and the fact that she's saying that they're not going to pay their rent.
She literally said
she's
it.
not covering the rent, but that's
the most charitable interpretation of what she said.
What is this? So we're falling back on the original argument here, where you can't. So you can't make calls to action for a rent strike unless you're also spending money on the proletariat.
No, you can do whatever you want. I just think it's strange to be making all these calls to improve conditions, and all these calls to do things, but you don't do anything with
I
your
don't
own.
think it's strange to say we should do a rent strike, but then not. Again, I don't even know what this means. Like donate to a charity.
I understand you don't mean it. You don't know what it means. I'm being very, very, very gentle with you, but like it's pretty disgusting. That, like your whole point is that like, I don't think you should have to do anything ethical or in harmony with your principles at all. Like I think you should just hoard infinite amounts of money and be a fucking wealth dragon if you want. I don't think anything's wrong with it because you're making it sound so
angry.
No. I have not. No.
Because you
I haven't.
don't know
No.
what I believe.
I haven't even gotten angry at you. I'm just saying that like it is unreal to me how much you are bending over backwards.
It's kind of absurd what he's saying.
Making a decent human. You're making it. Yeah. To try to justify why these people shouldn't have to lift a fucking finger to do anything outside of what would be expected of a normal capitalist.
Good if they do.
No, yeah, you weasel. You
Yeah,
weasel.
well,
Weasel.
yeah.
Weasel. You're weaseling.
How is it weasel?
It is a weasel.
It's good if they do something.
Because you're trying to make it sound like you think that people
There's
want
an
to. But in
option
reality,
here.
It's just perfectly fine if people do nothing. Do you think it's fine? Do you think it's fine?
Well,
if people do
yeah,
nothing, though?
because
They just
it's
live normally?
weasel.
You
Like,
do because you said it was morally neutral. Yes. So stop.
yeah, so but because he's arguing in the principle that Destiny hasn't accepted, he should stop trying to get him to accept it. And likewise, Destiny should engage with why this is like dodgy, which I think Destiny kind of has. It's like, well, no, the logical consequence of your argument is that it's okay for you to be like a wealth dragon now.
I'm saying you think it's good if they go above and beyond. That's not what I'm talking about.
That is good.
But I'm not saying that.
Wait, unironically, do you recognize the difference between an obligatory and a supererogatory
He doesn't
action?
care.
I can't believe I feel like I have to explain ethics to you. If you wait, hold on.
Why are you trying to just?
He's like actually peeking his mic, screaming.
Please. Does utilitarianism as a system designate which actions a person must do? No. It designates which actions are good. What a person must do is an entirely subjective process that we have to arrive at through a lot of really complicated thinking.
Oh, wait.
But that's what he's been trying to do.
Makes any sense? We don't. Whatever this ethics argument is, we don't even need to talk about this. Whatever you just said doesn't make sense.
That's essential.
Whatever
you
you
keep
said.
using language like they must or they ought, but these aren't. I don't use language like this.
Sure, but I am. That's what I'm saying. The difference is, I think that there is an imperative that you ought
You
to
think
act.
that if you're a leftist, you must adhere to a set of principles that leftists conveniently don't engage in, which gives you an excuse to be mad at them. We know.
Dude.
It's been the subject of 2 hours of
Come
discussion.
on.
Nobody has learned anything, and nobody has arrived at a further understanding of
And then
any of the
your
issues we
reasoning around of this is like, well, I think it would be good if they did it, but I think that it's
I've owned
okay. Well, then
every
wait.
position.
Then what do we disagree on?
I keep telling you, you're the one obsessed with this. I thought we were gonna have a chill conversation. My Twitch ban.
My Twitch ban.
You're saying that we don't disagree on it, but when I opened your video, I think I only got like 30 seconds through it. And you saying this is the stupidest fucking tweet I've ever had. These are the dumbest fucking tweets.
Yeah, you are incredibly blinded by spite when it comes to your.
I don't think I've said anything spiteful. If I'm spiteful, I'm spiteful because of the number of people that exist on this earth that don't live their principles, but instead just talk.
That is kind of funny.
That's what makes me spiteful.
Whether people live their principles, like
I do.
That was funny. But he was like, I don't care if he, was, what was just said, frick. Sorry, sound sources, stupid limitation distracted me. Let's reopen it.
Actions contribute to positive utility. Whether
Yeah.
people live their principles, like
I do.
You don't care if people live their principles.
I think that people
Wow.
live their principles.
That's kind of
spectacular
Okay, cool.
destiny.
Awesome.
So anyway, that's why people like philosophy.
Steven.
She never bragged. She said that she wouldn't in solidarity with the
I mean,
rent strike.
yeah,
You have to
that's
express
true.
solidarity. You can't do a rent strike saying, I'll pay rent because I'm rich, but you all don't. Ignoring that they're the top
Wait,
1%
hold on.
of you.
You absolutely could give a template for doing a rent strike without saying that you yourself are doing a rent strike.
Yeah.
It's undeniably more rhetorically
Yeah, she could say, hey, here's a rent strike template for those who are struggling. Good luck. She could totally do that. Totally possible. Anyway.
effective to say that you are doing it in solidarity with others.
Oh, cool. Well, they can do that, but then I'm going to call them out for being a piece of shit. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I'll call them out for being a piece of shit then if they want to. Sometimes I give advice to people in chat for like, hey, like these are ways that you could like, you know, negotiate down debt and stuff like that. But I'm not going to say I'm going to sit there and do it or whatever. Like this.
What?
I'm saying that I can give advice
Why is
for
that
how people can improve
so
their
weird?
conditions without pretending that I need to do the
Let's play
same
some
thing,
Crush
even if
Blush.
it's
Yeah, well,
politically
I
effective.
already acknowledged that I think that the language of the tweet that you linked me could have been more responsible and that she should show her income.
Awesome.
However, I don't think she bragged about not paying rent. And then we go on, ignoring that they're part of the top 1% of UK earners and likely out-earning the person they're paying rent to. They probably are likely out-earning the person they're paying rent to. I don't know why you're saying she's ignoring that. Again, this is...
Ignoring that because she makes an attempt to obfuscate how much money she makes.
I don't think that. I think the language of your tweet is exceptionally uncharitable, and considering how specific you've been with your language with me, I think that you know that. You know that this
I'm
language
sorry.
comes off
You are being charitable to an unbelievable amount. When somebody does an expo, or when somebody does like a transparency report on how much money they make, and they don't use a single fucking number, I'm sorry, dog. I'm coming down real harsh on that one. That's
Sure,
great. If
come
you want to
down
put
on
on
that.
if you want to put on the kid gloves for that, that's fine. But I'm seeing a lot of bad faith there. If somebody who does a transparency report and doesn't list a single fucking fact or figure, while constantly complaining that like, oh, sub captions are making my business unprofitable, or oh, I'm going on rent strike with my fucking flatmates or whatever, then nah, I'm not going. What? Yes.
Top 1% in London is £300,000 a year. I guess it's possible that.
Oh, I didn't put London earners. I put UK earners. I don't know what the top 1% in London is.
Probably a pretty big difference, but.
The good thing I put UK earners.
Yeah,
and
what?
London earners then. She might be in the top 1% of London earners, though. It's possible.
She lives in. I think the city kind of matters, but. Oh, it doesn't matter.
No. So if somebody was like, "Are you the top 1% in America?" You're like, "Hold on, I might be the top 1% in America, but I'm not the top 1% in LA." Okay, what are you doing right now? Are you serious?
Not necessarily cutting lines with the top 1%, but the difference in America between making $100K a year in like Wisconsin versus making it in like New York, I think that's a pretty significant difference. Yeah. Like if somebody was like, "You make 6 figures," and somebody was like, "Yeah, it's $100K, and I live in fucking Long Island. Okay, I'm just trying to live." I think that's a pretty significant difference.
If you're a top 1% earner in the United States, you're doing really well, literally no matter where you live. And
yeah, I'm clarifying that there is a 3 times difference between top 1% of UK earners and London earners. I think that's worth like pointing out. Let me get in the way of your hate train. No, that's fine. It's okay if you want to be non-specific to allow your audience to assume the worst possible thing. That's totally okay.
If I would have put London, would I need to find out what fucking neighborhood she lives in next? Like, what the fuck?
I think you could average out to a city, and that would
My
okay.
favorite
But I think
Anon.
that's pretty different from.
I don't even know if she lives in
Where
London.
can I do
don't
this
even know
vote?
if that's true.
All right.
Ooh.
And it's why online creators will hide their revenue from you while pretending they can't afford rent,
Okay,
or why lefties
so-
who graduated from Harvard will pretend they're like you because they're unemployed, and then you link Brianna Joy Gray, who I think is a piece of
Phone
shit, so I'm not
flings.
going to defend anything that she's done or said.
Felix.
It's not altogether
Vote.
much different from conservative billionaires who pretend they're quote-unquote just
Vote.
like you, claiming they're fighting on your behalf while they
Well,
laugh it up all
sorry.
the way to the bank. I think this is pretty insane. To say that a bread tuber who doesn't display
Oh, I could
income on
actually
Patreon
cast additional votes.
is like a conservative
Mm.
billionaire who lies to the people.
Poe
while
already
laughing it up
has
to the
one.
bank. I understand the underlying logic, but this is a
Yeah,
ridiculous.
Finn is pretty
It
good
is
too.
absolutely apt. When you are selling lies to your people and you're pretending
lies?
that you're some poor person,
lies?
and basically any fucking thing having to do with economics or finance that any lefty post ever. If you sell this,
Hold on, wait, hold on. What is the content
Cashew
of the videos
already
that are being
exists,
made
yeah.
have to do with this argument?
because conservatives tell lies to get people to believe some ideological basis, and they make a fuck ton
They're
of
not
money.
lying. When people like Philosophy 2 make inaccurate, trust me.
Yeah,
as a
Ferris
person
is
who's
pretty good though.
recently made
Basic
inaccurate
bitch.
takes, they're not done because, at least not with these people, they're not done because they're deliberately trying to make a cheap buck off of misinformation. They're usually doing it because they're just wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm sure there's a ton of conservatives who feel the same way.
Oh wait, that first one. I'm glad I cast it for
Yeah, there are conservatives like that, and you
for
know
Felix
that. I've
first.
listened
That's
to,
good.
I'm sorry. I feel like every time
I know. I think that there are a lot of people that go out of their way to like blatantly misrepresent something because it's ideologically
I'm
convenient
willing
for
to
them.
do that.
There
Yeah.
absolutely are. But do you wait? Do you think that Brianna Joy Gray and Abigail Thorne are in the same basic ballpark when it comes to misinformation?
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Wow.
That's unbelievable to me.
Wow.
I think that if you
Unbelievable would be the adjective I would use to describe both of them. I wouldn't believe a single thing either of them says. I think both of their content is wholly worthless. Yes.
I honestly think that if you can't tell the difference between those two people, then you've lost the plot and you can't meaningfully.
Okay,
comment
well,
on
you know what? I don't have a fucking girlfriend living here. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I can stay with. Link me one good Philosophy 2 video right now. And
Wait, what
I'll
was-
watch it on fucking stream when we're done
somebody
talking.
was
Find
advanced
me one decent thing.
by mere exposure. What's going on
No,
here?
I'll do it after we're done talking. I'm super curious. Find me one video because I have suffered through the garbage tier content. That is Philosophy
Garbage.
2,
I mean,
and
I don't like
suffered
Philosophy
permanent-
2 either, from what I've
permanent
seen.
brain damage as a result of it. But I'll do it one more time. I'll jump back into the abyss.
Okay, so while there are videos from Philosophy 2
Hmm.
that I really, really like, and I'm happy to recommend
Aw.
them to you, I have a feeling that your audience probably isn't going to like them very much either. I just want to say that doesn't really have anything to do with what I was just saying. So I'll recommend some to you if you want. But first of all, the reason why I think that Brianna Joy Gray is a grifter and a general piece of shit is because if you look through her content, if you look through the shit she says, tweets, videos, panels, whatever, we reveal not only being wrong, but a persistent and motive-driven dishonesty, a hypocrisy which underlies almost everything they do and say, a categorical indifference to criticism or to growing as an individual. Whereas with philosophy...
Hold on, wait. Are you describing... Oh, you were describing Brianna because that sounded like Abigail to me. Sorry, go ahead.
I know.
Because
Whereas with
Abigail
philosophy-
literally said, I don't even like gentle criticisms of my
Barely
content.
had time to
I'm
even
so
do
irritated
the
by
idle stuff
the
in these
other
games.
lefty guy that was making, like, the unlearning economics guy. She was upset about his video, okay?
Wait, I genuinely don't trust your interpretation of this event. Do you have a link to a tweet
Okay,
or a video?
sure. Can somebody give me, you guys were linking it earlier, can you guys give me the link to her video where she is, I'm saying upset, but where she's like irritated that somebody, that the unlearning economics guy.
Oh, this would be
oh,
a
wait.
live stream segment, wouldn't it?
We can speed this up at this point.
We can just watch this.
Because we've got the basic gist now, it just gets to the
We'll
personal.
start it at the same time, okay?
Okay.
Alright. Ready?
Okay. Oh, this was posted from Unlearning Economics. Well, I trust them. Hold on, it's 22 seconds. Okay, 1, 2, 3, let's go.
I won't get into the details of how UBI might work today, because I found that when I discuss an actual policy idea in a video, people tend to think the video is essentially about arguing for that.
Oh, come on.
Earnest, well-meaning people make reply videos to me that I read and watch, in which they presumably own me with facts and logic, but I'm not trying to write policy. I won't get into the...
Tell me this doesn't sound salty as fuck about incredibly gentle videos that Unlearning Economics is making.
Yeah.
I don't think it sounds salty as fuck. I think it sounds salty. I don't think...
Oh my god, so overly charitable, come on.
Anywhere near, like, Brianna Joy Gray. There are people in your audience on Megalolling, but, like, I've said the same thing. I get a lot of response videos, too, and I don't have time to watch them all. Well, most of them are made by Nazis, so probably not worth watching.
Why are you doing this comparison? Do you think that response videos made by Nazis are the same as Unlearning Economics? No, hold on, you just did the rhetorical thing again.
Wait, yeah.
Maybe you just, like, assume this is what your character's
It's just how I talk.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm saying it's just a concept, but you literally just like, oh yeah, I don't watch reply videos to me anyway. You know, a lot of them are Nazis. Unlearning Economics is a fellow lefty, a fellow
Is a leftist,
I
yeah.
understand what you're doing, and I need to point it out for my own responsibility.
Okay. It was an attempt at lightening the mood slightly. I'll say this, I don't like it. I don't think you're charitable enough to tell the difference between this and the type of stuff that Brianna Joy Gray does. Okay. I mean...
Lightening the mood slightly. It was an attempt at trivializing. I mean, okay, maybe he was attempting to lighten the mood, but it sure sounded like he was trivializing it.
Wait, I need to be real, man. I watched you watch this. I didn't watch it on my own. You watched the Bad Faith podcast where Brianna Joy Gray and Virgil Texas talked to Chomsky. Have you... There's a right answer to this. Have you ever watched anything from Abigail that even came close? That was even in the same universe as the degeneracy on display with those two dumb fucks besmirching the name of Noam Chomsky?
Probably not,
no.
Okay. I was kind of expecting you to say what I was saying, but...
Abigail's content is generally non-confrontational. She's not going to bring on somebody to, like, because in order to get to that level of degeneracy, you need to, like, demean somebody like else, and I don't think Abigail generally does that.
That's beyond... I don't think she could do that. I don't think she...
Yeah, probably not. But all I'm saying is... I don't
Yeah,
know if I'm saying, like, one
probably
is necessarily
not.
worse
No,
than the
come
other.
on.
What I'm saying is that Abigail contributes nothing meaningful whatsoever to public discourse, and if she deleted all of her videos, the world would be better for it. Now, maybe Brianna's takes are, like, more infuriating or whatever, but Abigail offers nothing of value to the world of online content or political discourse. Based on everything I've ever seen, how horrendously incorrect her takes are, almost everything she talks about.
Okay, so I've seen the Unlearning Economics video on the video that she did on the housing market, and I agree, that video never seemed that good to me. There are some other videos that she's seen. You said you didn't like the one about consciousness. I remember there was a video of hers that I saw where I felt there were some issues. I just don't remember the specifics. But to this to you, those instances, this is contributing nothing of value.
Or anti-value, like they mislead people, or yeah. You know what? And you know what? I will fully admit, maybe there is something of value that I've just missed. Maybe only every video I've seen has been fucking horrible, atrocious trash. And that's why I'm excited for you to link me a video after this, and we'll watch it. And you know what? And I'm like, what?
The work video. I saw your stream watch it. I thought it was a pretty fine video. That's the video from which we just saw that clip. I saw chat being absurdly.
Oh my god, I remember jumping around near my Tinker's furnish. Was this the one where she was complaining about like doing data entry and shit?
She was dressed like Scrooge, right? I think, or it was like a Christmas.
I black parts of this video from my mind. I don't know if this video gave like, I don't think it gave like bad information. It was just like a horrible, worthless fucking video.
Why the emotional investment?
No, I don't have that much of an emotional.
Why is he acting like that?
Oh god, what was the one? Fuck, what was it? I'm trying to think. She made like an analogy of like a bar owner like not doing any work or not having any value. Just everything. Anytime any lefty on Reddit talks about like,
by definition, an owner doesn't do work. They can
Oh,
manage.
come on, but
owning in and of itself isn't work.
Okay.
How many owners are...
There's like some back-end stuff, but the actual act of ownership is not labor.
A lot of the time, that's not the case.
But this is incredibly straightforward.
Wait, okay, just this is a class thing from my background. Maybe in Beverly Hills they're all franchised, but in the place where I came from, a lot of owners that own small businesses are full-time workers. They have to.
Right.
Yeah, then they're workers. Okay. I said the act of owning.
Gotcha. I understand.
Itself.
I'd be really careful to like that. But also, the act of owning, I guess it depends on if you're literally just like a capital owner versus like an owner slash like CEO versus.
Well, no, that's what I mean. Yeah, just an owner. The act of owning is not labor. But most owners, especially small businesses.
I remember her saying a bunch of incredibly stupid things. Like somebody brings up like the fact that she thought that she like poured like a $10 like beer means that she should have gotten paid $10. Like every.
What?
I recognize. I know even a lot of Marxists misunderstand that even in Marx's calculations of surplus labor, he took into account the factors that upkeep on the industry would have.
It's almost like Marx himself sometimes overshot things.
No, it's a video which misrepresents some issues, but I think ultimately has a compelling story to tell on alienation from labor. But you can't see that.
Okay.
I haven't yet to find a single content creator who has never produced something I found objectionable.
I'm not saying that the problem is I find some of it. I'm saying that most of what they post is just ideological dribble that is just not rooted in reality. That any time it has to do with econ or finance is cringe and horrible and bad, and that even some of their philosophy takes are mind-numbingly fucking stupid. So like, your own
with the specific videos, I can't say. Just charitability dictates everything here, because something that I would say is like, oh, that was a mistake, but overall the video is good, is something that might lead you to say this video is indefensible, it's bad.
You know somebody that I disagree a lot with the last video, but you know what I like this presentation? Cut philosophy. That guy is based. Or yeah, his stuff, and I totally disagree with his last video. And you know what? I actually think some of the stuff his last video was wrong and bad. I think so. But for the most part, I watch his videos and I would enjoy that. I like his content. I think he does a really good job. And I picked up some really fucking interesting concepts and I learned stuff. I think that's like a valuable channel. I recommend it.
You like Unlearning Economics? So I think Unlearning Economics is a socialist. I forget, but I'm pretty
Yeah, he is, but he seems like he understands at least like basic econ. I don't like hate socialists. They understand
socialists
like
were the original people to understand.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with socialists that like understand econ. We might disagree sometimes.
Well, a lot of socialists don't understand econ.
I'm aware of that, but then they try to explain it.
Well, yes, of course, but the internet is full of people who explain things poorly. But sometimes I feel like I see a different degree of charitability from you with regards to the types of information that people present.
Is that am I charitable to Nazis? Am I charitable to Trump? Please tell me which people I'm charitable to.
I generally think, actually, I think that's what made you different. You were charitable to the Nazis. You didn't just like name call or anything. You actually listened to their arguments long enough to realize how dumb they were. And you took apart their arguments. Yeah.
Probably
charitability doesn't mean you have to like them. Charitability in the sense that you assess their. Why is your chat question marking me?
Because the frustrating thing, Vaush, is just how wrong you are. When I set out on the lefty arc, I have never been more gentle with people in my entire fucking life, and people lost their fucking minds despite how gentle I was. And you're saying that I
felt about the lefty arc to begin with.
Sure, but I'm just saying that like I was so gentle. And now you know what? And towards the end, if anybody would watch our last debate with Allsup and Stryker or whatever, I don't think anybody would say that, like we were making a big effort to understand. Like, we just destroyed them. It was just a demolishment.
Oh, Jesus. They did. It was glorious.
And most of my debates with lefty basically devolved to that point. There's not anything left for me to discuss like in general with lefty.
I understand that. So I feel like you moved off my point a little bit. First of all, I'm still genuinely curious why chat question marked me when I said that you opened by being charitable to the far right, because that's literally how you understand the arguments well enough to be able to confront them. If you're uncharitable, then you don't know if what you're criticizing is legitimate. That's the problem that I have. And I'm not charitable to everyone I argue with, and you've long stopped being charitable to lefties. And sometimes
I'm charitable to every person that comes on and wants to have a reasonable discussion.
At this point, I'm kind of just letting them run, and then I'm
reacting.
Look at everyone you talk to except me.
Look at the conversations I had with the two Big Joel fucking both of those where I was incredibly gentle.
This
is fucking piece of shit both times.
Well,
piece of shit.
Okay.
Piece of shit.
That doesn't make a person. This is what I mean. It doesn't make a person a piece of shit to rebel post.
I mean, yeah.
You walk away on Twitter and you act like some fucking inbred
maybe
who couldn't understand a single thing I said, but you have the fucking gall to say anything you were talking to me. That makes you a fucking piece of shit to me. Fuck you.
Okay, so let's pull back on a couple of the adjectives there. Okay. So what he actually did is he ramble posts. He posts like a drunken person talking.
No, he trivialized the fuck out of all of my positions.
He initiated that, and then he came on to you and he talked with you, and you debated better than him, of course, because you're good at that, and he doesn't do that. And then he went off, and clearly he wasn't happy with how it went, or he just pontificated afterwards. What he did was essentially the Twitter equivalent of ending a call and then like shit talking the person you just.
Which is
I don't think that publicly scumfuck, subhuman, degenerate. Like,
oh, I understand that for you, because I have a higher. This is why I don't have any friends like this. I have a really high standard for what I consider to be a good person.
I don't have many friends.
I would never call you scumfuck, degenerate, because at least when you disagree with me, you say it right now. I'm okay with that. I respect that. You say it right now.
I
but
appreciate
if you
it.
pretended to agree with everything I said and then immediately ran your Twitter and talk shit afterwards, nah, fuck that shit. That's like.
Do you think there might be reasons why people do that?
Yeah. Because we're subhuman and red dipshit.
Come on.
Well, then don't talk to me at all. Fuck off.
Well, if you don't want people who are intimidated by you to talk to you, then you lose out on a lot of content. Don't you think it would be better? The issue that I have is that. Okay, I'm sorry.
I mean,
the issue
I don't
disagree. It feels like
disagree.
you and I have two different standards by which we measure the worth of a person. For me, I measure the worth of a person, generally speaking, they're sufficiently progressive, good, bring about good politics. And you measure the worth of a person by a set of principles and consistencies. And I think that's fine. But what bothers me is when it seems like you lump together fairly good people with bad elements to their behavior, with genuinely fucking bad people, and it feels like when you're unwilling to distinguish between, like I think Joy Brain philosophy to be an excellent example of this, that you distort the perception of these people in the minds of your audience.
Good. I'm glad. I want that to happen. I think that a lot of the
distortion?
no, not distortion, reality. I think that people get away with way too much irresponsible shit online, and I think way more people need to be called the fuck out for it. And I think it's disgusting. The level of misinformation, people can post videos with subscribers, and it's just
not wrong.
And everybody's okay. That blows my fucking mind into smithereens. And I don't think that it should be some kind of like, we need to be nicer. I honestly got in half the YouTube channels that exist right now should be forcibly fucking deleted. And they should have to start they're just banned from the whole internet forever. And they have to go fucking work and do lags.
That decision. If I looked over your content for long enough, I'm sure I'll find enough things that would trip my moral flags.
Yeah, come on, Destiny.
I'm talking about people that are just posting blatantly, grossly
I don't.
It's a moral judgment. How harmful
in an angry way, yeah.
Do you think there's any difference then between people who post misinformation about COVID-19 and people who post misinformation about Super Smash Bros. Cheat codes that allow you to play Sonic in Melee? Obviously, we have to make moral judgments about what types of misinformation are worthy of condemnation.
Sure, but the types of misinformation that I would want to be deleted wouldn't depend on just, only the misinformation that's bad and the other misinformation can stay. Because the misinformation that stays rots us to the fucking core, and that's what makes the misinformation that's bad later on.
Okay, so he's almost adapting.
The online left engage in comparable degrees of misinformation.
Absolutely, at this point, and I fucking embarrassed to say it.
So I'm trying to think what philosopher that was, but there was a philosopher, I think it was Hume. It might have been Kirkland. God, I'm forgetting who argued for like an incredibly strict moral standard. He said it was like immoral for you to misreport something that you don't know, but reporting it as if you do know it. He said that was immoral. That was like a grievous wrong. So that's what this is reminding me.
What could move you off of that position?
If I could talk to any bread tuber and I could just have a 2-minute conversation with them and feel like they understand like basic things like So here's something that would blow my fucking mind. It would blow my fucking mind. If I could ask a bread tuber, hey, what do you think might be an advantage to renting property from a landlord versus buying it? And I could have like a 5-minute conversation, and they actually understood the pros and cons of the buying side and the pros and cons of the renting side. It would blow my fucking mind. I would legitimately be
You really
impressed.
think that they wouldn't? I
Yes.
feel like Joel, if
No,
he would.
I don't think he would. I think he would fumble. And
I think he would, to be honest.
Okay. Do you think if I talked to some people in BreadTube that I could procure that type of answer out of them?
I think that you could massage their answer so that it's barely passable because you're being so charitable to them. Yes.
Why do you think they might respond differently to you and me?
No, they would respond similarly, but you would baby them into their crib and you would help put together. Yeah, you would slowly kind of. Oh, well, you mean
You know,
this?
I'm
I'm like,
pretty hard on the left myself. I get in a lot of trouble. I'm not exactly friends with the online left. All I care about at the end of the day is trying to make sure. I don't know why your chat's labor. I should stop responding to your chat. I'm only gonna do it more if I say that. I don't know how much, if they know how much shit that I get in with the online left. If they have any idea, but I've long since surpassed you in that regard. Because you don't debate lefties anymore. Because you're too busy angering them. But with regards to charitability, I don't baby these people. I think
I'm not saying that. I think that would be the reason
smarter.
why you could get another answer out of them.
I think they're smarter than you give them credit for.
Absolutely not. And you know what? I'm working on it now. Hopefully, I'm done by Wednesday. That's why I'm putting together this whole GME thing because I think.
Oh God, I remember reporting
on all alternative
on
media.
the
Not even one of the worst
GME.
offenders. But I think that after the GME thing, there are so many people that I can't listen to anybody ever online anymore. Like say
Even
anything.
people like David Pacman and Sam Cedar can.
Yeah, so they go on like this. We got through the core of the debate. I think I'm calling it. I'm literally falling asleep. It's been a time and a half. Yeah, thank you all so much for tuning in. We're gonna be streaming tomorrow with an old friend of mine playing Skylanders. That'll be on my Twitch though. Oh, excuse me. That'll be on my Twitch. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, I don't know the exact time, and it's gonna have to be flexible because I have work I actually have to do. Unlike today where I could flex it a bit, I have work I have to do tomorrow. So and that has to take precedence. So yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. Peace out. Have a good night.